난 소샤가 esta casa luz você odia luz que não gostei mas você meu sol mais brilhante depois blaming at lover now faz med nada escuridão sem sol
Shine. Good evening, Kitten Brigade. Insane Kitten here, and hello to Ronado-kun's and gang as well. Thank you so much for that hearty raid. Damn, that must have been quite the tourney. So wait. You had a tourney, but you didn't participate in it. You were just like commentating on it. Is that to my understanding? I thought you played these sorts of games. Just hosting? Ah, suck. No way. You're probably way better at fighting games than I am. I've seen you play some of those fighting games. I'm just for me, I'm just a pure button masher. Zach can attest I suck. Thanks for stopping by my stream. Aw, no worries, man. It was I enjoyed that I got to stop by at that one point. I was like, oh god, he's gonna really enjoy this part coming up, but I didn't want to say anything, so I was just like, okay, let's see how he reacts to this. Super Anime Turbo, thank you so much for that follow. Do you like anime? Do you like the anime? But yeah, so we are continuing on with the house in Fata Morgana. I keep thinking that this is gonna end, but it's like never ending. It's like just when you think that one story is ending and you're getting to the truth at the bottom of it, it's like, no, wait, we haven't heard this person's story. So I'm gonna just stop saying that it's coming to an end, because yeah, I give up. I give up predicting these sorts of things. You came right at the twist. I know. It was. I saw where you were. I was like, oh man, it's this part. It's this part. I wonder is he gonna figure out the what's happening here? Because I figured that part out as soon as she saw the guy, and I was like, oh no. Okay, I head out. New spoilers. All right, no worries, Julian. Thanks for stopping by to say hi. I appreciate you. But yeah, for those of you who don't know what sort of game this is like a visual novel, so it's just mostly me reading. There are very minimal choices, and this particular visual novel is like very tragic. It's just like a series of extremely tragic stories, one after the other, and it's just like, no. Wait, why am I looking at? Let's hope this is the recent one. So this one was, this story is focusing on Michel and the truth behind him. Or her. Or it. We're not sure. We're not sure. That's been up for debate. Hello, Addie. Hi, how are yous? And good night, because I know it's getting close to bedtime for you. But thanks for stopping by. I know I'm going late, but I go this late because of, you know, bedtime, my kid's bedtime. So I generally like to go after he goes to bed, and tonight was a bit of a struggle. I love you so much. Yes, guy goes crazy because people didn't know his language, and girl dies thinking she was dumped. Yeah, there was a little more to it, but like I think he washed up on shore, and he had amnesia and stuff, and then he was like really like mistreated when they saw him because he was so foreign looking. So yeah, it was just like a series of unfortunate events for him, but I won't ruin it for you. There's more to it, more to that story. Yeah, I'm gonna be sleeping soon already, so good night, Eddie. I'll be off on CNY and Family Day weekend. Oh, okay. That Chinese New Year's. Your kid must be as perfect as you. I wish. No, just kidding. He's a good kid. Go to bed, baby kitten. I know, right? I know. Lately, he's been saying like, "No, I hate going to bed." It's like, I don't want to go to bed. Every time it's just like, I don't want to go to bed. I don't like school. I don't like this. And it's like, well, you know, Zoomers. Is that Zoomers? Is that Zoomers if you're born in like 2010s? 2010s. Okay, bye. Good luck. Thank you. I am bracing my heart for the stories to come for this. Been so long since I've seen him. Yeah, I don't know when you last saw him. It's probably been a few years. Few years since we brought him around. If you're not allowed to leave the house without permission, Zoomer. Okay. It really is defined by like how old you are and not by the era. I don't know. I have no idea about these sorts of things. Being one that people call boomer sometimes, so you know. Anyways, it was a stormy night in my 16th year. I had been confined for more than 2 years at that point. Me neither. Everything's all blurred. Well, supposedly I'm supposed to be what am I? A millennial? Like a very early millennial, but like I don't even like I'm one of those super early millennials, but also kind of like I fall between Gen X and millennials, so like I relate to both groups. 30 years old, grandparents tennis. Damn man, you're making me feel really old now. Oops. Actually, this is a good point to check on. I gave up entirely. So, Michel at this point has been confined to his room for 2 years, because they didn't know what the hell was going on with him. Heavy rain pounded against the windows like thousands of little spears. I was sitting quietly on my bed, unable to fall asleep, when suddenly there was a loud banging on the door. Michel, are you awake? If you aren't, then hurry up and get awake. We've got big trouble. Lower your damned voice. But... When I first heard my brother's voices after so long, I thought I was hallucinating. In 2 years, they had never once come for me, no matter how hard I pounded on the door, no matter how many times I called for them. And after all that time, I didn't expect that to ever change. I had given up, assumed they had long since cast me aside. Unable to bring myself to say anything, I simply stared at the door. When there was another bam bam. The sound was half consumed by a crack of thunder, giving it an indescribably eerie quality. Please, say something, Michelle. Seriously, there's no time. You can hear us in there, can't you? You're there behind the door, aren't you? Come on, just one word, Michelle. Is it really you, Didier? Georges? For a moment, they seemed to be at a loss for words. Probably because they almost didn't recognize my voice. But it was only a heartbeat, and then Didier spoke. There is a carriage waiting outside. I'm going to unlock the door so you can leave in it. Why? Because Dad's talking crazy. He's saying the Bollinger family has no need for a demon child, that you're a mark of shame on our name, so he's gonna have you executed. Georges! Father wants me dead? It felt like the floor had fallen out from under me. Executed? Demon child? Mark of shame? So he was saying I didn't even deserve to live anymore? It's planned for tomorrow morning. We only just found out ourselves, which is why... You prepared a way for me to escape? But why? Why do you even need to ask? Because we're family. Because something terrible has gotten into Father. I clenched my teeth, fighting back a bitter, angry sigh. But I couldn't keep all those emotions bottled up for long. A maelstrom of feelings I thought I had lost in my 2 years of imprisonment swirled up inside me, spilling from my lips. Why? Why are you doing this now? If you really felt that way, then why didn't you come sooner? 2 years I spent locked in this room. Do you have any idea how I felt in that time? Any idea how hard I had to fight to endure, but how many times I cried for your help? How hard I pounded on the door, begging to be set free. But never once did you come. Not even once. Michelle. I scare you, don't I? You think I've gone insane, that I've lost my mind, that I've sold my soul to the devil, don't you? No, Michelle, we don't. Then why? Why didn't you come and set me free? Michelle, no, we don't think you've lost your mind at all. So you didn't want to see me then? You didn't want to face what I'd become? Tell me I'm wrong, Didier, Georges. You left me here, abandoned me for 2 whole years. Locked me away so you didn't have to see me. I'm sorry, I'm just, really busy with my art for 2 years. I've been getting a ton of commissions down at the court. And Didier's a knight now, So he's up to his neck in expeditions. I'm really sorry. As am I. I cannot say that you're wrong. After what happened, I wasn't sure how I was supposed to act around you. I'm still not sure even now. I knew I had to find the time to collect myself, but I kept putting it off, vainly hoping that time would take care of it all. And for that, I owe you an apology, but you need to understand. I do not agree with Father's decision. I do not want to lose you. I don't think you're a demon child, and Georges feel the same. Neither of us want to see you dead. What he said, Michelle, there's not much time. We need to get you out of here. I bit down hard on my lower lip, hard enough to draw blood. It was that or start sobbing. It's a little late for that. Michelle. If you don't get out of here, you're going to be killed. If I'm not an angel sent from heaven or a demon child, then what am I? What on earth am I? What are you? You're a Bollinger. You're our family, and that's all there is to it. I pray you can forgive me for averting my eyes for so long. Can I trust you? Can I trust that even the whole world says I'm cursed, that you'll always be on my side, that you'll always be my brothers? Can I trust put my trust in you once more, Didier? Georges? You absolutely can, Michel. I swear to God on high. And I swear to the God of art. Michel. I have no other choice, do I? I couldn't talk father out of it, could I? I would rather you didn't try. He's not a man to change his mind. If you were to show up before him, he would likely draw his sword on you himself. It would destroy Mother. I'm sorry, we're not doing this only for you. Okay, I'll go. Oh, thank goodness. The carriage will take you to a mansion, Michel. It's a property father purchased some time ago, but due to rumors about the house, it's abandoned. No one wants to buy it from him either, and that's unlikely to change. It's the ideal place to keep you out of sight. What kinds of rumors? Well, no point in keeping it a secret. He has a right to know. They say a witch lives there. A witch? I think it's all just made up, personally. I went to check the place out and there was no one there. It was a little dreary, to be sure. I had hoped to have a better place arranged for you, but there wasn't enough time. This is only temporary, Michel. I cannot say how long it will be, but father will pass away eventually. When he does, Georges will inherit the estate, and that will mean you can return. So I ask that you hold out until that time. If I don't leave, I'm going to be executed, so send me anywhere. I won't complain. I'm glad to hear you say that. I will talk to father and ensure he does not suspect anything. We'll make this work, don't you worry. The long and short of it is, Dad simply wants you erased from the family. Georges. Sorry. I wasn't trying to be mean. But anywho, once I take over, we're in the clear. You'll be acknowledged as Bollinger. I see. Okay then. Can I open the door now? Just a minute. What? You're still not ready? I don't have any clothing. Right. You wouldn't, huh? How tall are you now, Michel? Around the same height as you, I think. You're taller than me? Damn. Alright, I'll bring you some of my clothes. Thank you. Wow, I don't think I ever heard you say thank you without putting up a fight, Michel. That's not true, I don't think. Haha, I'll be back soon. Get what you need together. Alright. The staged runaway. Sitting in the carriage, waiting outside, listening to the pitter-patter of the rain, I gazed out at my two brothers. I hadn't seen them in 2 years, but they hardly looked any different than how I remembered them. I was the only one who had changed, and dramatically. Whoops. At that. Looking at them, I couldn't help but remember the old days. Playing chess with Didier, learning to draw from Georges. Our sibling outings. However, the ominous sound of thunder crashing in the distance drowned out those memories. This mansion is several days' travel from here. Hopefully the carriage isn't too uncomfortable. I will send the package with any supplies you need once a month. Food, clothing, and, something to pass the time. If there's anything you want, Michel, just tell me. Now, or you can have a servant pass a message on to me. I can't think of... Actually, wait. I can think of one thing. I would like a chess set. Alright, I'll have one made. I would rather have yours, Didier. Would that be possible? Are you sure you want that beaten old thing? Yes, I want that one. Alright then, I'll include it in the first delivery. I'll send you something too, Michel. Anything you want, just tell me. In that case, I would like some art tools. I'm nowhere near as much of an artist as you are, Georges, so they don't have to be anything special. Gotcha. So, some canvas and, how about some charcoal? And then when you're back, I want to see what you've made with it, okay? Okay. I know this is already hard enough on you, Michelle, but I need to ask you to do something for me. Avoid making contact with anyone who doesn't already know about you. So, I can't talk to anyone but the servants? Put simply, yes. Tomorrow the world will consider you dead. So we cannot have people finding out you're actually alive. Especially Father. Please, do this for me. I've been doing that for 2 years already. I've long since lost interest in interacting with anybody, so you don't need to ask me to keep to myself. Right. Does anyone else know I'm alive? Yes, Mother knows. In fact, this was her idea. It was? She loves you, Michelle. She really does. Mom just, is having a little trouble facing the truth. So even though she's not here to see you off, I guarantee you she doesn't want to see you dead. She wants to have you in her life again. I expect Mother will be writing you, so please, take the time to write her back. She's a troubled woman, but her love for you is true and unwavering. Will you do that? Just a quick little, hey, got your letter, doing great, will suffice. Alright. Just so you know, it kills me indeed that we can't stand up to Dad. But as long as he lives, his word is God in this house. I understand that, yes. Well, you never know, he could be gone quicker than you expect. A week from now and bam, he's dead as Dee's social life. Is there not an ounce of respect in your body? Oh, give me a break, I'm upset. He's gone way too far. And once he's dragged his arse off to the great beyond, anything goes. Surprise! Michelle was alive! Yeah, I suppose. Until then, we'll take care of things here. Tomorrow's gonna be the performance of our lives. Crying like a couple of big babies and laughing our tails off inside. You'll forgive me if I have trouble trusting that loose tongue of yours. Psh, I'm not stupid. I know this is important. Not even Amy will suspect the thing. Amy. Yeah, not even she can know. It's gonna crush her, I'm sure, but the less people who know, the better. When Georgia said her name, my whole body went shamefully cold. It had been 1.5 years since the hell she'd put me through, but every last detail of it remained carved into my mind and body. There was no way she would be even slightly sad about my death. She might act it, but she would almost certainly be elated by the news. It seemed Georges had still yet to see what lay beneath that woman's mask. I know you two were close. Huh? Are you worried about how this might affect her? What? She cared for you for about 6 months, didn't she? When you wouldn't let the servants in? What? From what I hear, you got real close to dying in there. You wouldn't even eat unless she was there. Who the hell told you that? What? Is that not what happened? Did something happen between you two, Michelle? Amy. Amy didn't do a damn. Never mind. I can't tell them. I can't put what I went through into words. It'll only worsen my shame. Especially not in front of my brothers. Georges, how are things between you and Amy? You still letting what happened 2 years ago get to you? Well, I mean, at the time, things were a total disaster. I'm all excited about getting myself a pretty little wife, only to find out she's rocking the boat with someone else. I cried for weeks. Yeah, I'm sorry. Deep down, though, she ain't actually a bad girl. She's young, and kids make mistakes. After it all came out, she turned over a new leaf. She started doting on me something serious, and well, it's hard not to let one little mistake like that go when she's trying so hard to make up with me. The age excuse doesn't work for Dee, though. For about 1 year, things were really rough between us. I didn't even want to look at him. But at the end of the day, we're a family. We can get past anything. Besides, because you let the cat out of the bag, that gave me something to hold over D. All things considered, I am not complaining. So, you would say you're happy then, Georges? Sure would, yep. Believe it or not, I'm kinda head over heels for her. Hard not to like a girl like Amy. Oh, I see. Do you really feel that bad about 2 years ago? So she's still keeping up the good girl facade around Georges and Didier. No one else knows she's actually a sadistic, cackling demon. There's nothing less trustworthy in the world than a woman who's always smiling. But if Georges thinks he's happy, I can't take that away from him. Michelle? Oh, right, yes. I do feel guilty about the way I lost control of my emotions and took it out on you guys. It happens to everyone. In fact, you could stand to do a little more shouting and fussing. Then you could. Because I have underdeveloped social skills. You heard that? You've got one hell of a nasty streak, huh, D? Urgh. I'm glad to hear you're still on good terms. It wasn't my intention to pit the two of you against each other. We know the blame falls on my shoulders. I want you to know something, Michelle. Though your transformation was too much for mother and father to accept, with enough time, everything will go back to the way it was before, just like it did for myself and Georges. None of this is your fault. It was all unfortunate timing. God's a little bit of a jerk, too. Try not to forget, I am a knight, Georges. In time? In time. Speaking of which, we don't have much left. I'm going to tell the coachman to set off, alright? Didier. Yes? Tell me the truth. Will the three of us ever meet again? Why would you ever ask that? Of course we will. Not a chance on letting this be our last family get-together. One last question then. Yes? Am I your brother? Well, I mean, look at ya. Don't look like much of a sister to me. So yeah, I'd say you are. I see. So long then. Farewell, and may good health bless you until we meet again. Until then, Michelle. Farewell. Before seeing me off for good, they both gave me strong, firm hugs. Didier first, and then Georges. The warmth I felt in their arms and my family arms slowly spread through my chilled body, which made it that much more difficult to part ways. The wheels of the carriage rattled against the wet, stone-paved road. I stuck my head out of the window, watching as they shrunk into the distance, standing there in the rain until they were completely out of view. A tightness filled my breast. Every glimmer of hope I had for my new life was matched by an equal degree of darkness and uncertainty. Would I ever make it back home? And if I did, would people still call me a demon child? Having the right mother was another uncomfortable weight on my soul. The thought of having to play a girl for her made me sick. Georges had acted like it would be nothing, but it wasn't that easy. It was more than mere pretend. Didier had said that with time things would change, but how could he be certain that those changes would be for the better? The wooden wheels turned, carrying me away to that cursed mansion. The next thing I knew, I'm sinking into a vast void. Darkness cuffs my hands and legs, restricting my movement. Images of the past I had kept buried away for so long stream past me. This isn't how I wanted it to happen. Not coming from my own mouth, but being laid bare for all to see without my consent. This wasn't how I wanted her to find out about my secret, about my shameful history. I warned you, my dear. I told you I didn't want you to reclaim your old self. If you had simply let it be, you wouldn't be here now, forced to relive it all. Now, do you understand? The tale I spun behind the fourth door was as much for you as it was for her. There you were a young man with a sad fate, but you met a wonderful woman, fell in love with her, and then died in the arms of tragedy. The sequence of events is not far from the truth, but I was able to turn it into something enchanting and beautiful. I got rid of all the nasty little details, your ugliness, your body troubles, all of that. Doesn't it seem a bit unfair, Michel? You tore down the walls around Giselle's heart, around her past, but you wanted to keep your own nice, safe, and hidden away. She has every right to be upset. You were afraid she wouldn't accept you, were you not? And that's precisely what happened. But can you honestly blame her? The truth you kept hidden away is not something most would be able to accept. The prince who came riding in to save her, silence, wasn't actually a man. Please, enough. I've seen enough. Let it stay buried, please. Just stop this. I don't want to see it. I don't want anything to do with it. What a sad little creature you are, my dear. Not a woman in this world would have any interest in you now. You've surrounded yourself with a layer upon layer of walls, covered yourself with this patchwork, barely held together quilt of masks, and it's the only thing keeping you together. You're the frailest one of all, the weakest. And it's about time you accepted that and stopped trying to fight it. I am not weak. Oh, is that so? Let's proceed with the tale then, shall we? Face the one you hate most in this world, yourself. Your weakness, your ugliness. Face it and despair. Hold on, I'm just pulling my chair here. Yeah. Ah! I don't know how to voice that part. Don't! Again. Once again, my own desires, my own wishes are completely irrelevant. The past sprawls out before me once more, and the witch is exactly right. I despise the man I was then, teeming with vain hopes and foolish dreams. I would rather pretend that part of me never existed. But I have no choice. I'm dragged back into the life I once lived, my pleas for mercy fading into dark nothingness. Sorry about the background noise. I don't remember how long it had been since the capital had disappeared into the distance, but I'd been on the road for some time now. We'd long since left paved roads behind. The carriage rocked back and forth as it proceeded down the rough dirt path. For hours I stared through the windows as unfamiliar scenery flowed past. Eventually a fog settled over the area, making it difficult to discern night from day. We made our way through dark, dense woods, and beyond them, like the world fading into view after a dream, a mansion appeared before us. All the windows were either shuttered or boarded, encasing the house in darkness. In a way, it felt like all I had done was move from one prison to a much bigger one. Briefly, I thought they had possibly been sealed to keep anyone from seeing me inside, but my coming here was a very recent development. More likely than the house had been in this condition when it was initially purchased. Quite the piece of property my father had found himself with. I wondered if he had been swindled by its previous owner. It was a gloomy, uninviting place, but it didn't appear to be in disrepair. The coachman left my luggage outside the door, gave me an empty farewell, and then went on his way. I was entirely alone. I spent some time just staring out at the forest, but naturally there was nothing of interest to be found there, so I quietly turned around and opened the door to the mansion. It's certainly dark. I could barely even see my own feet. Briefly I'd considered trying to unshutter a window or two, but ended up deciding against it. The less inviting the place looked, the easier it would be for me to avoid contact with the outside world, as Didier had recommended. Standing there in the darkness for several minutes, my eyes gradually grew accustomed to the lack of light. While it was hardly ideal, it was sufficient to take a look around the house. The inside didn't seem to have received the same level of care as the outside. Everything was dusty, and the air was many years stale. But I wasn't in a cleaning mood. So I dug through my luggage for a bundle of candles, lighting one with a flint. Stained glass window? Examining the large room I found myself in, I came across a large stained glass window depicting an angel. I'm gonna just turn it down a little bit. The archangel, after whom I had been named, looked solemnly down upon me. Quite the joke. 2 columns of evenly spaced pews ran the length of the room, all facing the multicolored window. I set the candlestick on a podium of some sort, which is when I realized. This is a chapel. A flat length of silver, bent in the middle, was mounted to the pulpit's face. When I saw it, I knew exactly what it used to be. A cross. The pews weren't facing the stained glass, but the cross. Why, though? It felt as though the mansion had been built up around the chapel rather than the opposite. I was perplexed as to why anyone would do that. But of course, there was no one around to sate my curiosity. Taking the candlestick back in the hand, I made my way beyond the pulpit. There sat a small metal door. I pressed one hand against the cool surface and my heart leapt. Abnormally cold. Or it was abnormally cold, sorry. Though the door itself seemed perfectly normal, an inexplicable anxiety spread through me. It was a very unusual sensation. My instincts told me I should stay far, far away. And my heart told me it was my duty to see what lay beyond. What am I going to find back there? After a few moments' hesitation, I decided to act in opposition to my instincts. I was looking at a long, spiral staircase. The wooden stairs stretched so high I couldn't tell where they ended. An observation tower, perhaps? As if being pushed forward by some inhuman force, I mounted the staircase. By the 3rd or 4th loop, soft light began peeking into the tower through regularly spaced rectangular openings in the stone walls. Through one such window I gazed outside, and far off in the distance, beyond the seemingly endless ocean of trees, I saw a small village. Nowhere I'm ever going to go. So many stairs. It had been quite some time since I exerted myself this much. I hardly had any opportunity locked away in my chambers. With every step I took, I could hear my joints creaking and my muscles screaming. I was long since out of breath, only staying upright with the help of the wall. Ugh. This is pitiful, damn it. But turning back never occurred to me. I had to keep climbing, had to make it to the top. And it was that feeling of necessity that pushed my exhausted body upward. By the time I reached the top, I was practically gasping for air. Sweat streamed down my forehead. I wiped it aside, turning my gaze toward yet another door. But unlike the first, what on earth? A tangle of rope covered the surface. Layers upon layers of it, making it abundantly clear. Nothing shall come in or out. It didn't look like it had been put there recently either, as much of it was rotted through. Out of curiosity, I grabbed at the coil and yanked. The rope snapped in several places, chunks falling limply to the floor. That wasn't enough to allow the door to open, though. People only sealed doors like this for a reason, largely because they didn't want, or couldn't allow, others to see what hid behind them. Like, what they did to me. For a few moments, I felt as though I was looking down at myself from outside my body. And if it hadn't been this man, but someone else standing there, would they have turned back at the sight of the sealed-off door, acting as though nothing was there? Or would they have done as I did? I ground my teeth, a mix of annoyance and bitterness rushing through me. But I did not hesitate. I held the flame of the candle up to the wall of rope, careful not to set the whole thing ablaze, slowly, carefully burning through them one by one. It was repetitive and time-consuming, but I persisted, wiping away sheets of sweat before it streamed into my eyes. The sun was well on its way down before I finally managed to expose the door. I took a deep breath, looked up at it, and gulped. There was something indescribably chilling about the door, and then I pushed it open. A barely noticeable breeze brushed past me. A single ray of sunlight shone into the room, coming from a single window sitting high atop the wall. It cast a milky white patch of light on the hard floor, revealing the fact that I was not alone. The rumors say a witch lives in the mansion. There I saw, in this cursed house, a skeleton with only one arm. Morgana. A cursed mansion for a cursed man. It was like I was destined to end up here. I had no way of finding out who the skeleton belonged to, so I left it there, at the top of the tower, and retreated into thought. I wondered to myself, how had the one-eyed person died? How had they felt locked in that room, staring at that sole window so far out of reach? About the only thing they would have seen was the sky and the occasional bird. Had they yearned for more light, or had they come to despise the tiny patch of it that trickled into the room? Had they been some sort of wicked criminal imprisoned for wrongdoing? Not all prisoners are necessarily bad people. Having been branded with a non-existent curse, I couldn't help but think that perhaps something similar had happened to whoever they were. Vainly reaching out for the sun, constantly praying for rescue that would never come. What had gone through their mind as they withered away? Would anyone ever come for me? Would my brother keep their word? Or would I, years from now, end up another pile of dry bones somewhere in this house? Unwanted and alone, robbed of all hope, with no one but the darkness to talk to as it sunk its teeth deeper and deeper into me. That corpse could be me in the future. Didier, Georges, did you really send me here to keep me hidden? Or is this to be my grave? Can I put my faith in you? Can I trust you when you say I'll be able to return? That everyone will happily accept me? That we'll all be together again? That we'll play chess? That we'll draw pictures? That nobody will be left out? All I really wanted was for people to accept me for who I was. To accept that I was a man, no. That I had grown to resemble a man. That I had the heart of a man. I didn't need anything else. I didn't want to cause anyone anguish. I didn't want to hate anyone. I simply wished to be who I was. No, who I wanted to be. And I didn't want to be treated like I was strange or different. If that was asking too much, then at the very least, I wanted to have one person in my life who truly understood me. Didier, Georges, I pray that you can be that for me. Lurking quietly in the mansion's all-encompassing darkness, I waited in hope that the day might arrive when I could come out of hiding. Poor Michel. However, 1, 2, 3 years later, I still had not been set free. Only my mother wrote me, and in all her letters she said the same thing. When your curse is broken, come back home, sweetheart. When your curse is broken, I want you back in my life. When your curse is broken, everything will be back to normal. I waited expectantly for the day you were free of that terrible curse. The curse would never be broken, though. What I was now was what I was meant to be. All that time I had spent as a girl, none of that was real. Didier had said he didn't think I was cursed. My brothers didn't think I was some hellish demon child. So no, the curse would never be broken, because there was no curse to break. I wasn't cursed at all. There was no damned curse, but the flow of time eroded away at me, slowly killing any confidence I once had. Sucking me dry of all trust for others and myself. With enough time, I started questioning my own beliefs about what I was. Started thinking that perhaps I was cursed. Much like they had at the Bollinger estate, the servant who came by every month did his best to avoid making eye contact. But beyond just bringing me food, he was also checking in on me, and making sure I didn't attempt to run away. And every month, he probably went back and told Mother the same thing, that my curse had still not been broken. Do I have the answers I seek, O Father in heaven? If you do, I ask of you to guide me. Please tell me what I am. If I truly am cursed, then perhaps you could tell me how my soul weighs too? Probably not very much. I spent enough time alone in that dark mansion to drive anyone mad. The more time that passed, the more I grew to question myself, my worth as a human being. And whenever the self-doubt and loathing became too much to take, I trekked up to the top of the observation tower to see the light. Sitting there on the hard floor, I would place my hand on the skeleton's leg, its shoulder, or its hand. From the size of the bones, whoever appeared to have been still young when their life withered away. Poor child. Even I feel blessed compared to you. Oh, how miserable it must have been, locked away up in this tower, to have your arm mercilessly severed. You have my pity, though. I shall alone mourn your death. And I alone shall take comfort in your presence. You poor, poor child. By pretending to pity someone who had it worse than me, I was able to feel somewhat better about myself, because if I was in a position to pity someone else, then, conversely, I wasn't in a position to be pitied. Vainly, foolishly trying to convince myself of a lie, I spent hours, days alone in that tower, holding the dry bones in my arms. Now there was a sight to lend credence to my alleged madness. Cradling a pile of bones, sure. Over time, the air in the mansion seemed to thicken as if the fog were condensing. Water pushed out all the air, swallowing me up, suffocating me, a putrid mire. I was trapped at the bottom of this thick, black sludge. Soon I lost track of the passage of time, my only landmarks being the dates on Mother's letters. Before I knew it, 8 years had passed. What the hell is this? I hadn't heard my own voice in so long I had almost forgotten what it sounded like. There was a delivery that day, but it wasn't the usual package. The servant was instead carrying a large rectangular object draped in cloth. Shoving that into my hands, he said, the regular supplies will be here in a couple days, and then ran off. Presumably he was afraid to spend any more time than necessary with the cursed man, but I didn't bother to say anything about it. I knew it was a waste of breath, and I was not inclined to hold it against him if he didn't want to look at me in the eye to exchange words. All I could reasonably do was sit back and bear it. As long as I kept my mouth shut, the man could do his job in peace. By the candlelight, I began unwrapping the package the servant had delivered. From within, a sheet of parchment fell to the floor, and inside the package was a painting. Just looking at it, I couldn't tell what it was, aside from the fact that it was a portrait of a woman. I knew these brushstrokes, though. They were very distinctly George's. The woman depicted had white hair. White hair? There was a flash, a fresh jolt of the pain that had nearly faded away. The half-dozen needles piercing my chest. So much blood had spilled from those gouges I had long since lost any sensation of pain, but now it was back. No, Georges, you didn't. My whole body froze. The blood in my veins came to a halt. I couldn't breathe. I was drowning in a pool of imaginary water. I crouched down to pick up the sheet of parchment. It was a letter in Mother's handwriting. The first line read, as it did in all her correspondence. My beloved daughter Michelle, every day I pray that your curse might be broken, but lately I've come to think that perhaps the reason you remain cursed is because you have forgotten what you are supposed to be. So long as you have spent in that accursed form, it is little surprise that you would lose sight of yourself. How can you return to your true self if you do not even remember what that is? So I asked Georges to paint you a picture, hoping it might help you break free of your curse. You are a beautiful young woman, my dear Michelle. I presume you have already seen the painting? It's lovely, wouldn't you agree? That flowing white hair and skin like glass, those deep, enchanting red eyes, those slender fingers and modest feminine frame, those soft lips. It is not you when you were younger, though. Instead, I had imagined what you would look like now. That is what you will look like when your curse is broken. Isn't that wonderful? Imagine it. Envision yourself. Your true self. Remember who you are. Recall your true self. I waited eagerly until the day you come back to me, looking as beautiful as you do in this painting. My dear, sweet Michelle. This is you. This is the real you. You are beautiful, my little girl, and I love you dearly. That awful fuss all those years ago, we can pretend none of that ever happened. Forget about the dreadful thing that curse made you. Become the girl you used to be, the girl you were meant to be, so we can once more be a happy family. I am waiting, forever waiting for you. Inky Pinky, Wink Fin, Finky, Stinky Linky. Sup, fat dogs? How you doing, man? The letter ended there, leaving me with the woman in the painting staring back at me. Her eyes seemed to insist that I was not me, that she was the real me, and I was nothing more than a fraud. Laughing at me, scoffing at me for ever thinking I was anything but female, mocking me for stubbornly insisted I wanted to be a man. The pain in my chest swelled, spilling from my mouth in grunts and moans. And then... Gah! I screamed from the bottom of my lungs. Why? 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 I yanked at my hair. Why, Georges? Slammed at the painting against the floor. You said I could believe you. You swore to the god of art. So why? Why would you do this to me? You said yourself that you didn't think I was cursed. You acknowledged me as your brother. You knew this isn't me, so why? Why would you make this? I've been waiting for so long. I put my trust in you and Didier. I trusted you. I believed you would always support me. Was that all a lie? Poggers, yes, good. That's good. That is very good that you were good. I'm good too. So, I'm good to know that you are good. And that we're all good. Deep down, you really think I'm cursed just like Mother. I'm pretty sure that Georges only painted it to make his mom happy, but, you know. But then again, it's like, he didn't have to send it to Michelle, but I guess Georges didn't know that he was going to react this way. Veldogs has redeemed for Let It Snow. So, here you go. Enjoy your snow. Yay! And that's why you haven't written to me. Why haven't you answered any of my letters? Where did my faith get me? Why did you even help me escape? Was it all for show? Was my execution just a lie? An excuse for you to send me somewhere far away? I'm feeling snackish. I'm going to have some chips. Well, was it? Tell me, Georges. Tell me the truth. What about you, Didier? Where do you stand? Ah. No, this isn't real. My voice was getting hoarse. I didn't have the strength to hold it in, and everything came spilling out of me, squeezed out by this phantom water. By the phantom water? And the white-haired girl in the painting just stared back at me, smiling. I bit down on my lip as hard as I could. The metallic taste spread through my mouth, drops of blood trickling to the floor. Pulling the knife I used to open the monthly deliveries from my waistband, I lifted it high into the air, gathering what remained of my strength. This isn't me! And slashed the woman's face with it. This isn't me, this isn't me, I'm not this woman. I am a man. Carved into it. This is not how I look. With everything I had. Don't try to erase who I really am. Don't call me repulsive, don't say I'm an abomination. I tore into that smile of contempt surging from every slash. This woman isn't real. I wanted to curse the whole damned world. Every last thing, this wretched mire that had become of my life. My brothers for happily going about their lives as I suffered here in the darkness. My delusional mother for refusing to acknowledge who I was. My father for trying to have me killed. Amy for making me realize I was a man and then for torturing me for coming out about it. Everyone. I didn't care anymore. I wanted everyone who had ever wronged me to suffer the same way I had. I can make it happen. A voice rang out. I can curse them for you, my dear. It was a woman's voice, muffled, like there were several walls between me and her. Who's there? I swiped up my swiped up my candlestick, thrusting it forward to the sides behind me, but there was no one else around. Give it a little thought. It's not that difficult. And when you figure it out, come to me. I've been waiting so long for someone like you, someone with such hatred for the world. How am I supposed to know who you are? How could you not, my dear? You've visited me so many times, held me in your arms, whispered poor child into my ear again and again. What? No, that's not possible. I see. I've truly lost my mind. If that's what you wish to believe, that's your choice. But the way I see it, if you had truly lost your mind, you wouldn't be in so much pain. Oops. The voice, still muffled and unclear, seemed to be coming from somewhere far away and very close by at the same time. Find your way to me and open the door once more. Let me out of my cage. Give me your hand. I knew in the back of my mind that it was all absurd, but nonetheless I did as the voice said. I let myself be drawn in by the pleasant whispers. The Archangel stood proudly upon his glass perch, looking down at me. His gaze seemed almost judgmental, but I marched for the tower unconcerned. For so long I have been waiting. Waiting for the day I would be rid of this darkness, for the day someone would truly set me free. When you arrived at this house, I felt the hands of fate at work. That you were led here, that you were meant to come to this place. You've been through so much to get here. I know your pain. I know how it feels to be locked up, to be tortured and used for others' gain. You were the only one to ever have pity for me, and I shall be the only one to have compassion for you. You were the only one to stay at my side, and I shall do the same for you. You can give me life again. You can resurrect me. Now, open the door, Michelle. It felt like I was no longer in control of my own body. Her voice was tender in a way unlike either mother's or Amy's, enticingly so. Standing at the top of the observation tower, I pushed open the door. Sorry. Crunch, crunch. And the first thing I saw was the ray of light shining through the window. And nothing else. Thank you for opening the door. It was empty. The skeleton, which had been sitting there as long as I had been at this house, had vanished without a trace. I spun around, my gaze darting back and forth across the chamber, but there was no one there. Only her voice whispering in my ear. You made this possible. You gave me the chance to have my revenge. Revenge? Now I can make those men suffer a hell even worse than the one they put me through. Constant, everlasting despair. Their flesh may turn to dust, but so long as their souls live on, their torture will know no end. The tenderness in her voice crumbled away, leaving only raw loathing behind. She then let out a half-muffled cackle. Who are you? Oh, you poor dear. They locked you up here without telling you whose house it was? You sad, pathetic thing. Though that's exactly the kind of person I needed. You're not the witch, are you? That I am. I am the cursed witch who loathes this puny, wretched world, curses it. And my name is Morgana. Morgana. I assumed the witch was nothing but a legend, a tale. If you don't believe me, I would be happy to show you. Let's see. I could place a curse on someone you have a grudge against. Drag them down into the dark abyss. You are the one who granted me freedom after all. Sympathized with me. Pitied me. Appreciated me. You happily embraced my filthy corpse. And for that, I will grant you your wish. Wishes can come true, Michelle. Much the way I was able to come back to life. If you remain steadfast in your desires, they will become reality. For devotion and yearning are the fountain from which miracles spring. I cannot leave the mansion's grounds, but that is but a minor inconvenience. Tell me who you wish to curse, and I can lead them here. I can force the cross you were made to bear onto them, and believe in my power to perform miracles because you made my miracle a reality. So tell me, my dear, who will be first? Your second brother, who made that ridiculous painting? George's. Shall we kill him? He deserves at least that. He brought you more than enough pain, but if you would rather, you could curse your mother instead. Or the woman who set you on this path. Or perhaps you would prefer your father? With him gone, you could return home. Ask and I will perform a miracle for you. I didn't think she was lying either. As ridiculous as the whole affair sounded, the skeleton had disappeared from the tower, and I was hearing a disembodied voice. But beyond that, the voice seemed to have sort of a magnetism to it. If magic truly exists in the world, then her words were laced with it. There was a power in her voice, something that repelled my instinct I might have to doubt the things she said. So I, on the verge of losing my grasp on reason altogether, believed every word the witch said. I wanted to curse them. To curse my brothers, mother, father, Amy, and the witch was saying I could do precisely that. What will it be, my dear? There is no price. I don't require sacrifice or a dark ritual to perform my magic. I simply wish to show my gratitude. I want you to have that which you desire. Who do you want to curse? The witch's sweet whispers hung in the air for a brief moment before wisping away. All the muscles in my body tensed up. I felt woozy, like the floor was wobbling beneath me. It took everything I had not to fall over. Who did I want to curse? Oh, and you are welcome to choose more than one. All of them, even. I could curse them, and the witch would kill my family. I would be free. No one would know I had been born female. Why don't you become the new head of the estate? Who would I curse? Who would I kill? Didier? Georges? Mother? Father? Amy? All of them? They had exiled me to this place. Have your revenge. A black butterfly fluttered across the room's single shaft of light. As I stared absently up at it, dozens of memories of emotions flashed through my mind. But at the end of the day, we're family. We can get past anything. With enough time. Everything will go back to the way it was before. Just like it did for myself and Georges. Sorry, I wanted chip. I don't understand. Why would I think about them now? They've abandoned me. Left me in that room for 2 years, and then left me here for 8 more. They don't care whether I'm dead or alive, so why should I? Why should I? Have you made up your mind? I have. Then tell me, my dear, who will it be? Who will you curse? No one. I cannot curse anyone, Morgana. Surely you jest. I know just how much you wish to see them dead. I felt all your hatred, your despair, and you mean to tell me you can't curse them? It struck me just now that I can't do that to family. I cannot curse my own family. This is the family that cast you aside, labeled you cursed, made you suffer for years, and then locked you away in this remote mansion. And then they don't even feel the slightest bit remorseful about any of it. I understand that. I know that they don't give the same weight to their words as I do. I figured that out long ago. I know I'm alone in my prayers, that they don't want the same things I do. That I trusted them more than they ever deserved. So why then can you not curse them? Because I don't want to hate them. I don't want to bring them suffering. On the contrary, I want them to be happy. You have no place in that happiness, though. It is a happiness that rests upon your misfortune. Why then should you not drag them down so you can find respite for yourself? I would find no respite by cursing them. How can you be so sure of that, my dear? I most certainly found a great deal of it myself. You're trying to follow your conscience. I can see that, but that good is superficial, and that all it does is shackle you. Remove the shackles, and everything will be so much easier. Nothing you say can convince me to kill my family. Why not someone who isn't family, then? Surely you can think of at least one person you'd like to see dead. Oh, I most certainly can. I could kill her 12 times and it wouldn't be enough. But just because I would be happy with her death, doesn't mean there aren't people who would be sad to lose her. Remove any one person from that group and the whole thing could come crashing down, all because I couldn't restrain my own hatred. Your concern for them will devour you. Don't think I'm not aware of that. You aren't. You don't know at all. The only reason you give them any consideration is because deep down, you still have hope. But hope has a way of forsaking those who give it a home. You have a problem and you need to take care of it before it kills you. You and I, we were cut from the same cloth. While you may still care for your family now, in time you will come to curse them. Consider that a warning, Michelle. Your hatred, your curse, is what brought me back to life. And there's no getting around that. We do have plenty of time, though. No need to rush to a decision. I'll show you what it is you truly desire deep down. And I'll show you again and again until you finally acknowledge it. The black butterfly hovering by the window disappeared, and the witch's voice grew distant. Overwhelmed, I collapsed to the floor unconscious. Had I really said what I did out of love for my family? Or was I just afraid of crossing that line? Was Morgana right? Was my heart now home to a terrible monster? If I actually had resurrected the witch with my hatred, maybe that was what I was now. Darkness seeped down over me once more, and I was again encased in a pool of despair. Slowly, ever so slowly, it wore away at me, eroding me into nothing. If I didn't come up for air, I soon would take the witch's offer. Cackling like a demon, I would place a curse on someone. I would kill them. Reviving her was a mistake I never should have made, and not for the greater good or anything noble. No, every time she spoke, a little more of my spirit died. Aw. From that day on, Morgana's voice became a constant fixture in my life. Curse them, kill them, curse them. She serenaded directly into my ear. No matter where I hid or how deep I put my fingers in my ears, that sounds disturbing, her voice resounded directly in my head. Hearing an incessant stream of curses from a disembodied voice was so unreal, so unbelievable, that I felt as though I was being dragged away from the realm of humanity. There was an odd, unsettling magnetism in her voice, allowing her malevolence to seep into me. It was downright torturous. Curse them. Revile them. Do you really need to be in your right mind, honestly? Your fixation on holding on to your sanity is what's causing you so much anguish. Admit it. There's more darkness, more seething malice inside you than anyone else. That's why you were the one who resurrected me. Admit it. You do want to curse them, don't you? You do want to kill them, don't you? Also, snow is up. It's been 15 minutes. Hi, Freya. What's up? What's up? He's gonna meow at me. You want pets? Would you like the pets? She doesn't know what she wants. No, I don't. I don't want that at all. I've told you this already. You're so desperate to deny it, Michelle. It can only mean that it's true. You would be able to maintain your calm if you were truly free of guilt. I do not wish to kill Didier or Georges or mother or father. I have no desire whatsoever to see them dead. Excuse me. Your constant babbling is messing with my head. Be honest with yourself, Michelle. You do imagine what it would be like to hold their warm intestines on your hands. Oh my god. That scared me. Free reading rainbow request. What's up, Mr. Baum? Sure, why not? For you, Mr. Baum, anything.
My bombastic man joined Kitten's Brigade. Free reading rainbow request.
Okay, shoot me your story. I'll read it. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it for that 20 months, yo. And thank you so much for that 20 months. Man, it's like almost 2 years. Isn't that scary to think about that? No, you're reading right now. That free reading rainbow. Very scary. Something about over their bodies. Intestines over their bodies. Ah, no, I don't. That's not what I want. Don't lie, Michelle. You climbed the tower. You climbed the door. You sought me. No, I wasn't in control. No, Michelle, you were. Enough! I'm done listening to you. Now, don't take your anger out on inanimate objects. Michelle, do you even know where I am? Where are you? I'm standing behind you. In front of you. Now, I'm beside you. You're just playing around with me, Morgana, mocking me for your own amusement. Not at all, my dear. In fact, I consider you a close friend. Wait, I don't really know. I don't remember what Morgana looks like. I don't know if they described her when she was born and like they were telling her story. Cause I have a theory. Maybe Morgana is the white-haired girl. Maybe she's the white-haired girl. I don't know. No, wait, but then she also has a presence. I don't know who the white-haired girl is anymore. Unless that is supposed to be Michelle as well. Not at all, my dear. In fact, I consider you a close friend. Why would I mock someone who means so much to me? We're not close. You will come to understand in time that we are very much the same. And when you do, you will also know that I am the one person who truly understands you. Enough, enough, enough! Let it all go, Michelle. Curse it all with me. Despise it. Kill it. Make it suffer. Curse it. Please, just stop. And where might you be going, Michelle? Wherever you run, I will always be by your side. I mean, he could just run out of the house. Are you going to pray to God to exorcise me? Now that's quite amusing considering I am the child of... I'm not trying to hurt you, Michelle. On the contrary. Stop talking, please. Just stop. I want to set you free from your misery. I can't take it anymore. Just be quiet. Who's there? I'm here to deliver your monthly package. I see. What? Michelle? Is something the matter? I opened the door and there stood a servant at the Bollinger estate. He seemed to be quite perturbed by the sight of me. I must have looked terrible. Morgana's voice, her words, sapped my spirit dry. A human. A normal person, not a witch or a spirit or a demon. I knew good and well that the servant would never do anything to help me. He wouldn't believe a word I said, but at that point, his humanity was enough for me to latch onto. Help me, please. Pardon? The witch, she talks to me. She never stops talking. I'm begging you, please get me out of here. Let me go back home in your carriage. But please, let me go back. The witch's voice, it's killing me. It won't go away, I can't escape it. Please, I need your help. You've gone mad. What? You're crazy. See, this is why I didn't want this job. Having to deliver supplies to this damned cursed mansion. Having to get anywhere near the Bollinger's youngest child. No, I am perfectly sane. You sold your soul to the devil. So don't think I'm in the dark about that. No, I did no such thing. You're completely insane. No, I'm done with this damn job. It's not worth all the riches in the world. Not if it means I have to be around a lunatic like you for even a minute. Why? I am not crazy. I am perfectly sane. I'm not mad. Michelle, your mind is far, far from sound. I won't hear it. I'm not mad, damn it. I'm not insane. Hee hee. I won't hear it. The wench spent nearly every waking moment of every day at my side, talking and talking and talking about how mean-spirited humans were, how ugly they were, an endless loop of vitriol, and she never seemed to tired of it either. Every single day, on and on and on. She also made a point of reminding me about myself, everything I was trying to get away from. But as much as I fought to ignore her, to not let the things she said in, she slipped past every wall I put up. Her every word warping me. There was no escape. Curse them. Revile them. Remember. Remember the things they did to you. Close your eyes and envision it. Remember. Remember the scorn in their eyes. The way their lips twisted as they laughed. You need only curse them, and you can wipe those reprehensible smirks out of existence. I'm serious. Please stop this, Morgana. Please stop talking to me. I'm begging you. I seriously can't take it anymore. Oh, why would you now say that, my dear? It's just the two of us in this gloomy old house. I don't see what's wrong with a little conversation. Your voice, everything you say, is eating away at me. I care for you, and everything I say is meant to help set you free. So I will continue saying it. You're allowed to hate the people who have wronged you. They don't deserve happiness. Someone who's always smiling for you is someone who's certain to betray you. Someone who values himself above all will not hesitate to put others' lives on the line. Someone who covets wealth and power will sacrifice his friends and family to obtain it. These are the kinds of people you once surrounded yourself with. I have told you repeatedly that I will not curse anyone. Why must you be so stubborn, my dear? I could ask you the same. Why won't you just leave me be? Because I can't stand to see you like this. With one word, you could be free of your pain. But because you insist on shackling yourself to your idea of family, you're making yourself miserable. We are the same type of person, Michelle. The type who has the right to curse others. Regardless of what kind of childhood you had or how much hatred it instilled in you, Michelle, you are a cursed man named after an angel. You need to realize how twisted you are. And soon. I am not twisted. Do you honestly still believe you are normal? Tell me, what's normal about someone who happily embraces a skeleton? Tell me, what's normal about someone who hacks away at a girl's face with a knife? You are not normal, and I will repeat it as many times as I have to. You need to accept that. Why must you hold so tight to your sanity? If you would just let go, you wouldn't have to suffer. No one is going to come and save you, my dear. The only thing that can save you anymore is your loathing. We are the same. I'm nothing like you. I'm not a witch. I'm not cursed. I'm a human. I'm a human. Man? Yes, a man. With that body? Oh, my dear friend. Let me tell you something you should be quite pleased to hear. Do you know that some say about people like you, those who are neither male nor female, that they are like unto God? Like unto God? Indeed. You should have been worshipped for your divinity, but instead your family cursed you. You were not human. From the second life was first breathed into you, your fate was decided. No, you're wrong. If I really were wrong, you would not be here now. You would be back home with your family. Perhaps you would have a pretty little wife, living a normal, happy life together. But you've long since strayed from that path. It's well out of sight now. I have not. I am human. I am a person, a normal person, the youngest son of the Bollinger estate. I am an ordinary man. Not a single person believed me. Not even the witch was willing to consider me human, never mind my family. The archangel whose name I shared looked down on me. The witch I tried to drag me into her world. My past constantly ate away at me. I had been imprisoned in this place for far too long. There was nothing I could do about my body. All of these things combined threatened to break me. I let out a scream, then stumbled out of the room in a frenzy. I had to get out of that place. It didn't matter anymore that I was forbidden from leaving the property. I just wanted all of it out of sight. But they wouldn't let me come home, and then I would run away. Or if they wouldn't let me come home, I would run away. It was all I could do. I wanted to get myself anywhere that might have been even the tiniest bit of light to share with me. I was desperate. Sorry, I'm eating chips. This game is just like lots of reading. I wish there was some voice acting in this one, but there isn't. So I had to do all the voices. Someone. Anyone. Please. Tell me I'm human. Tell me I'm a man. Anyone. Please tell me I'm not cursed. Story time and ASMR. The chip ASMR. Sup, Blue? Thanks for hanging out. But when I opened the door, oh my god, this is blinding my eyes. Searing light pierced my eyes. I know what you feel like, Michelle. Arg. The world quickly went white. I couldn't see a thing. And then... My arm began to burn beneath the sunlight. Black smoke rose from the sizzling flesh. What? Really? Black smoke? His skin was that bad? A sickening stench filled the air. Excruciating pain quickly spread to the rest of my body. Black smoke? Why am I... Water. I slammed the door shut, restoring darkness. Gasping and groaning, I trudged back into the house in search of water, which I'm sure the witch Morgana observed with a great deal of pity. I don't think you're in need of any water. Take another look at yourself. With what little light managed to worm its way into the corridors to guide me, I dragged myself to the chapel, stopping beneath the pale light shining through the stained glass window. How? I wasn't burned. In fact, my skin hadn't even turned the slightest bit pink. There was nothing wrong with me as far as I could see. Where had that pain come from then? And the distinct stench of burning flesh. This is your doing, isn't it, Morgana? I know what you're experiencing. It's happened to me too. Sometimes through enough emotional distress and despair can cause physical pain. The mind and body are much more tightly linked than you think, and your mind is far more damaged than you know. You poor, poor thing. You have my sympathy, my dear. You sad little child. Collapsed on the floor in front of the multicolored window, I felt like the whole world was closed in on me, or perhaps metamorphosing around me. I was completely and utterly cornered, and there was no getting around that, which left me with only one option: to stop fighting and accept the harsh reality before me. It would make everything so much easier. The whole world said that there was something wrong with me, and I was the only person who tried to deny it. So in the world's eyes, that meant there was something wrong with me. I was abnormal. I was irregular. I was mad. I was cursed. I was not human. I was not a man. I am not human or male. Oops. Maybe I should just call myself a witch. I did, however, remain firm in my refusal to curse anyone, unwilling to give up that last piece of my humanity. Everything else I let go of, which took a great deal of weight off me. I stopped caring, and I stopped thinking. I stopped wanting someone to accept me, and I stopped wanting to run away. Sunlight no longer caused me agonizing unseen burns, but in exchange, I became emotionally empty. I discarded my faith and my hope, building a shell of cynicism and closing myself within it, and in time, that became my normal. I began to believe it was what I wanted. Tranquility filled my days. Time trudged onward at an almost imperceptible pace. The witch's whispers no longer caused me aggravation. Just accept it. Essentially, nothing of note happened over the next 2 years. At one point, a man with an unusual disease stumbled across the mansion while wandering through the forest. But there is little more to be said about that. For nothing at all could have convinced me to care about anyone else. Wait, what is this? A man with an unusual disease stumbled across the mansion. See, there's like a mention here about something. You think that means something? I don't know. I spent much of my time sitting before the fireplace. I had covered the stained glass window with drapes, loath to even think about that damned archangel. Staring at the dancing flames, I was able to forget the passage of time. Everything means something. Right, Sincerely? Well, it's like, this game just keeps going with the stories. It's like, because I was saying, like, before, we thought we were, like, getting close to the end. But it's like, no, you have to listen to this person's story. And there's always a new story around the corner. To someone. I suppose that's kind of true in a way. Watching, unblinking, as the red and orange tongues flick back and forth, they seemed to spread outward from the fireplace, consuming me. Whether by the raging infernos of hell or the cleansing fires of purgatory, the thought of being swallowed up and burned to ashes by a massive conflagration was quite pleasant, but those visions never became reality. Tell me, Michelle, what are you thinking right now? Do you still not want to curse them? Look at yourself, Michelle. Look at how you're living. Do you really want this life? Have you ever thought about dying? Michelle, Would you like to die? Hehe, that's the right answer. God has said that taking one's own life is a sin after all. That's good, Michelle. You've made the right decision. And I shall be there with you until the very end, my dear friend. Honestly, part of me did desire death. I just didn't have enough energy to take my own life. Aw, poor Michelle. My mind and spirit were too far decayed. However, in my 10th year, the door opened once more. And time sputtered back into motion. When you showed up, Giselle, everything I had given up on, everything I had thought I'd lost, it all came back. At first, as you know quite well, I was deeply mistrustful of you. I hated having you around, but if I hadn't met you, in all likelihood, I probably would have continued down that path and become a demon. But you seem to me like a rather handsome man. I think I get what you're trying to say, but my mental image of a witch is definitely more a woman. So, you're not a witch. To tell you the truth, I didn't know who might be here, which had led me rather scared, or which had me rather scared. But I think I can make this work. It's a pleasure to meet you, Master. After taking care of Giselle, I returned to my room. I was, to be quite honest, dumbfounded. And it was naturally the witch who stoked the fire of my apprehension. Why would you let that woman stay here? She came from the Bollinger estate, and we both know how you feel about your family. Chase her out. Give her a little scare, and she'll be gone within the day. If you'd rather not, I could always frighten her in your place. A rattling window here, a couple broken glasses there. Small things like that to accentuate the eerie atmosphere. Are you going to say anything? Why do you care about her at all? Oh, now, don't be like that. I live here too, so why shouldn't I care? And I am not fond of noisy people. Or sprightly women like that one. That's something we can both agree on, isn't it? You don't like that woman, do you? The more a person smiles, the less you can trust them. Though I hardly have to tell you that, do I? Stop talking. Now, that's not very polite. This is a family matter. It's none of your concern. I was merely offering to help you rid of a pest. I don't need your help. I will get rid of that woman when I'm ready. But first, I will find out what secrets she's keeping. Then, I will go back to living in peace. Hehe, very well then. That pest has no place in your sweet solitude. The world before you now is so much kinder, so much warmer than the one you used to know. Well, good luck then. And if you need a helping hand, don't hesitate to ask. Oh, and by the way, what now? You've changed, my dear. Hehe, and I like you so much better like this. I always hated how much you reeked of human. You were blessed with a body like unto God. You were personally created by His hands. I could only dream of having what you have, but you only wanted to deny it. Now, though, you act the part much better. A saint resurrected by the closest living thing to God. How many hours have you played? Here, let's see, I don't know what kind of, yeah, I know she kind of sounds lustful. I didn't know what kind of voice to give her, so that's the voice I came up with for the witch. Because she's kind of like a teasing witch. How many hours? Steam says I have played 36.4 hours. Which, thinking back on like other visual novels I played, like lengthy ones, like good ones, like top tier visual novels, that, yeah, that sounds I mean, I kind of guess I kind of guess it's possible I might even reach 50 hours with this one. It says total time is under 28 hours for me, or to complete it. Like, are you looking up a guide as to like how long it usually takes to finish this story? Well, because I'm reading it out loud. If I were to like read this in my head, I could read this stuff like real quick, like much faster. I'd probably read it like double the speed, maybe more than what I'm reading out loud. That's true. In 12 hours, maybe, lol. So, I mean, like, I have 36 hours, so if I estimate it's a 50-hour playthrough, then I might have 14 more hours, so that's possibly 3 more streams. And pausing to reply to the chat. Chat. Thanks a lot, chat, for slowing my playthrough down. But, you know, I mean, I enjoy doing this side chat. Cause like, I don't know, I think I could play these games like offline, but I wanted to stream them and I wanted to read them because I feel like it's kind of pointless not to read if you're gonna stream a game like this. So, you know, if there's not much like voice acting in it, I don't know. That's just my opinion about that. So I'm happy to read it. A saint resurrected by the closest living thing to God. Perhaps this too could be considered a miracle. Hehe. Morgana. Yes? You are a deranged, delusional woman. Why, thank you. What a compliment. Giselle was a woman who smiled a great deal. Her jade eyes seemed to glimmer every time she made a new face. And the more she smiled, the more vibrantly she spoke, the more suspicious I became. I couldn't trust someone who smiled that much, especially not a woman. And the way she kept trying to get friendly with me didn't help that impression at all. I had a hard time believing she honestly wanted to get to know me. I couldn't help but think she was trying to fish for information. Anyone who tried to get close to me had to have some ulterior motive, like Amy, who had only done so to satisfy Mother. Perhaps my mistrust could have been considered paranoia, but even 10 years later, flashes of that nightmare would still come back to me from time to time. It would take more than a few attempts at being nice for me to trust this stranger. Eventually I came to the realization that she was hiding something and I convinced myself it was out of guilt. So I wrote Mother in search of something I could use to tear her down to get her out of here. I should have listened to Giselle rather than Mother or the witch. I had conflated her with Amy in my mind. Conflated? Excuse me. I had a gulp of tea and that made me burp. Conflated. I'm curious about this word. And then sometimes I'll come across words that, like, I want to look up. Combine into one. Okay, interesting. I think I've seen this word. I just don't often see it used. So I was just curious about it. So I was unable to see where the truth really lay. I was only able to perceive her as malicious. So instead of her, I put my faith in Mother's words, despite Mother never once doing the same for me. I mean, what do you think, chat? Like, should I do the next visual novel just like reading it at the pace that I would normally read it at, without reading it out loud next time, and see how fast it flies by? How long it takes me? Would that be interesting? Lol. I've heard people complain about that and say like they watch yeah, someone here was saying they watched someone play a visual novel and they were like clicking by too fast so they couldn't even read the words themselves. And yeah, I could see that too, because it's like if you're not prepared to go at the same speed as the person can read their reading capability, then yeah. Awkward silence chat. and like imagine it was like one that had no voice acting at all, so it's just like just scrolling through all the words and stuff. That's me probably like reading too fast, or I'd be clicking through 20 lines of dialogue forgetting I'm streaming. Oh, I don't know. I read really fast. Like reading aloud is so much more different from reading in your head, right? So, anyhow, I probably won't do that. My beloved daughter, Michelle, I deeply regret having to put you in this situation. I never wanted to let that woman get anywhere near you. She is a witch, a terrible, sinful witch, a dreadful, tainted woman. She lay with my husband, with your father. She's a lowly merchant girl who's wormed her way into our family, so she could exploit your father for money. She committed a grievous sin, the sin of adultery. I tried to have her executed, but your father wouldn't allow it. But instead, he had her banished to atone for her sins, unaware that you already lived there. And I could not tell him either, for that is mine and your brother's secret. I pray you can find it in your heart to forgive your mother for her failings. Forgive me for delivering a witch to you. I would not be surprised if she tried snooping around. She is a ruthless fiend who will do anything for money. Should word of your curse happen to spread, it would surely draw unwanted attention from the church. We have no allies except each other. Michelle, with this letter, I have included a knife. The blade has been blessed with holy water, which should allow it to eradicate the corrupt evil soul of the witch. I ask of you, with all my heart, to send that awful creature back to hell. I feel like reading out loud helps you focus and be more immersed. Kind of. I don't have any problems though reading in my head, and like I definitely could play through these games a lot faster. I probably would. I actually, in fact, I probably would be able to meet the playthrough times that's typical, which is unlike me because normally I take longer in most games. It was storming that night. Erratic claps of thunder ripping through the sky. Giselle let out a panicked scream, shoving me back, and the look in her eyes kicked into motion emotions I thought I'd lost. I knew that face. I knew that scream, because that face had once been mine. I had screamed with the same utter despair at the world. Like, I mean, for me, sometimes when I'm reading aloud, sometimes I'm kind of just like going through the motions and I'm actually just reading the words without really absorbing them. Believe it or not. But yeah, for the most part, I'm usually like, you know, more attentive to what I'm reading aloud. But there have been times where I'll just be like reading it and it's just like, I'm just like in autopilot. So I'm just reading out words that I see there. Back to the way things were. Yes, finally, it's quiet again. I'm honestly surprised she stayed as long as she did. In a way, her tenacity is rather impressive. Not many would persist for so long in the face of such obvious disinterest. But you know, no one would try to get friendly with you without good reason. Information about you carries considerable weight outside these walls. But the looks on her face then. Was that really her just putting on an act because I revealed her scheming? If you think she was afraid of you, you're mistaken. That's how people behave when their sins are brought to light. She was screaming though, and she looked genuinely terrified when she knocked my hand away. You're not going to let a woman's screams cloud your judgment, are you? A woman can make a weapon out of anything. Tears, a smile, fear. The day she arrived, you recognized her smile as fake, so surely you aren't going to fall for this. I'm not falling for anything. I feel like I know that frenzied panic. Something doesn't add up. Just nothing, my dear. In fact, what perplexes me is why you didn't simply kill her when you had the chance. Are you afraid of the sight of blood? The blood of your tormentors had no more worth than that of a wild boar. You should have sliced her throat without a second thought. Though, I suppose that would have made quite the mess. Now that makes more sense. You were not afraid of hurting her. You didn't want the burden of having to clean up afterward. How very like you. Be quiet. Oh, come now. The woman's finally gone, and it's back to just the two of us. And don't you want to talk? Silence, please. Hehe, as you wish. I will celebrate your accomplishment in silence, my dearest friend. I imagine she's out there, half buried in the cold earth by now. I get chills every time I consider where I would be if I had done as Mother asked, if I had killed you, or if out there in the forest you had succumbed to the unforgiving weather. Life had never given me much in the way of good fortune, but you coming back, you being alive, was absolutely a blessing. I am done. I can't take it. I'm through with this whole world. You don't have any idea what I went through there, how hard it was just to keep myself together. Giselle, I do understand. I know very well how difficult, how painful it could be for no one to believe you, for no one to accept you. I know far too well what it's like to scream that you're done with this whole damned world, and I truly do. That day, for the first time, we saw past the surface. We got to know each other as people. It was nothing more than a single small step, but for us, it was like we had moved a mountain. I still remember how the light felt as it shone through the windows we opened together. It didn't burn. And while this might sound melodramatic, I feel safe in saying it was probably the gentlest light I'd ever felt in my life. That smug emote. She's so chubby looking, it's cute. Following my reconciliation with Giselle, I started turning back into my old self. Well, I suppose it's not quite correct. I felt a comfort and peace with myself that I never had before. That may have been the first time I was really human. Having someone else around began to feel normal. It was something I was certain I would never have. It was incredible. Though, to someone else, our time together may have seemed frivolous and empty, our conversations meaningless chatter. I had never thought the day could come when someone would laugh at something I said, when someone would smile at the sight of me. However trivial, seeing Giselle smile made me happy. Oh, darn it! Where'd you get off to? Are you here? Are you in the vase? What's all the racket? Is something the matter? Ah, Master. Yes, a cat. Huh? A cat? A naughty little cat's been sneaking to the cellar the past few days, so I'm trying to catch him. If you happen to come across him, don't let him get away. Right. And what will you do once you've caught him? Well, I don't want to punish him, that would be mean. If he insists on coming back, I think I'll take him in and teach him how to be a house cat. You mean to keep him? Are you not fond of cats, Master? I don't mind them, no. Then, there you have it. I hope he doesn't take too long to warm up to us. Maybe it'll help if you give him a name? Oh, a name! That's a great idea. What should we call him then? You decide, Master. You want me to pick a name? This is your house after all. So it's only right you would be the one to choose. I ended up naming both our kittens. I'm not sure I follow that reasoning. What does the cat look like? Well, he's wild, so he's dirty, I guess? He's kinda got some spots here and there. Is he ugly? I'd say so, yeah. Alright then. Ugly Speckles, MK2. Wait, what is this MK2? What is this MK2 reference? That's a name? Why on earth would you want to call something that? And what does MK2 even mean? Be quiet. It's on you if he runs away, Master. Mark II? Yeah, what does that mean, Mark II? Like, I've heard that, for, like, units and stuff like that. My time with Giselle made a normal person out of me. Made me able to tell stupid jokes, to get frustrated or surprised or exasperated. I started showing actual emotion. Our silly, meaningless banter became something precious. My heart of stone began to soften. I thought it's a version. Oh, okay, Mark II. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. I've usually seen that pop up for, like, I guess machines or something? Mark II or Mark II often refers to the second version of a product, frequently military hardware. Oh, okay, well, that maybe makes sense or some sense. The world she created for me was what I had yearned for my whole life. Having lost half of it in prison and spent the other half playing an identity that conflicted with how I felt in my heart. It was the first time I genuinely felt like I was allowed to be myself. It's used in Iron Man a lot. I've seen it used in, I've seen it used in, like, Subnautica. They say the Prawn Suit Mark II or whatever. The upgraded versions, so... I never knew that Mark II was actually, like, is just a denotion of the, upgraded version. Second version. Yeah, and used in Gundam and stuff, so... That's why I said it's usually used for, like, machines or units. Yeesh, you're not a kid, so don't be so picky. It's not good for you. You make a mockery of the culinary arts. I've heard quite enough, Master. It sounds like I'm going to put your taste buds through some intense rehabilitation. How about this, Master? Play a game against me. And of course, if you're open to it, it doesn't have to end there. We can continue getting to know each other for years to come. Yes. Giselle. Though I did my best to not show it, I think that I treasured our time together even more than you did. I'd latched onto it, desperately refusing to let go. I needed it, and I needed you. Are you listening, Morgana? I can hear you just fine, my dear. What brings you all the way up here? You know you can call me from anywhere in the house. My bonds to this tower have been broken. This is a conversation we can only have here. The place where we first met. It's time for us to part ways. My desires haven't changed since our first encounter. I wish to be a person. To be a man? Exactly. When I'm with Giselle, I am that. She makes me into the person I always wanted to be. And now you wish to be rid of me, so you can complete your descent into the realm of the unclean? I do. Haha, you came all the way up here just to tell me that? A needless formality. I'm sorry, Michelle, but we are kindred spirits, as much as you may want to deny it. You could be second to only God, yet you spurn his gift. I'm nothing like you. I am a human, nothing more. I shall not condemn you for your unyielding resolve, but rather pity you for being so utterly blind. Allow me to make a prediction before I depart, Michelle, cursed namesake of an archangel. You may think you're making some sort of progress, but the fact of the matter is, you've gone nowhere. With that smile of Giselle's, be able to withstand your secret? You know better than anyone that no one can accept what you are, not even her. You will never be with anyone. I understand that. No, Michelle, you don't understand, but you will soon enough. What you have now is not true happiness. It's empty, naught but a masquerade. And when the night is over, the masks will come off. So what if it isn't permanent, isn't real? Does being ephemeral make it worthless? Why can I not want something that doesn't last forever? This is the first time I've ever found joy in life. These moments of happiness only serve to worsen the loss. The sweeter the honey, the more you despair when the pot runs dry. Sooner or later, you will return to me, begging for my help. and I have every intention of giving it to you. I will not hold this over you either, for when you come to me, it will be in the time of your utmost despair, and when your little paradise finally comes crumbling down, you will become what I am. So I will take my leave from your side in anticipation of that day. Until we meet again, my dear. Oh, hello, Master. I was just looking for you. I heated up some wine and thought you might... Is something the matter? No, I'm fine. Thank you. No, it's nothing. All I did was warm it over a fire. Are you sure nothing's the matter? I shouldn't be hearing the witch's voice anymore. So yes, I am fine. Oh, wow! That's wonderful news, Master. It is. Giselle seemed quite relieved when I informed her the witch would no longer be bothering me. I knew she didn't believe in the witch, but that wasn't what mattered. What did matter was that, despite unlikely questioning my sanity when I first told her about it, she hadn't tried to pull away. She treated me the same as before. She never stopped smiling, and that meant so much more than whether or not she believed in the witch. With Morgana's voice no longer constantly in my ears, my life started to feel like some approximation of normal. In fact, I would say I was probably happier than most. Nevertheless, I intended to keep a certain degree of distance between us, for what the witch had said rang truer than I wanted to admit. You will never be with anyone. Having been born into this body, that was my reality, and there was nothing I could do to change it. I had come to accept that, or so I'd thought. I wasn't going to covet what I couldn't have, but I had gotten a taste of that sweet happiness. I had started to develop a great affection for that smile, and as much as I tried to tell myself I just was getting caught up, and as much as I tried to tell myself I was just getting caught up in the moment, that the feelings would pass in time, I found myself unable to restrain the swelling of emotions within me. That day by the fireplace, I thought that all I wanted from you was friendship, to have you in my life, always nearby. I thought that if we were simply friends, I would still be able to see that smile, even if you were to learn what I was. That if we were merely friends, you would be able to accept that. So I would keep these things I felt inside at all costs. However, with each passing day, with each gentle smile, my affection for you swelled. It reached a point where, as hard as I tried to keep it contained, all it would take was the slightest nudge for it to come spilling out, and it made me desire what was out of reach. I was convinced I had changed, because this happiness would become my everyday. I had no right to any such thing, but I came to wish that I could be the center of your life. I yearned for you, and I wanted you to yearn for me. And like the fool I am, I thought that with you, it might even be possible. Really close to the end. Hello, Vivi. Hello. Is it Wine Wine? Wine Wine Vivi. Yeah, that's the Miku song. It's the Miku song. Honestly, it's no trouble, I mean it. You just took me by surprise, that's all. I am pleased. It doesn't matter how it turns out, you drew it for me, Master. Whether it's good or bad is irrelevant. I would be happy with anything drawn for me by the man I love. Wait, D plus? What do you mean by D plus, Mr. Bob? That one word set me into motion, for I had long since fallen deeply, utterly in love with you, and there was no escaping that. So now we're just looking at the events through Michelle's eyes, so... Listen very carefully. I love you I love you so much, I feel like my heart is going to explode. D equals? Oh, oh, you're talking about her chest size. Giselle has huge boobs. Yeah, she's got quite the rack. Nevertheless, there was also no escaping my past, what I was, knowing I could never truly be with you, that I could do nothing about this body. I pushed you away. But seeing all the color drain from your face, I knew I had to take that step. I thought that maybe you could change my world, if you really did love me as much as you did. Together, we could change everything. We could walk a new path side by side. And so, I decided to trust my heart. Yeah, they're probably, they're actually probably D's or even bigger than D's. Ah, I'm in heaven! Ah, I'm so happy I could cry. I too was elated. Oh, the naked scene. The naked scene. Giselle, I'm sure you thought I was a kind-hearted man, that my love for you was pure and chaste, and I wanted to be that for you, but beneath the surface lurked indecent desires. Despite saying I didn't want to hurt you, that just having you by my side was enough, my desire bubbled up at the warmth of your skin. I wanted to let that heat take over, to let my hands run free. I could feel it burning inside me. I longed for intimacy, not just emotionally, but physically. I wished I could lay you down on my bed and satisfy those desires. I wanted to make love to you. Unfortunately, that was not possible. I didn't have the ability. No matter how hard I try, my body lacks the capability to be one with you. I can pray, and I can long, and I can wish all I want, but my body will never be what I want it to be. Did he kill the bitch? No. If you remember, or maybe you don't remember, but before we started Michelle's story, Giselle found out the truth about his body, that he was not a man. Yeah, basically she finds out that he wasn't a man and that he doesn't have man parts or something like that. Or the implication that he was a girl before she met him. What? What are you confused about, sincerely? Basically, Michelle has no penis, okay? He looks like a dude. He just is lacking a penis. I don't know what else he has. I don't know, but obviously he was born with parts that resemble the girl's parts. So maybe he has a hoo-ha. I don't know. I mean, the one that let him nearly die? No. I think, as far as we know, Amy is still alive. She didn't pass away or anything. He chose not to curse her, even though he hated her a lot and he thought that she deserved it, but he didn't want to, I don't know, he didn't want to curse her, even though he had the opportunity to. But you still have the other parts like tongue, hands, and they can be scissor friends. Bad story, 0 out of 10. I'm curious though as to what he could have been really, like, realistically, like IRL. Like, what does that make him? I don't know if you were here, Mr. Bond, before when, like, we were going over, when we were, like, kind of discussing this, like, there have been, like, medical cases where, babies have been born with, like, both parts or something, right? Or maybe, like, one part was hidden, like, you know, testes were hidden inside the body. Yeah, hermaphrodites. Okay. But he doesn't have a penis at all. So, like, do these hermaphrodites, is it possible to develop a penis later on? I don't know. I don't really know much about it. But it's kind of interesting to think about it. Never heard of foreplay. Yeah, I know. It's like... And it's funny because he has desires too. Like, Michelle has these strong desires, even though he's lacking parts, I guess? I don't know. He must have testicles, because that's probably what's giving him, like, these sort of urges, at least. Don't mind me just developing my penis. We have three genders, male, female, and diverse. That diverse. Wait, hold on, huh? This line here that I just don't noticed it. I am gray. I am gray. Christian Grey. Just kidding. I know he's referring to like his genders, I guess, here. This line here is referring to his gray gender. I mean by law, yes. Yes, I know exactly what you mean, Vivi. But yes, there are so many like what we consider identities out there, you know. But yes, like a lot of people like to look at that as very black and white. Oh, you were born with these parts, so you are this, you know? I thought there were 52 genders. I've kind of lost track of how many there are out there, but there are a lot of different identities and I guess what we call genders. Try to define as genders. So I've always known my true color. I have no way of becoming it. My heart has always known what I am, but the world refuses to accept it. Every time I claim I'm normal, 5 say I'm an abomination. Would it really have been too much to ask for me to be born normal? To let me be who I truly am? So I guess he identifies as a male, but he clearly was not born with all the male parts. No, not for transgenders, for intersexual. I don't know. I guess. But is he even considered transgendered though? Michelle? Is that really so much to ask? No. Yeah, I'm not too sure. I'm not entirely too sure what Michelle is. Things began to change when I learned my father, Antonin, had passed away. Georges would, I assumed, be busy preparing to take his place. And if what he had said was true, then I would have been welcomed back to the estate. I would no longer be a demon child, but a member of the Bollinger family once more. Deep down, though, I couldn't completely believe it would actually happen. After 11 years in exile, I had no idea how they felt about me anymore. Would they even remember a promise they made so long ago? Fear that they wouldn't have threatened to consume me? But, wait, hold on, what? Oh, whoops, I read that wrong. Fear that they wouldn't threaten to consume me. Wait, that sentence makes no sense. Fear that they wouldn't threaten to consume me. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, here. This is how you read it. Fear that they wouldn't threaten to consume me. But Giselle, as she often seemed to do, put my mind at ease. Okay, so fear at them not making good on their promise. Okay. Yeah, so how are we gonna categorize binaural organs for body transplants? Better yet, don't answer that, lol. My head's hurting all of a sudden thinking about all that. Yeah. But no, I know what you guys are getting at here. No matter where I go, you'll be there with me, Michelle. It's true, I am nervous not knowing what the future holds. But not in a scared something bad might happen kind of way. It's more of a jittery, excited anxiousness. I'm confident the two of us can overcome anything, no matter what obstacles may come our way. Together, we can create an even more wonderful future. Could I believe her? Could I have faith in her wonderful future? That she would always be there with me? That we would return to the estate and finally move on with our lives? That together we could create a future? No, that wasn't a question. I wanted to have faith. I wanted to believe as much as she did. I wanted to believe that, even if I was gray, I could have a normal life together with her. She had rescued me from the depths of hell, and now I wanted to make her happy. After taking that step in our relationship, excuse me, I made numerous attempts to reveal the truth about what I was. But every time I tried, sharp pain gripped my chest and my words faded into nothing before they could reach my lips. I knew that if our relationship were to continue, I would have to tell her eventually, but merely imagining her face twisted in disgust nearly crushed me. She was everything to me. And so, as we prepared for our departure, I decided it was time to make some changes. You know, You know the day that she decided to like reveal her body to him because she was so like traumatized by her experiences of being raped. So she wanted to like get it over with and like show her body to him because she wanted to be with him that badly. Like, why didn't he choose that opportunity to show her his body, you know? Today, you can use a vein from the arm, and that is their double, and skin to form a so-called pencil with a small pump in one of those testicles for erection. What? What are you talking about? Wow, not pencil. Oh my god. Your autocorrect is so funny, Vivi. I've been I get to be so concerned. Please don't use a pencil. No, don't. I don't even think I read that right. Oh no. Now that quote's gonna be there for all of eternity. Like, wait, today you can use a vein from the arm that is their double and skin to form a so-called pencil with a small pump and one of the testicle for an erection. So they install a pump into the testicle to like pull off an erection in the pencil. Yes, we're just we're just gonna go with the word pencil now. Forevermore. Oh, Phoebe, so you know how I said I got a new phone? I've been using the phone for a little bit, and yeah, I've been noticing that the autocorrect kind of takes over. On my other phone, it did a really great job, and it wouldn't correct words unless I hit it. But this one kind of autocorrects, so I gotta tweak this phone. So I'm still struggling to tweak it. Samsung autocorrect is really bad. No, on my other phone it wasn't, and that's a Samsung. So you have to learn to tweak it. You have to learn to teach and tweak your autocorrect to behave the way you want it to. But once you get it like set up correctly, it'll be really good. Yeah? Wait, I don't know if Mr. Baum is agreeing with me or if he's agreeing with Sincerely. But yeah, I gotta get it set up the same way I had it on my other phone, on my old phone. I kind of miss typing on my old phone. I have swipe type yeah, autocorrect adapts. Yeah, you can adapt it. You can teach it too as well. Like if it's popping up certain words that you don't want it to pop up, you can always remove those, that sort of thing. But yeah, I had a really good autocorrect on my old phone, so I gotta install stuff and tweak that. I used to use like swipe, which apparently doesn't come default on this current phone, so I'm gonna have to look for that. And that was really good because I was able to type really fast on it. You might try Apple this year. How dare you? How dare you, Mr. Pop? I just adapted to my autocorrect by getting upset every time it autocorrects wrong. Oh no. Oh no. You can actually turn that off too. Like you can suppress your autocorrect so that it doesn't go back and correct words it thinks it should be correcting. You can turn that off. So that way you're when it wants to autocorrect and it pops up suggestions for you, then you can like manually tap the word that you really want from the autocorrect. Problem. I don't know how to spell words in English. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, Vivi, is it possible, couldn't you possibly like install English keyboard on your phone, and that way you can switch between English and German keyboards? I think that's the problem because you're trying to type English on a German keyboard, so then your German autocorrect kicks in, and that's gonna give you a lot of problems, right? You can probably find a way to like swap between the keyboards and just find ways to swap quickly between them when you need to. Is Vivi Germania? She is German, yes. She is of the Deutsch language. It is? Oh. It is set to English keyboard, then I don't know. Get good. Get good at spelling. Oh. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Attention, I do that. Well, I guess good luck with it. And so, as we prepared for a departure, I decided it was time to make some changes. It was time for me to break out of my rut. And what happened next depended largely on whether Mother and my brothers were willing to accept me as a man. The course my future took was in their hands, in their hearts. If they couldn't accept me, then I couldn't return home. I prayed from the bottom of my heart that things would turn out for the best, that my family would accept me for who I was, and that they would accept what I had with Giselle. I decided I would tell Giselle everything after I received their responses, and I hoped dearly that she would join me wherever I ended up. I couldn't provide Giselle the same kind of happiness a normal man could, but if she and my family accepted me, I would do anything I could to build a happy family with her in my own way. And so, I sat down to write. Dear Mother, there is something I wish to tell you, something that means a great deal to me, so I ask you, please hear me out. And I ask you, please accept it. Mother, I no longer bear any resentment for my present lot in life. Nevertheless, I would ask of you to concede one thing, that I was never cursed, that I was always your son, that I am Michelle, not Michel. I have found someone whom I care for dearly, a woman, and I love her with all my heart. I would like to spend the rest of my life with her. I do not wish for much, simply to have a quiet life with her. To get through our days together, man and woman, that is the one thing I want. Mother, I know you're aware that my body is no longer female. I am a man. My heart is male. And I ask of you to please accept that. I have no grudge with you. In fact, I'm incredibly grateful to you for bringing me into this world. With love, your dearest son. But rather than a reply, I received a visit from knights ordered to kill me. Cute, so sad. And a very violent response to a letter. It's like, I just wanted you to, you know, answer me in a letter and not just send people to kill me. Michelle, so tell me, why do you think this is your fault? Why is this your curse? Or what is your curse? Your curse. It isn't just the color of your hair and eyes, is it? There's more to it, isn't there? There's something else, isn't there? Can you hear me, Morgana? Morgana! Please say something. Morgana! Your predictions, they were right. I was a fool and you can laugh at me all you want, so please say something. That forever running up them stairs. Death! Death to the unholy one! Death to the heretic! Death to the witch! Why won't you answer me, Morgana? Why can I not feel you there beside me? You said you would help me when I came for it. Well, here I am, begging for your help. Please, come back to me just this once. I know you're there somewhere. Please, before they break down the door. Michelle, I'm all right. It's okay, Michelle. I'm not scared. You're here with me after all. I'm fine. It's all fine. So please, hold me until it's all over. Please stay with me. Michelle, my dear, why would you ever believe that fairy tale nonsense? Why would you ever think a wonderful future awaited you? Morgana, here you are now, wretched, pitiful. For that you have my sympathy. I will help you in your time of need. Finally you speak. Michelle? I can feel the despair emanating from you. You hate it. It kills you. This is how you're rewarded for fighting to be yourself. You know exactly who sent those knights, don't you? They rejected you. Rejected what you are. Hey, Michelle, are you alright? Your family, unable to accept your body and heart, branded you a heretic and handed you over to the church. Yes, they did. And did you hear what the knights were saying? They even accused you of being a witch, taking my sins and placed them on you. Come back to me, Michelle. You hate them, don't you? You want to curse them, don't you? You want to kill them, don't you? I shall grant you that wish. Out of your hatred and despair, I shall make my own wish. And that wish shall become a curse upon your family's wicked souls. You'll grant my wish then, Morgana? Yes, yes, absolutely. Tell me what it is you want, my poor darling. Michelle. Sorry, that was Giselle. Michelle. Let your contempt flow free. Give me the names of those you want cursed. I want you to protect her. Excuse me? If they find her, she would be accused of abetting a witch and executed as well. So please, use your power to keep her safe. You said you would grant my wish, did you not? That was not the wish I was hoping for. I know, but that's the wish I want you to grant. Morgana, then offer me something in return. Such a disappointing wish will require sacrifice. Step beyond that door, my dear, and witness ultimate despair. That was my plan anyway. As long as I am considered a heretic and marked for death, my being alive puts Giselle in danger. Indeed it does. Yet here you are, shaking like a scared little child. Of course I'm scared. There isn't a single person who doesn't fear death. Please, keep her safe. You're the only one who can help me, Morgana. You have my word. From this moment, I vow to protect her life. Thank you. Giselle, please hear me out, Giselle. I never thought anything good would become of my life. I never thought I would find anyone who truly understood me, who would be happy to have my love. And for that, I hated the world. I was in constant torment, living in the shadows. But then, a single ray of light shone down on me. Michelle. You, Giselle. You delivered me from the darkness. I'm scared, Giselle. I'm terrified. I used to think my life was meaningless and it didn't matter if I lived or died. But now, I can't stop shaking. That's perfectly normal. I'm scared to death too, but what scares me most is losing you. Michelle. So please, allow me to repay you. I said I would do anything for you, so let me do this. I haven't given you anything. I haven't done anything for you. So give me one final chance. Michelle! What are you doing? Get back in here, Michelle! What? Why? The door! I can't open it! Michelle! Michelle! What did you do to the door? Come on, get back in here! I guess you really can perform miracles, Morgana. I don't want to lose you either. I know that by doing this I will bring you pain, Giselle. But I can't make you happy no matter how hard I try. And I realize that now. Say something, Michelle. You're out there, aren't you? Please, please don't do anything rash. They're going to kill you if you're out there. Giselle, the witch told me. What? That she would ensure your safety. Michelle, she isn't real. There is no witch talking to you. It's all in your head. A figment of your imagination created to alleviate your loneliness. Rest assured, she does not lie. Michelle! I pray that someday she will be able to get past this, to move on with her life. She needs to know that's what I want. I have to find the right words. I'm pathetic. My voice is too shaky. Please, listen. You are a wonderful woman, Giselle. Spirited, true to yourself, deeply sympathetic. You are not to blame for how difficult your life has been. Most of the fault lies with me, and a bit of bad fortune. Michelle, like, Michelle? It's supposed to be Michelle because the name Michelle is supposed to resemble the female name Michelle. So that's why when it's said out loud, they both sound the same. They even clarified it in the story. Yeah. I was confused about how to pronounce it at first when I saw the name, but they did clarify that at one point in the game, and they're like, even though the it's pronounced the same way, it's still the same. It makes the name mean something else because one's masculine and one's a feminine form of the name. But that's all behind you now. Once this is over, you can start anew. What are you talking about? So, survive, live a good, fulfilling life. Move past this, live your life, and always love your family. I know you can do it. That is my wish for you. No, I don't. I don't want that. I want to be with you. No one else but you. I don't want to let you die. There it is. Death to the heretic. Death to the heretic. Death to the heretic. Get back in here, Michelle. Open the door. If my choice is to live on without you, I'd rather. Your scars will heal. You'll find a nice man and have a wonderful family. Why? Because you have a good family. You have a mother and sister who love you. If you were to be executed here with me, you would be marked a heretic as well, and your family would be condemned. I don't want anyone else to suffer that kind of disgrace, but I can't tell you any of that, because I don't want you looking into why I am a heretic. So this is where we part ways, Giselle. Thank you, Giselle, for bringing light to my world. Don't say that! The year we shared together, and the months since our relationship blossomed, have been the brightest days of my life. But if there's a next life, I hope you don't mind if I pray that we're able to meet again. And this time, that we can find each other once more in another world. In a body that better suits me. Michelle! Sorry, my throat's like starting to get phlegmy. Michelle. I had a thought. I was prepared. Oh, this is the moment where we get to see if who was talking to him. Excuse me. So I think the prediction here is that it was his brother that came to kill him. That I was doing something good, something I could be proud of. That I would give my life for her with head held high. But it wasn't long before I realized what the witch had meant. What she had warned me about. When she had said, ultimate despair waited beyond this door. It is our holy duty as knights of the church to deliver punishment unto the heathen who made a pact with the devil. You are sentenced to death, your body to be hanged upon the cross for 3 days and 3 nights, wherein your unholy flesh shall be purified by the fires of heaven. What are you doing here? I stared up at the night, eyes wide, for the voice from within the helm. Didier belonged to my older brother. You shall now be executed. Do you have any final words? I knew well enough that Mother was not in her right mind, and while her refusal to accept me had hurt, at the same time I had somewhat expected it. It made sense to me in her madness. Mother had declared me a heretic and reported me to the church. But this? But Didier? Men wield swords and fight against dangerous enemies, and they do so to protect the weak, women, and children. I am here to protect you and your mother. Hypocrite! What are you doing here? Why are you pointing your sword at me? Are you smiling behind that cold steel helm, frowning, or staring expressionlessly? Though your transformation was too much for Mother and Father to accept, with enough time, everything will go back to the way it was before, just like it did for myself and Georges. None of this is your fault. It was all unfortunate timing. Where is Truck-kun when we need him? What is Truck-kun again? I know that's a meme, but I don't know what Truck-kun means in this context. You said that it would all go back to normal eventually. Can I trust that even if the whole world says I'm cursed? That you'll always be by my side and that you'll always be my brothers? Can I put my trust in you once more, Didier, Georges? You absolutely can, Michel. I swear on God on high. Did your vow have any meaning at all? I spent years in this dark house waiting, believing you would come through for me. So why? Why are you standing there, a half-frozen knight at your back? Or wait, did I say... Oh, half-dozen. Why did I say half-frozen? I read half-frozen. Isekai them to a new life. Oh, okay, trucking. Sorry, I haven't watched enough isekai animes where the truck kills the dude and knocks him into another world. Saying I am to be executed. Why? Didier. Ugh. Do not cry. Don't you dare cry, Michel. You're standing here in front of this door as a man protecting the woman he loves. So you mustn't cry. Who is it you are sentencing to death? Michel Bollinger, or a demon child, naturally. Or a witch, perhaps. But why? If I'm not an angel sent from heaven, or a demon child, then what am I? What on earth am I? What are you? You're a Bollinger. You're our family. And that's all there is to it. I thought we were brothers. Our familial bonds have long since been severed, cursed witch. Ah, now I see Giselle. This world never had a place for me. I was never welcome here. Kill him! I wonder what, I wonder what caused Didier to change his mind. Are we gonna... Okay, is there gonna be more stories looking at it from Didier's point of view and George's point of view? I wouldn't be surprised. So many blades pierced my flesh. Didier's sword in my chest, lances in my arms and shoulders, arrows in both of my legs. Wait, why would they... Okay, they're in the tower. Wouldn't it be like close quarters? So why are they using arrows or crossbows in like a tiny tower stairwell? Like, I imagine it's kind of cramped in there. So like, why were they using arrows? Just saying. Anyway, I could hardly even tell what hurt anymore. But the pain from within was much clearer. My heart cracked audibly before shattering completely. Don't cry. Do not cry. Tears will only make me more pitiful. So don't you cry, Michel. Don't cry. I believed in you. Didier. When I was younger, I idolized you. Those broad shoulders, muscular arms, gentle eyes, everything you said. Your simple but pure desire to become a knight. I thought, if I could be like you, then I could be proud of who I was. Though that might have faded somewhat after being locked away for so long. My adoration for you never went away. I thought you of everyone else would accept me for who I am, and I thought you would celebrate my relationship with Giselle, that you would put those big hands on my shoulders, a smile on your face, and say, I'm happy for you, that you would welcome her into the family, that we could go on outings together on cloudy days, and maybe she could make something for us. She's a pretty good cook after all. Georges would rifle through the basket before lunch, and Didier would scold him. I would be there watching, a proud smile on my face. Notice that George's wife isn't there. Amy. As unlikely, as out of reach as I knew it was, I still dreamed of a life like that. I had the faintest hope that when we saw each other again, that dream might come true. Didier, I put my faith in you. Such utter betrayal, guys. That's so sad. His brother of all people betrayed him. Betrayed him. I don't know what George's stance would have been, but like it's like clear that Didier was there to kill him, right? I wonder if George's was in on it too. And so my life came to an end. But that wasn't the end of the story. Rainer is a bad brother too. So Didier and Rainer kind of have something in common. I don't know if what comes next could be called my story, but my memories of these events linger in my soul. Guys, this is another story. This game never ends. So my prediction that this game is probably going to extend to 50 hours is probably correct. And as I said before, I've probably played like, Steam says 36.4 hours, so maybe about 37 hours now at this point. Oops. Sure, we'll save. Mutilated body. After being pierced by Didier's blade, I found myself looking down upon my own corpse. How could I ever imagine that I would be made to witness my own misery even in death? I watched as my eldest brother dragged me to the place of my crucifixion, and my soul, evidently still bound to my flesh, was dragged along with it against my will down to the nearby village. The knights! The knights have returned from their holy quest! Oh, how we've waited your arrival! How glorious it is to see you! Waiting for us there was a cluster of villagers. A large cross lay on the ground in the center of the square. Holding torches, they formed a crowd around the knights, several of them familiar faces. The men who had come to ransack the mansion were standing there, staring at my body in awe. I can't remember how I did this guy's voice. Ah, the Lord's judgment has been delivered unto the witch of the cursed mansion by his holy servants. And no longer shall we live in fear of the curse befalling us. Eternal peace is assured. We have assembled all the tools you need to execute your divine mission, a cross befitting of such a heinous sinner. The witch threatened to curse us, sullied our pure ears with its blasphemy. I had done no such thing. I hadn't cursed anyone. I had merely been defending myself. They had been armed and outnumbered me, so I had said what was necessary to chase them off. Our poor harvest and our suffering at the hands of the greedy lord were all the work of the witch. Why then were they acting like I was at fault? Why was I the sinner, and why did I need to be judged? My soul trembled at the overwhelming fervor consuming the crowd, their zealous desire to see the judgment cast. So I prayed. I asked God to grant me the smallest of miracles, to let my voice reach my brother who carried my body. I could eat you like a corn dog, I don't know. This still happens today in many parts of the world, like crucifixion. That's kind of pretty, fucked up, baby. That's fucked up. But I believe it. Please, don't do this, Didier. Please hear my voice. You know me better than that. You know I've done nothing wrong. He's still begging for his brother to not do anything, even though his brother actually killed him. He stuck a sword in him. So. These men smirking at the sight of my body. They're the ones putting the blame for their sins on me. Please tell me you at least didn't think I did those things. Don't put me on that cross. If it was Mother who sold me out of the church, then surely you can give me a respectable burial. The nails and rope for the crucifixion are here. We would have you, O knight, deliver the Lord's judgment unto this vile witch. Didier, why do you say nothing? Why do you accept the tools this man presents you? Tools meant to punish me. Tell me, Didier. Crucifixion! Crucify it! Crucify the witch! My brother lowered my corpse to the ground and began removing my clothing, and in that very moment, I realized the purpose of hanging someone from a cross. Overwhelmed by hopelessness, tears streamed down my face. Please, anything but that. I'm begging you. Don't expose me to these people. Don't expose my body, Didier. I'm begging you. Don't do it. But of course, my voice had no way of reaching him, and he proceeded to remove my clothing, piece by piece, until I was left fully nude. For a brief moment, an unpleasant silence spread throughout the crowd. The erratic crackling of their torches was the only sound that could be heard in the square. And then, with a mocking laugh, one man spoke. Okay, I sweep. 9 to 6 tomorrow. Okay, good night to Taco. Thanks for stopping by to say hi, and hope you get some really good rest for your shift tomorrow. Hope you have a good work shift tomorrow. Yes, but I mean this Inquisition, I mean. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, as long as religion is still around, I definitely believe that Inquisition still exists. Ah, so there it is, the devilish creature. Don't look at me, please look away. Or just get it over with and burn me now. Burn my body, please. One simple thing was all I was missing. I had a frame like a man. I lacked the breasts of a woman. My heart was male. I was in love with a woman. You sold your soul to the devil, and this is what you became. This frightful, reprehensible creature. To dare defile the sacred body God blessed you with. Was that what people really thought of me? Was there no way to make them understand? Could they not possibly imagine how miserable it was to live in a body that didn't fit the shape of your soul? Was there no way to get through to them, not even the slightest bit? That all I wanted was to be what I felt I was? Was that really so heinous a crime? Please, Didier, stop this. Don't humiliate me any further. Please, just let me depart this world in peace. Carry my body away from this place. That's all I ask. And if you can't do that, then at least burn me instead. Didier. Didier. He then placed my body upon the cross, bound my arms together at the wrists with rope, and then drove a nail through the palms. I couldn't look away. I tried to close my eyes, but I couldn't. My vision remained perfectly clear despite the constant stream of tears. When he was finished attaching my body to the cross, he and several other knights lifted it off the ground, planting it in the center of the village square. The villagers showered the knights with their praise and gratitude. Not for their lack of trying, I was unable to get away from the cross. My soul was trapped there along with my body. Didier didn't say a word the entire time. Does not have to be a religious inquisition. Also, hey everyone. Hello, Corruptronic. How you doing, man? How you doing? Inquisitors, Crusaders, well, like, you know, I guess wherever they question people, I guess. And brand them as a heretic. After a full day hanging there, grotesque blackish splotches began appearing on my lower body. Everyone who saw it grimaced in disgust. The knights, Didier included, had long since taken their leave, leaving my soul behind, curled up at the base of the cross. Oh, poor Michel. He still had to suffer. He had to still suffer this humiliation. Doing well, how are you? I'm doing okay. This story is just so sad. It just drags on with its tragedy. It drags on with its tragedy for Michel. A constant stream of tears ran down his face. So Michel is basically dead, and his soul is trapped there by his body, waiting for, I don't know, release, I guess. And they put him up on the cross. So, despite all my prayers, I remained bound to that place, left to rot on the cross with my body. Passersby threw rocks or spat on me. Children laughed. A mother warned her daughter to always obey God's teachings. By 48 hours, black-feathered birds and maggots had appeared to devour my rotting flesh. I couldn't imagine any less pleasant a sight than my own body decaying in the sunlight, exposed for all to see. A group of children assembled in the square not too far from the cross, and soon after, a competition began to see who could take down the evil witch. They gathered all the rocks they could find and started throwing them at my corpse as hard as they could. The stones ripped through my decomposing flesh, exposing bits of bone. Eventually, they settled on the winner, the one who had torn off the most flesh, and went on their way. And when they were gone, the birds flocked in to take their place. The third day and night came and went, and at sunrise on the fourth day, I received a visitor. "Watch your step, madam. The crucifix is this way." After everything I had been through, I thought nothing more could possibly affect me. I had sunk as far down into the abyss as I could go. However, let me guess, it's his mom? It's his mom! I can't see the picture? What picture? There's no picture really yet. This is a kind of background image of sorts. There's no picture of there's no picture of Michelle decaying on a cross. That'd be quite the drawing, wouldn't it? I guess they felt that would be too far. Mother! I was right. It was his mom. His mom showed up for the fourth day. I knew it was her instantly. She was older and bonier than I remembered. She had bags under her eyes, so dark they looked like bruises. Her once lustrous blonde hair had faded almost white, but I would always recognize my own mother. "What are you doing here, mother?" "Father, in the 13 years since I..." Oh wait, that's not her voice. "In the 13 years since I had last heard mother's voice, it had grown raspy and weak." Okay, so we gotta go for a raspy and weak voice. I'm trying to get the dude like, no! It's too disturbing. Michelle is such a beautiful soul, but then to have this happen to him. But there were still distinct traces in it of the woman who had raised me, who had stayed at my bedside when I was sick. Though I lacked a physical body, I still felt a deep, piercing chill at the sound of her voice. "Father, this is not my daughter. I did not birth this accursed thing. No, 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 I am her victim. For years I suffered at the hands of this witch. She stole my daughter away from me, tormenting me, endlessly tormenting me, trying to ruin me. A demon! You're a demon! Mother, I despise you, you foul, hellish monster. I loved you. You took everything from me. I could never bring myself to hate my birth mother. I feel nothing but revulsion for you. I loved you. An eternity in the fires of hell would be too good for you. I often disagreed with the things you said and did, but I still remember the feeling of your hand in mine, as I lay sick in bed. I have absolutely no relation to this demon. I kept writing you letters, kept pretending to be a girl for you, because I didn't want to hurt you. This is not my daughter. I couldn't stand doing it. Whenever I sat down to write one, I came out a horrible wreck, even worse off than before. But even so, send this monster straight to hell. I didn't want to break you, Mother. I didn't want to push you any further off the edge. Quickly, set me free of this accursed thing. But I suppose I still did end up breaking you. Please, be at ease, madame. The Lord has heard your prayers. He wants you to cast the demon into the cleansing fires. He wants you to show him that, as you say, you have no relation to this unholy thrall. Gladly, gladly! I'll gladly send this vile creature to the deepest pits of hell with my own 2 hands! Her eyes swirling with every hateful emotion unimaginable. Mother took the torch from the priest and tossed it in the pile of straw spread around the base of the cross. The flame crackled as it spread upward, consuming my body and filling the square with the putrid stench of burning flesh. Through the cloud of smoke, I could see a faint smile on Mother's lips. Mother, I am so sorry. You had to give birth to me. When the inferno had devoured everything and the cross itself came crumbling down, my soul was finally released from that place. Or rather, I suppose it more shattered. The things I saw, the things I was made to watch, were harrowing. I can't really hear the music, I just wanted to turn it up. Morgana had been right. The anguish that came after knowing happiness was much greater than anything I had felt before. It eroded my spirit, drained me of the willpower to bear the sight of the world after death. But rather than give in to hatred like Morgana had, I despaired of myself. I didn't curse or bear a grudge against anyone. Well, the piano picks up even louder. I prayed for my own extinguishment. My soul began to crumble, neither ascending to heaven nor falling to hell, but fading into darkness everlasting. My fingers were the first to go, then my eyes, and then my mouth. All sound vanished into nothingness. My beating heart, and all the emotions that had once taken root within it, shattered or scattered like leaves upon the wind. My soul, completely, wholly decomposed. I couldn't stand to allow my soul to return to the living world, no matter what it might take residence in. Some length of time later, I began to hear a sound, muffled and indistinct. No longer human in form, I had no ears to speak of, but the sound gradually increased in volume. It was a voice. "Where are you, Michelle? What are you doing? I'm still praying. I'm still wishing for you to appear before me. Forever and ever and ever. And ever and ever and ever. I've been praying for so long, I don't even know how long it's been. Before you left, you said you were going to pray too. You said you hoped we could meet again in another life. I'm not misremembering, am I? Michelle, come back to me soon." As if drawn in by the sound of that voice, bit by bit, I began regaining some of what I had lost. But it took an incredibly long time. My body and soul had been ground to dust. I had rejected myself, scattered it into the void. It would take several lifetimes to find and reassemble all those pieces. Michelle, all I can remember about you is your name, your glassy white skin, your fiery red eyes, and your snow-colored hair. Nothing else. I had thought my mind, my body, my spirit, and my heart had all been eradicated. But every time I heard that voice, I thought, I must return. Well, thought is perhaps inaccurate. It was not so much a conscious idea as an instinctive force. The voice slowly buried the overwhelming pain I had suffered in both life and death. I began to search for the source of that quiet, constant whispering echoing into the emptiness. Chasing after that tiny speck of light, the one thing in the world that seemed to desire my presence. Michelle, I am no longer the girl I once was. I've built a thick cocoon around myself. A cocoon I can't break free of. My own protective shell is devouring me. I'm waiting for you, Michelle. Waiting for you inside my shell. Always waiting. Will you be able to recognize the person I've become? Please, Michelle, get me out of here. At long, long last, I found the ray of light I sought. And I had an absolute certainty that if I followed it, I would reach the source of the voice. I had to find them. I had to set them free. I desperately had to give back to them what they had given to me, and that sense of purpose is what set me back into motion. But the void is so expansive, so endlessly deep, that reaching the end of the trail of light was no easy task. Struggling to follow it to its source wore my barely held together soul thin until it crumbled apart once more. Again and again I lost myself. I can't account for much of my time chasing after that light. The gaps in my memory are large and frequent. Wow, that flashing white screen is rough. How do you deal with it? Just don't stare at it? I don't know. It's not too bad. There was one time, one scene where Michelle goes out the door, and he hasn't seen the light in forever. So it was like super sunny that day, and yeah, it was really bright. Nevertheless, after countless cycles of breaking down and reassembling myself after hundreds of years of wandering, I finally found my way back to that mansion. So, okay, if Michelle was spending this whole time trying to get back, his soul was scattered to the void, and he was just like trying his best to make his way back to the mansion where she was, where Giselle was, following the voice and the light, and just constantly losing his soul in the process. So it was this process of collecting his soul and working his way there every time when he could. Does this not make him not the white-haired girl in the stories then? Even though the witch was trying to convince Giselle that that was the white-haired, that was Michelle? Because Michelle says that was not him. So who is the white-haired girl then in the stories? And when the two of us had our long-awaited reunion, neither of us were our old selves any longer. In my endeavor to return, I had worn my soul down to almost nothing. I was but a vague shadow, completely devoid of memories. And that was the beginning. We met each other anew, lost and broken, devoid of life. The darkness here reminds me of my time in the void, of the despair that filled my shattered soul as it sunk into the endless abyss, of the emptiness I felt as my body crumbled and faded into nothing. Michelle, the poor soul who was named for an angel and born with a curse, made to bear an unfairly cruel fate. I am the only one who sympathizes with you, the only one who understands your pain, the only one willing to help you. I'm sure you're not feeling particularly fond of me right now, not after I made you relive the past you so wanted to forget. Every moment of that despair, not after I'd revealed your very last secret to the woman you love. But you must face the truth, my dear. You put your life, your very soul, on the line for this woman, and even she would not accept you. But as I have said before, that's the normal response. She's no worse than anyone else for it. You simply aren't something people can accept. You believe that even if your family wouldn't, that even if your dear brothers wouldn't, Giselle would be able to accept you for you. That she alone was different. That she alone was special. That she alone wanted you in her life. That she alone would extend her hand for you. You never doubted that, did you? Did you ever watch Chronicles of Riddick? The movie? Yes. I think I watched the movie. I don't know if I watched the animated show. There's a scene I recall where a guy walks out like into like atomic fire and crumbles away as he walks. That's what I'm imagining Michelle going through, but falling away and fusing together again. I don't remember that. He walks out into some fire, automatic fire, and crumbles away. No, I don't remember that scene. I'm sure that would have been a very like memorable scene though, you know? Whale or like Armin. Armin? Well, Armin was more like burning up, but like with Michelle, I sort of just imagine him sort of like scattering into like dust or something, you know what I mean? And the dust just floating away. And he's like trying to attempt to repiece those pieces of dust of his soul together, or what he can find, you know? It's sad. But Michelle, a hope exists to be crushed, and the stronger you cling to that hope, the more you have to lose. You can hear that, don't you? Her mocking you, scorning you, rejecting everything that defines you. The revulsion in her voice. This is the woman you fought so hard to get back. Listen to it, my dear. Focus on her voice. Disgusting. Oh no, so much disgust. 5 more minutes and Armin would have been dushed. I can't believe he still was alive after all that though. Still alive. It's on the Sun Prison planet, and one of the necromongers was a Furian. Oh, okay. See, I don't know anything about that. Are you talking about like the movie, the live action movie, or the animated series? I think I watched the live action, but I don't remember. It's been so long though since I watched that movie. That looked like a screen from NGE. Oh, the psychological kind of thing, yeah. Well, to be honest, in NGE they took some shortcuts just because of like, you know, they wanted to shortcut because of budget reasons. Live action, okay. That probably would have been a very memorable scene when someone just walking into fire and just like dissipating. But yes, they did do the whole like psychological like attacks and stuff like that. Actually, there was an angel I think that did that too. Like it was a psychological no, it was an angel that had a psychological attack, and then that's when Asuka broke, right? She broke under that. I don't want to hear it anymore. Make it stop. Can you blame her though? For hundreds of years she waited, trusting you, and you came back to her a woman more than once. If you think about it, you betrayed her first. No, stop, don't. I didn't. Tell me, what was it like? How did it feel to be born and live as a woman? You spent your life insisting you weren't a woman, and yet your soul chose a female body to return in. All those gaps in your memory were from your lives as the white-haired girl. I think this is Morgana taking advantage of the fact that there were gaps in his memory. So she's just trying to like, you know, make them feel like shit by warping the facts. So we still don't know who the white-haired girl is. Like, who is this white-haired girl that keeps popping up in the stories? Or she keeps popping up in Morgana's stories, rather. Is it Morgana herself? It's interesting because in Morgana's story, you never see her. They didn't illustrate any photo or pictures of her. I was gonna say photos. They didn't illustrate any pictures of her in her story when we were reading her story. So, is the white-haired girl Morgana herself? First there was the kind, mild-mannered, flaxen-haired boy. You, a woman, and he, a man, were joined in love. And then there was the deranged man-beast. By exposing your female body to them, you were able to temporarily contain his madness. And finally, there was the man obsessed with money and power. You were his wife, ever faithful, waiting patiently for him to remember his love. You put your faith in the wrong person's love. How can you expect her not to be disgusted? She was forced to watch again and again as the man she loved was reborn as a woman and had relations with other men. Would you like to know what you are doing right this moment, Michelle? You're crying. Crying as you have done so many times before. Those tears, they wash away your dignity. Would you also like to know how you look like right now, Michelle? You've reverted to your final moments, both in body and in heart. Take a look at yourself, my dear. Your body, incomplete, only partially male. The wounds still fresh and raw, pierced by your brother whom you trusted completely, and the knights whose ranks you joined of dreaming. Even now your blood still flows from those wounds. They will never heal. Not so long as you remain yourself. Ugh. So Michelle and Morgana are the same? I don't think so. I don't believe that that's true. I think that Michelle and Morgana are two different beings, two separate entities. But she's trying to, I think Morgana is trying to convince him that he was the white-haired girl to torture him. Because, you know, he had a lot of, like, he dealt with a lot of, like, identity crisis, right? About being a girl and stuff, and that really hurt him a lot. And but like if you think about it, in each of the stories where each man was being tortured, and remember this, she wished for these 3 men to be tortured, so she wished for them to come to her, and then that way she could torture their souls. The white-haired girl, every time in each of these stories, were used as a device to drive the tragedy even further. You know what I mean? So that's why I think that Morgana is the white-haired girl. Like, she was the one pretending to sort of like be in love with them, etc., and get them to feel pain, stuff like that. You know what I mean? That's why I think that she's the white-haired girl, driving the stories and driving the pain in each story. Because that's what she wanted to do, right? Pictures again! Here we get to see Michelle in this naked form. This naked, somewhat semi-male form. He's a very beautiful man, isn't he? It's not pleasant, is it? It hurts quite a bit, doesn't it? I did not inflict those wounds on you, though. They're your own, and no one can erase them. You've lost everything, Michelle. Tell me, what do you have left? You were robbed of your pride, your dignity, your life, your identity, your very existence. And the love you thought you still had? Well, she's gone and left you behind too. Urgh. And still you refuse to curse anyone? Ugh. Why do you not take what you deserve from those who stole everything from you? You have every right to vengeance, and I'm offering you the means to have it. Curse them, my dear. I cannot curse anyone. You disappoint me, Michelle. But if that's what you want, if you won't join me in my hatred, then so be it. I will accept we are not as similar as I once thought. And as much as it pains me to do so, I will release you. I will even wish for your reconstruction into the body you desire. You shall descend into the mortal realm as a human man, never to set foot in this cursed mansion again. Imagine it. After waiting for so long, you will finally be able to obtain the body you so desperately seek. To have a wife and create a happy family of your own. Wouldn't that be just lovely? I'll make that wish for you, my dear. You can have that life. All you have to do is walk out the door. It's that easy. Just let go. Let it all go, Michelle. I... No, we're not gonna let go. No! Don't listen to her! So we're not gonna let go. Oh shit, I wanted to save before that popped up because I wanted that, because that's probably a different ending, you know? So you know what? We're gonna have to lock this, and we're gonna have to fast forward from that point. This mutilated body. Don't listen to her! Don't trust anything she says. Don't trust anything she shows you. Michelle, you told me you believed in my love. That it could survive for hundreds of years, it must be real. So don't start doubting it now. Oh, this sweet song. It's Giselle. Aww. The real Giselle. So I guess she was like showing him an illusion of Giselle. Here, let's enjoy this picture of Giselle embracing Michelle. And it's with her long hair, so it's the maid version of Giselle. Yeah! These illustrations are so nice. Open your eyes, Michelle, and look at me. Listen to me, please. Listen to the sound of my voice. Michelle, will you listen to what I really think? How I actually feel? I would never ever push you away. Do you remember what I said, Michelle? When you broke through the cocoon I'd built around myself? I said that I would never come to hate you. I still stand by that. My feelings haven't changed in the slightest. It doesn't matter what kind of past you had, or what kind of secrets you kept. I still love you. You accepted me, Michelle. I spent hundreds of years trapped in this place, watching as tragedy after tragedy befell its residents, slowly losing my grip on myself until I'd become twisted so far I could tell them like stories with this cold smile in my face. And despite what I had become, you still took my hand. You still said you loved me, no matter what horrors you've experienced. I will always and forever take your hand. Michelle. Giselle. Please have that faith in me, Michelle. Don't believe in what some illusion says. Believe me. Believe the real me. You have it backwards, Giselle. The truth is, I never once doubted you. What? I never doubted your love. Michelle. I despised myself. I hated that I was so weak I couldn't even bear being rejected by a phantasm made to look like you. I didn't want you to see me like that. I didn't want you to know I was so weak. Okay, back to sleep. Alright. So yeah, good night. Good night, Taco. Thank you for the back scratches. How did you know my back was itchy? To see my past. To see me now. A pitiful, unsightly mess. I couldn't stand the thought of you seeing any of that. If only in your memories, if only for you. I wanted to be gallant. To be a man. I wanted to be the man who never cried. Who never showed weakness. And who died trying to protect you. I didn't want you to know that I was so weak. That I was such a sad, frail person. And not even a real man. Michelle, I didn't want you to see that. Morgana was telling the truth. I opened the door to our past in order to bring you back. But that wasn't the whole story. I kept details about myself out. Things that would make me look bad. There was no one as shameful and reprehensible as me. No, Michelle, there's no one in this world as admirable as you. You remained true to yourself to the end. No matter how bad things got. Itadakimasu. Itadakimasu. I'm gonna have something to eat. What are you eating? Yes, itadakimasu. Hope you enjoy. Day after day, you fought all alone, despite being put through the hell. Yet you chose not to curse those responsible. Only once did you ever consider cursing someone. Your father. I remember that day very well. I was too stupid to realize it at the time, but you did that for me. The one time you ever wanted to curse someone was for me. Give yourself a little more credit. You did perhaps come off a little inscrutable, but deep down you're truer to yourself than anyone. Your motivation's simple and pure. Your heart full of kindness. Knowing that you're a wonderful, admirable man, Michelle. Be proud of who you are. Ugh. That doesn't change how much suffering I put you through, Giselle. Lay roll, as always, I'm late today. Oh, okay. That's okay. I mean, what time is it? 9:30? 9:30 is not super duper late. I usually don't eat breakfast until like much later. I was the white-haired girl. The girl in the portrait was me. It was all me. I came back more than once, showing up as a woman then disappearing again, hurting you, completely unaware, pushing you away, leaving nothing but tragedy in my wake. I'll never forgive myself for what I did to you. Have faith in yourself, Michelle. Follow your heart. I know it was a secret you didn't want revealed, but for me, I couldn't be happier to know the truth, because it shows just how incredibly much you love me. And not only in life, the hundreds of years I spent trapped in this mansion, you spent searching for me. In that vast, empty, hopeless void you heard my voice. Your love guided you to me. When you had lost everything, your love for me still lived on. Even as it tore you apart, you kept fighting to make it back to me. A few blanks in your memory don't account for how someone so fiercely determined could suddenly become a completely different person. But Giselle, how am I supposed to believe that? How am I supposed to believe that wasn't me, when everything about us is exactly the same? You are not the white-haired girl, Michelle. Have faith in your own heart and the things you stand for. Have faith in your true self, and the person you are, the shape of your soul. You were never the white-haired girl, and you never will be. Remember when you first arrived at the mansion, Michelle? I took your hand and together we watched dozens of different lives play out. Were your memories anywhere among them? It wasn't behind those doors that you found yourself, but in the remnants of the months we shared here. Was the white-haired girl anywhere in your memories? You are Michelle, no one else. But that doesn't change what my body. I know you, Michelle. I know who you are deep down. I love you from the bottom of my heart. And I want you to understand that, to know how I feel. Though we only shared our love for a month in life, it was enough for me to wait hundreds of years for your return. And you fought with everything you had to make it back to me, to get me out of here. You are the greatest man I have ever known. Ugh. Giselle, how was it? You always managed to see straight through me, Giselle. To give me exactly what I want. That smile, that single ray of light in the endless dark. To say exactly what I've so desperately yearned to hear. The words I've sought for countless years. Oh, she disappeared. Giselle! I reach out for her, but she's begun to fade, her outline hazy and blending into the surroundings. And all I manage to grab is empty air. I want more than anything to feel her warmth right now, the sensation of her skin against mine, but there's nothing there. Please, Giselle, don't leave my side again. Don't worry, I'm right here with you. I'm not going anywhere. Giselle, put your hands on my shoulders. Wrap your arms around me. I can't. I want to so much, but I can't feel you there at all. You can, Michelle. I promise. Close your eyes. Now reach forward slowly. You can feel me there, can't you? That's my finger, and that's my hair. Those are my eyes, and here are my lips. Here's my heart, where I keep all the feelings you gave back to me, and my love for you. In body and in spirit, I am all yours. Can you sense me here beside you? I think I can. Now hold on, and don't let go. You know, it's kind of funny. We're like two awkward kids around each other, bound together by a love so amazingly powerful, yet we only ever held hands a few times. And embracing is like some incredible achievement for us. And we're supposed to be full-grown adults. Kiss me, Michelle. We never got the chance while we were alive. Giselle, or are you going to tell me to wait again? Not this time. I feel my way around the emptiness where she is. Her skin, white but not pallid. Her slightly flushed cheeks, dimpled by her smile. Her lips, which at times called me master and at times called me Michelle. Her entire being, this woman who accepted me as a man, who even in death continued to bring me back from my darkest places. She is my everything. I feel a faint breath against my neck, somewhere between a sigh and a giggle. I feel her warmth, which I thought I would never know again. Soft touch of her skin. I envision her face before me where I'm sure she is, with her eyes closed, and I press my lips against hers. It's a quick, clumsy affair, just a little peck, not the kind of kiss two grown adults might be expected to share, but nonetheless, a gentle warmth spreads through my body from the place our lips touched. It's a sensation so pleasant, so nice, I can hardly believe it's real. Oh, this is so right. Our surroundings dissolve, and the world takes on a new face. A plane of tranquil light created by Giselle, into which the mansion's darkness slowly seeps. The difference is, now I'm not afraid to step back into it. All it took was that single, irreplaceable moment to change my everything. Though I can't see her there, I can feel her presence right beside me. Her heart. and that she too can feel mine. I won't falter anymore. I'm through hesitating, wavering about in fear of my own weakness. I will look to the future. I will believe in myself, because she believes in me. I'm done carrying the chains I created for myself. I have work to do. No more looking away from my responsibility. As the light dims and darkness begins to take over, I hear her voice in my ear. Michelle, can I ask you to lend your hand to someone? You've set me free, and now I'd like you to do the same for her. This is something I don't think anyone else can do. Only you can rid the mansion of its darkness. I'm here with you too, so let's open the final door together. The true final door. We can put an end to all this tragedy. I know we can. Now, off we go, Michelle. And do not let go of my hand. This is the last story. Is this the last story, guys? Boring. Why? That was sweet. This is the last, like, story. Oh, this song's kind of freaky. Sounds kind of like French. I kind of wish I had saved it in time, because if I had saved it in time, I would have done the let go ending. Because I bet you that would lead to a different ending, a bad ending. Giselle. Reality fades back into view. I'm looking at neither the endless eroding darkness nor the visions of my past, but the sea of blood spreading in all directions. I'm standing at the top of the observation tower, outside the door. I've returned. Back in Morgana's world. Her bitter, hate-filled, curse-fueled world. To tell you the truth, I didn't see this coming. This is my mansion. My domain. She was supposed to be locked up. But it would seem my will is not as absolute as I had thought. What would you call that? The power of love? Is that what allowed this to happen? I'll try it. Where's the magic? The miracle? I can think of one other reason she was able to escape. And it's the only way we'll be able to find the power we need to cast off the darkness of this house. But first, before we do anything else, we must open this door. Whatever nonsense that woman filled your head with, it certainly seems to have put some fight into those eyes. Well, good for you, my dear. A little confidence boost doesn't erase the fact that you were on the ground, crawling through the filth like a worm, tears streaming down your face as you tried to ignore what lay before you. A little self-esteem isn't going to make you any less helpless when you step through that door. But that won't stop me from trying. I'm done acting like you're some inevitability. Sorry, I can't even say that word. Inevitability. Some force of nature. It's time for me to take a stand, Morgana. The air around the door has a distinct chill to it as I place my hand against the wood surface. My arms, once bloody and lacerated, are now whole again. I can feel my entire body, everything back in its rightful place. I take a breath, lift my head, focus my gaze on the door, and push it open. Resting on the back of my hand, I can feel another palm, soft and warm. Through the single window sitting high atop the wall shines a ray of light. A black butterfly flutters within the beam. Its form is indistinct, wavering like a mirage as it slowly descends to the tower floor. And then, from within the darkness, a person appears. Oh, okay, so this is Morgana. Is that you, Morgana? How does it feel to finally meet the real thing, my dear? I knew you were young, but you really are still a child. It's got kind of a dark-looking face, hey? Having heard her tale, I know she died still a girl, and I know how she came to bear so much hatred for the world. but knowing and seeing are two very different things. I like the I like how the music builds up as you continue the dialogue. That's what makes the soundtrack really great in this game. They have areas in the game where they have tracks that build up as you continue the dialogue. The sight of her bony adolescent body is a painful reminder that she never had a chance to know happiness, to know adulthood, before being robbed of her life. I had assumed monster would be your first reaction, with a face and a body like this. How very sweet of you, Michelle. So tell me, what exactly do you mean? Do you mean to do now that you're here? Your ultimate goal was, as I understood it, to take Giselle back. But she's no longer here for me to return to you. She broke out of my cage, and exhausted what remained of her soul to show herself to you. I cannot perceive even a trace of her presence any longer, so I presume her soul shattered, dissipated into nothing. No, she's right here beside me. Is that so? You seem to believe as much anyway, which only makes your presence here a bigger mystery. Ah, I know. You want revenge. I made you miserable while you were alive, and I continue to torment you in death. You entrusted me with Giselle's life, and I used her for my own ends. You must despise me. Hehe, hatred fills you. You want to curse me, to kill me. My death could well mean the end of all this. Shall I grant you that wish? She flicks a finger, and the next second, a longsword clatters to the floor at my feet. Take the blade in your hands, and like the knight of old who executed the witch, pierce my heart with it. Do now what should have happened then. You always wanted to be a knight, didn't you? Go on, pick it up. Show me your revulsion, my dear. Morgana. Wait, let's save this in case that's another option. In case it's another option. Hug her. That always works in anime. I mean, I assume that's gonna be something like showing her compassion and, you know, somehow releasing her from this darkness, right? I do have a reason for being here. I came to save you. Did you hit your head on the way up? You came to save who? I spent so long trying to look away, when I should have been trying to look deeper. To tell you the truth, your constant chattering in the darkness evoked more than annoyance in me. I empathized with your loneliness. I bear no hatred for you. It was my despair that brought you back to life. So that makes it my responsibility to end this. My own wish was given me all the redemption I need, my dear. Or should I be expecting another self-righteous lecture about how hatred does you no good? Brilliant, Michelle. Brilliant. Do you have any idea how absurdly presumptuous you're being? Trying to force your idea of redemption onto someone who has no interest in it? If the tale you showed me was the whole truth, then I would have said you could revile those heartless men as much as you pleased. But I refuse to believe that's the whole story. The men I saw beyond the first 3 doors had genuine concerns and worries. They felt things, real human emotions, even though those things ultimately led them down a path of destruction. Wanting to do something nice for the one you care about, being disgusted at things you've done, hiding your urges from those around you. You certainly couldn't call them good men, but they were real men with real conflicts. So, you're saying I'm lying? Well, I can't say I blame you. Who would believe the word of a witch? I don't think you falsified your account, Morgana. The tragedy, no. The grisly reality you described, I don't doubt any of that happened. You wouldn't be here otherwise. But I've learned something in my years. Reality exists from more than one perspective. That doesn't change what happened. That two-faced young man deceived me. The beast severed my arm, and the greedy, power-hungry lord used me for his personal gain. Events by themselves do not tell the whole story. Only when you take into account their circumstances, what they thought and felt, their perspectives, only then can you say you've reached the truth. Your point being? Are you going to march down to where their souls are and ask them for their perspective? Don't waste your breath. They'll only tell you what benefits themselves the most. Woohoo, wave destruction. Then we do it our way. We open the door to your past. And if I refuse, this is my domain, my world. It operates in accordance to my will. The door won't open unless I allow it to. Were you aware, Morgana, that I recovered my first memory in front of a mirror? You what? The same mirror Giselle used to practice her smile, and in all those hundreds of years, bits of her memory came to reside within it. Every time she stood before that mirror, she had me in her heart. And next, I saw one of my own memories play out in my bedchamber. It was the first day after we opened the windows when she let the morning sun into my room. That day was a turning point in my life. And why are you telling me this? Because it means the world doesn't belong only to you. It's also hers and mine. And that is why she was able to break free. Your wish is without question the most powerful of anyone's here, and you have more authority over this place than anyone else. There's no denying your position as master of this mansion. But Giselle and I, we too have influence over this domain. Did you guys hear that? More stories! I was the one who resurrected you, and she who served as your guide, so the door will appear, whether or not it is your will. Their souls reside here as well. They may spin convenient tales, but the memories ingrained upon their souls can tell no lies. All the pieces are on the board. The door will open. Oh my god, there really is going to be another story, guys. Say the door does open. What does that change? Nothing those men have thought or felt can take back what they did to me. This rotting, broken creature they turned me into. I don't care what was going through their heads. They will never have my forgiveness. My hatred is unwavering. My wish will not be undone so easily. Their souls shall suffer for all eternity. Before we begin, Morgana, let's get one last lingering question out of the way. And what might that be? Who the white-haired girl is? That's your lingering question? We've already established that was you, Morgana. See, I called it. I totally called it that the white-haired girl is Morgana. Ami! Thank you so much for that host. For 9 viewers. Hello, everybody. Hello. How was your stream? How was your stream? Oh, I can't at you. Now I have to type your name, actually. There you go. Had fun trying out Hades. Oh, okay, cool. You know, I own a couple of their games. I have not gotten around to finish any of them. I really want to finish some of those games. But Hades. And yeah, I know that Hades is one of their newer ones. But I've always wanted to like finish what's the game called? Bastion and what's the other one called with the female protagonist? You guys know what I'm talking about. Transistor. That game was interesting. I played a bit of each of them, and both games are pretty interesting. So maybe one of these days I'll finish those games. Because I don't think they're supposed to be that long. But you know. So yeah, we've just established the white-haired girl is Morgana. So I told you so. It's like maybe it was like some like deep, like some feelings of hers deep down. No, I don't know what you were talking about. Transistor? Here, I'll link it for you. This game. They're the same makers of Hades. The game that Ami has been playing. Ha! So, in a desperate plea to deny you came back as a woman, you're now trying to make me into her? That is perhaps the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. That was you, my dear. Don't avert your eyes. Wait, so she's convinced that it was him, so she's confused as to even who the white-haired girl was. Yeah, Super Giant Games, that's true. Oh yeah, I had that in my library as well. Keep Hearing is good. Haven't tried it out yet. It's interesting. It's got a very interesting like combat mechanic, so I think it's worth trying out. Although I haven't tried out Hades, or I don't know too much about Hades. I just know that that's their latest games. But yeah, I really like the style of their games, Super Giant Games. They're very aesthetic. They're cool. You must face reality. I'm not averting my eyes, and I'm not in denial. I have faith. Faith that I only ever made it back to this mansion once. When I awoke in the rocking chair beside the fireplace. Ha! Nevertheless, that hardly justifies accusing me of being that foolish girl. How could you possibly think I was her? Never have I not been present in these walls. Not even while she was alive and in the claws of tragedy. My hair is not white, nor are my eyes red. And look at this horrid festering face. How could I ever become her? How your soul appears is irrelevant in this case, Morgana. I will uncover the truth about you, things even you don't know. And if I could show you that you were in fact a white-haired girl, in that moment, will your reality be rewritten? If you're that confident, then be my guest. Find out for yourself just how little you're capable of. Blackness fills the observation tower once more. Morgana fades into the distance, leaving me alone in a dark stream. Wait, stream? Like our stream? It's a darkness I seen, felt, and been consumed by numerous times since arriving at the mansion. But this time, I welcome it, praying that beyond it lies the truth with the power to release all from the house's grip. This next tale has no narrator. I won't sit back and listen as someone recounts the path of fate for me. No, I have to find the path for myself this time. I don't know what awaits me beyond the black, but no matter what it may be, so long as I have the power to provide redemption, I must never put down my sword. Now, let us open the door. The final door. Oh wait. Don't wait, hold on. Don't tell me that this is gonna be like, and it's gonna end right there, and then like, that's the game. That's the end of the game. It just leaves it open-ended to like him trying to free everyone from the house. I don't know. Game switches to ego shooter now. Yeah, looks like a game that is had in mind while being made that I would not like it. I don't know what you mean by that, Vivi. That you don't think you would like it? That's okay. Are you talking about Transistor though? Okay, no, I was wrong. We're gonna get... And that's good though, you know, that we get an actual ending, you know? I feel like we deserve that. We deserve an actual ending, right? I brought you some food. Okay, how should I do this man's voice? You have to eat something. You barely touched your food yesterday. Come on, please. Just leave it there. Her hands aren't bound. She can eat whenever she pleases. But she's not going to last much longer. That boy has a point. If she won't eat, we'll lose her supply of blood. That's not what I mean. Leave it there. Oh wait, oh, you know what? These voices are probably the three men that she bore hatred against, right? Well, we'll be back. I'm guessing man one is the gentle guy, young guy with the sister, and then voice 2 is the swordsman, and voice 3 is the lord. I have to try to remember how I did the voices. So this is, I guess, kind of like Nelly. Do you really have to go? Yeah, things are pretty hectic right now. And when do you suppose you'll be back? Tomorrow, same time as today. And you'll have enough time to talk then? Will you? Yeah. Are you hiding something from me? You're acting kind of funny. You're my sister. I wouldn't keep anything from you. You're not yourself though. What's so different about me? Well, you're not acting much like a prince. Ah, right. Of course. Don't worry. I'm still your prince. Same as always. Good night, Nelly. My princess. What corrupt? What do? How did I end up in this mess? I never wanted this. All I wanted was a quiet life. Someone, get me out of here. Take this thing somewhere far away. Tell me, I'm not the bad one here. Oh God, I'm begging you. Just make it all go away. Someone, anyone, get me out of here. Sorry, I thought I heard my cat's destroying something. So I'm a little confused. Was that bad ending actually just the halfway point of a longer game? Did you see that bad ending? Like the one where I didn't click fast enough? Or, are you talking about the other choice point there? It's kind of interesting. This game employs, it'll give you like a choice, and it's only like one choice to click on, but it relies on you not clicking on it or clicking on it to get two different choices out of it. So it's interesting. So if you like, there was one bad ending that I got where I took too long to click on it, and it's like, the ending was a moment of hesitation, and the maid basically rejects you for hesitating on your response, and then she pushes you into the darkness. The other choice point I meant, okay, I didn't get to save before that, but I bet you that would have led to a different ending, because the choice was to let go. Morgana gives you the option to let go, and then she'll like wish for you to be reincarnated as a man and to let go of all the pain and suffering and blah blah blah, right? So at that when that choice came up, it was only one choice. It said to let go. I didn't click on it. So that's what led us down this path to, like, you know, I'm gonna call this like the true ending, probably. I'm assuming this is the true ending. It's where we're, you know, trying to release, help Morgana and release her from her hatred and darkness, right? Look, look. The stars, they're beautiful. Though with it's bright out, or though with it so bright out, I worry someone might see us. Everyone's long gone. Oops. I hope so. Are you ashamed? A little, but I still want to be with you. Oh, you know what? I think this is supposed to be like Pauline. That's who it is, I think. Pauline is the nun, right? Pauline. Because in the Beast story, he was in love with Pauline, right? So maybe Pauline is the nun in this case. Okay. I forgot about her. I forgot about Pauline. What voice did I use for her? I had a more cheerful voice for her. Oh well. That's okay. Have you ever considered leaving the convent? You can't just stop being a nun, you know? It's not that simple. I've made vows, sworn my life to the service of God. I was not aware. I don't know much about this land's traditions. If I were to leave the church, it would have to be in my next life. I'd like to be a normal girl, lead a normal life, get married, have kids, and before I know it, I'm an old lady. Thinking, It was an uneventful life, but it was the best I could have asked for. That's my dream. That sounds very peaceful. I hope we can be together in our next lives too. Have a nice, quiet life together. It'll be a city on the water, looking out over a beautiful, glimmering emerald sea. The blue sky spreading as far as the eye can see. The sound of the seabirds squalling by the port. The two of us sitting shoulder to shoulder, just looking out over the city. Doesn't that sound wonderful? It certainly does. I would love that. She's basically describing the story they went through. The one that Morgana crafted for them. The Harvest Festival. On the day of the festival. "3 days until her death." So we get to see the events through the eyes of the other men in the story. Damn. What? Or damn. Wake up. Please, wake up. Come on. Open your eyes. Michelle. Ugh. So bright. I'm outside? The light feels like needles in my eyes. The first thing I see beyond the mansion's darkness is blinding light. The sun glares mercilessly overhead. A gentle breeze blows past, and I can hear birds chirping from several different directions. Each breath I take fills my lungs with the scent of earth and grass. Dun dun. Oh, dun dun. Okay. That's what you mean. I need that sound effect, that dun dun. So much time has passed since I've been in the light. I almost feel like I'm alive again. No, not almost. What's going on? What on earth? Is this the era Morgana lived? Michelle! Huh? Oh, thank goodness you can hear me. Good morning, Master. I hope you slept well. Hehe. Wait, okay. So, this is just weird because this is gonna have like, Giselle and Michelle like these corporeal like entities wandering around in Morgana's like past life memory thing, and they're gonna be like flirting with each other. Flirting with each other during this serious kind of like, you know, revelation moment. Law and Order sound effect. Lol. Maybe I can do something with that. We'll see. Sad face. Why are you sad faced? Sincerely. Is that voice really you? I swear it's me, 100%. Not that mean old phony. So don't you worry. No, I believe it's you. I just was not expecting to be able to hear you here. I did say I would always be by your side. I'm relieved. Hehehe. But where are we, Giselle? Or where are you, Giselle? I can't see you anywhere. Well, I'm not exactly sure myself. You don't know? I don't know how to describe it. It's pitch black all around me, like a black smoke churning in the darkness. It feels a lot like inside the mansion. But I don't think I'm actually in the mansion. So you're still trapped in the void then. I can see a shimmering light off in the distance through the fog, and I can hear sounds coming from that direction. It's like the outside world is leaking through the light. I can see the trees rustling, hear birds singing. Or wait, I can hear... she can see the trees rustling? And then hear the birds singing, okay. I can't see you though. So I assumed I was seeing through your eyes. And I thought I tried getting your attention. So that means you can see everything I can? Seems so. Though I don't think I can see quite as clearly as you. I wish you could be here to feel this too. Experience it in my place even. It's a bizarre sensation. Well, I could see and feel the worlds through the other doors. It was strictly in the capacity of an observer. We were merely watching, not actually present in the tales. But this time, it's like I've been resurrected and dropped into the world as a participant. Inky, Reason or Nim 2? What the hell is Nim 2? I'm not even sure. I'm pretty sure you've talked about Reason before, but I'm not sure what it was again. Like, I've forgotten what it is. Reason. Like, what kind of chocolate or candy is that? Atelier? What do you mean by atelier? It's all so vivid. Everything the mansion lacked. It's all here, and I can feel it so clearly. I wish you could have been the one to experience this. It's okay, Michelle. I know you'll dispel the darkness I'm in, won't you? I will. I'm more than happy just being able to hear your voice, and being able to see what you see. It's like a miracle. I too am glad to know that you're there, to have the chance to hear your voice again. Thank you so much for saving me. If you hadn't shown up, I wouldn't be here. Oh no, I should be thanking you. I was overjoyed to learn how much you really cared about me. There are so many things I want to say right now. So many things I want you to know. So many thank yous. And so many I love yous. Hey now, is that really the best response you've got? Surely you can do better than that. You're embarrassing me. I am somewhat disappointed by one thing though. I can't get any hugs or kisses since I'm not there in person. Oh come on, you're not very good at this, are you? And you're not very good at picking up on how much you're embarrassing me. I'd expect at the very least in me too. We should start by figuring out when and where exactly this is. You're not even trying, are you? I'm doing the best I can. Please don't ask any more than this of me. It's okay though. I might not be able to see you, but we're together either way. You know, Michelle, I think I might be able to help too. While I can't be there in person, I can give you ideas, another point of view when you're not sure about something. With the two of us together, we'll find a way through this. Yes, we will. Where to begin? What do you say we get our bearings, list out exactly what we need to take care of? That's not a bad idea. I'm a bit frazzled at the moment, to tell you the truth. What? Why? I had assumed we would be just observers, like with the other doors searching their memories for clues. I never expected I'd actually be thrown into their era. True, it's not at all like the other doors. No matter how the rules may change, I'm seeing this through to the end. So, Reason? Okay, Reason. Sure. Atelier Reason. If our guess is correct, and we have arrived at Morgana's past, and we need to uncover the truth behind those events. Or rather, the three men's circumstances. What they felt, what drove them. My gut tells me there's something to be found there that even Morgana doesn't know. I could be wrong, and it's possible that even I am right. What we find won't do anything to quell her hatred. But we won't be talking her out of it, that's for sure. Words won't break through that kind of animosity. We need something bigger. Something she could never have imagined. Something that will turn her entire worldview on its head. The white-haired girl might be a good place to start. She showed up at the mansion again and again, as though led there by some supernatural force, and she was involved with all three men in some way. I can't think of anyone else with such deep ties to both the mansion and the men. But at the same time, I have a hard time convincing myself that the Morgana we know and the white-haired girl could be the same person. They are about as different as two people can be, which actually leads me to believe there's something there. There must be something, some secret we haven't figured out yet that we can use. So, let's find it. It won't be easy. If we are in the past though, I wonder, maybe we could change it? This could be a huge chance for us. Change the past? Yeah, we could prevent Morgana's death, or we could stop whatever led them down this path. There's an idea. If it's actually possible, maybe we can do something. Wait, is this gonna turn into like a time-traveling fantasy kind of series? The question is this world really... Now I'm getting kind of pumped. I got my game face on and I'm ready to do this. It doesn't do much good if no one can see it. It's a figure of speech. Okay, first things first, we need to find the mansion. Morgana should be at the top of the observation tower, and the three men shouldn't be too far off either. So, the question is, where are we? Do you recognize the surroundings at all? I never really left the mansion, so I'm not really especially familiar with the lay of the land. Give me a little spin, would you? As she requests, I slowly spin around in the circle, and through the dense woods I spot a cluster of what appears to be stone formations. Squinting to get a better look, I realize they're buildings. It's decently far off, but it appears to be the edge of a city. I think that might be the village I stayed at for a while. It's a bit big for a village. Don't you remember what Amadei said about the village's history? Amadei, that bastard. Michelle, you didn't think something uncharacteristically vulgar just now, did you? Wouldn't dream of it. Yes, I remember. He said it was once much larger, and then it was destroyed in a single week by the witch's curse. Except, rather than a curse, it was probably disease. Oh, I love this game, The House in Steinsgate. The House in Steinsgate. Yay, let's make a paradox. Yeah, because like, if they change the past, then none of this ever happens. None of it. Their ghostly beings will have no reason to exist, and it will just break all fabric in time and space. Anyway, if that's the same city, then it fits with what Morgana said happened. I believe he also said something about there being a large bridge on the outskirts of the city, and that following the path from there would lead to the mansion. So let's head down to the city. All right. You don't sound very enthusiastic. Are you nervous you might have to talk to someone? Don't worry. You've got me here. Don't treat me like I'm antisocial. You're not? No, that's not what's bothering me. It's something about this whole thing feels off. This world we're in? Never mind. I am probably overthinking things, but now's not the time for that. We need to get moving. Let's go. Rather than waste time fretting over details, we need to get to the mansion like she said. Everything else comes after that. With each step, I can feel the earth compressing beneath my feet, the grass flattening. As I weave my way through the trees toward the city, the sensation of having a living, flesh and blood body slowly returns. A white-haired man just appeared out of nowhere. And he's talking to himself. I gotta get away before he does something. Hold it right there, Mel. You don't get to call me crazy and then just run off. How do you know my name? How? Why wouldn't I? We were just in a mansion together. Huh? Mansion? What are you talking about? Right. He hasn't become the shadow in the mansion yet. I doubt I would forget seeing someone as unusual as you. Who are you? And where did you come from? Where? I'd like to know that myself. Say something, Michelle. He's not getting any less suspicious of you. You have to come up with some way to break the tension. Improvisation isn't exactly my strong suit. I was sleeping in a tree. Okay, guys. Which option do you want me to pick? I'll save here. I am God. I am God. I was sleeping in the tree. God? Okay. So Lou wants God. Anyone else? Just for the lulz, okay. I am God. Michelle! Even I wouldn't believe you if you told me that. I already regret it. You're one of those pagan missionaries, aren't you? Here to spread the word of some other new god? And now he thinks I'm loony. I should get going. Hold on, you can't leave until I've made a better impression. My parents raised me to not talk to scary people like you. I'm with you on that, Mr. and Mrs. Rhodes. God, this is a disaster. I was joking, I didn't really mean I was God. Stop looking at me like I'm mad. That still doesn't explain how you knew my name. Have you been stalking me? Why would anyone follow you around? It was all a coincidence. You look a lot like an acquaintance of mine. So imagine my surprise when it turns out you have the same name as him. Okay, we'll go with that for now. You would probably trust a bear before me at this point. Anyhow, it would seem that like Morgana's, I'm the only one who can hear Giselle's voice. Regardless, you wouldn't have any luck converting anyone here anyway. Again, I'm not— Wait, hold on. Why do you say that? Everyone here worships the Saintess. Sometimes I think she's got more followers than God the Father himself. She's practically her own religious figure. The Saintess? You've never heard of her? She's a nun down at the church. Everyone calls her the Saintess. So he's not talking about Morgana. No, actually I have heard tales of her. I would be surprised if you hadn't. Anyway, in a few days we're gonna hold a festival at the church to celebrate the spring harvest. So while that's going on, I don't think you'll have much luck proselytizing. I'm forever doomed to be a missionary in his mind now, aren't I? When exactly is this harvest festival? In 3 days. You should stick around for it. 3 days. Morgana died when the bell tolled noon on the day of the festival, which means she's got that much time left. This will be the first time we held the festival, so everyone's excited to make it into a big event, something really memorable. And a young girl is dying behind the scenes of this seemingly pleasant celebration. If her death is 3 days from now, that might give us enough time to do something about it. Could I ask you to show me the way to the church? I would like to join in on the festivities. Sure, yeah. Of course. The church's doors are open to all, friends and family and heathen missionaries alike. It's not far. Follow me. Thank you. It didn't occur to me until now, but this really is a strange experience. This is a boy from a completely different time period who I would never have had the opportunity to meet. If he's here, then presumably the other two are as well. Which means Morgana's wish for their reconstruction was actually granted. This Mel doesn't seem like any different a person than the one I observed through the first door. Yet he played a part in Morgana's imprisonment. I have trouble believing he would voluntarily involve himself, though. I was scared for a minute there. That could have gone a lot worse. Plus, we managed to make contact with Mel in record time. She's interacted with him and the others before, so I guess this doesn't feel as strange to her. Ah, you don't want him to hear you talking to yourself again. That's why you're not saying anything to me, isn't it? Actually, I think I am talking to you without speaking. Or I can? Oh, can. Actually, I think I can talk to you without speaking. Can you hear me? How are you doing that? I have a lot of experience talking to ghosts. That really drives home how bizarre things were for you in that mansion. Were you not in similar circumstances when it was you and Morgana together? Yeah, now that you mention it. What a bizarre time we both had in that mansion. You're just now realizing this. So what's your impression of him? My impression? That he's the same Mel as always. In a little more detail. He's an amicable young man. Nice enough to show a complete stranger around. I agree. In Morgana's version of the story, he betrayed her. But he doesn't seem like the kind of person who would enthusiastically do something so malicious. He had to have some reason, and we need to figure out what that was. I like this music, yeah. I like a lot of the music in this game. It's really nice. And like, when you start up the game, they're like, we want you to, we recommend you use headphones because all the music crafted for this game was specially customized for this game. So it was kind of cool. So all the music you hear was like specifically for this game. Who was Mel again? I can't remember him. Mel was the first boy. Mel is the immortal lover. Was she younger than him? I guess she was younger than- I guess both his sisters were younger than him. I can't remember if the white-haired girl was younger than him. But yeah, I mean, he didn't know that they were sisters, so... The question is, how do we go about it? We hardly have enough time to earn his trust and convince him to tell us himself. I'll just have to put the knowledge I already have to good use. Oh, that reminds me. Something that might explain it? No, about Morgana. When you were alive, she was always right there with you, like I am now, right? Whenever it struck her fancy, yes. She didn't seem to care when or where. She would just start talking whenever she felt like it. Whenever? For the most part, yes. Anytime she wanted. Giselle? You don't have to worry about that with me. I know when to keep my mouth shut, promise. What? You said you feel like you're alive again, right? My 5 senses all seem to be in working order. Which means you'll also be getting hungry, tired, sleepy, and you'll know. You'll have to go to the bathroom? I'll be polite and close my eyes and plug my ears while you're doing it. Thanks? What would possess her to bring that up? Does she even realize what she's saying? Oh gosh, now I'm red as a tomato. That answers that. Moving right along. We need to discuss how they're going about this. Right, about that. The Harvest Festival is our deadline, which doesn't give us very much time. We need a plan for when we arrive at the mansion. How about we spill their secret? Tell everyone about the girl that got locked up in the tower and force them to set her free. Surely they wouldn't stand for that. Perhaps, but would anyone believe me? If I walked in and said I came from the future and that I know what's going to happen, would anyone actually buy that? Excuse me. Sure, with enough convincing. Even if I did manage to convince them, the tower door was locked in Morgana's rendition of the tale. You need 3 keys to get inside. Mel should have one of them, but stealing his alone won't be enough to get into the tower. True. If Giselle is right and we can save Morgana and change the future, then that would indeed solve everything. But something about this whole situation still doesn't sit right with me. I have to do more than just set her free of that tower. I have to find the truth as well as I initially set out to do. Regardless, I would like to try and stay on everyone's good side as much as possible for now. Okay, I'll do whatever I can to help. I appreciate it. I mean, as you know, conversation is not exactly my strong suit. Which means it's my job to hit the brakes whenever you say something stupid. I need you boots, your clothes, your motorcycle. Okay. Go all Terminator on them. Go all Arnold. It's a bit too late if I've already said it. Anyway, step 1 is to get ourselves into the mansion. We can't hope to make contact with the other 2 men, much less get Morgana out of there if we're not staying nearby. I'll do what I can. We're almost there. See the big building in the distance? That's the church. It is the same mansion as I suspected. Seeing it now, knowing what horrible things happened there, it's so disheartening. Are happening as we speak. In the tower we see in the distance, Morgana's locked up, all alone. I wish we could just march in there and set her free. If getting into the tower were our only goal, we could probably force our way in with little work. Is something the matter? Mel, I could probably overpower him and get his key. Hello? But the other two, that almost certainly wouldn't work for. Can you hear me? Oh, yes, sorry. I was lost in thought. Seems kinda strange, doesn't it? What does? I mean, it doesn't look much like a church. Oops. At a glance, you'd think it was some noble's estate. So it does. I spent so long there it never even occurred to me. I was pretty surprised when I first saw it myself. A peculiar place all told. There's a chapel inside the mansion with this gorgeous stained glass window. It's quite the sight. Do you know why it was built like that? I'm, not actually sure myself, no. Anyway, I'll show you the chapel. The saintess should be there too, so I can introduce you. Alright. On our way to the mansion, we passed through a courtyard of sorts. When I lived there, the area was overgrown with weeds. Apparently they keep it in better condition in this era. Following Mel's lead, we head through the chapel entrance. Perfect. Found my music for going grocery shopping today. Wait, are you gonna be listening to this while you're grocery shopping? Oh my. I'm at a loss for words when I see what lies on the other side of those all too familiar doors. While it was barely recognizable as a place of worship in my memory, just 2 columns of battered pews and some piles of rubble, the room I'm looking at now is unequivocally a chapel. Oh, the Terminator 2 OST. Nice. So this is what it used to look like. I wonder how far back this is from when we lived. It has to be more than a decade or two. Maybe 100 years or more. The views and beliefs about the world prevalent in our time are not so different than those of this time. Perhaps the chapel was destroyed in the aftermath of the Harvest Festival. When I was first sent to the mansion, there were signs that repairs had been attempted. The stained glass window is behind the pulpit, I'm guessing, though we can't see it from here. And right next to it is the door to the observation tower. Ah, there she is. There's no priest here. She runs the church. You'll want to talk to her first if you're planning to participate in the Harvest Festival. I'll go fetch her for you. Whisking his way through the pews, the boy disappears into the back of the chapel, returning with a nun in tow. When I see her, my face twists for a brief moment. Good afternoon. You came to see the festival, I hear? It's wonderful to have you. Is that who I think it is? I'm all but certain at this point that all the major players from behind the 3 doors are present here. Not just the 3 men whose shadows remain in the mansion, but also the women are the important parts of their lives, or who were the important parts of their lives. Though dressed differently, the way she speaks and the way she holds herself resembles the woman's killed by her lover behind the 2nd door. They're all connected. What we thought were 3 separate tales, all stretch back to a single point in time before our own. Is there something the matter? No, I was just thinking how unusual it is for one nun to be managing an entire church all by herself. Ah, yes, that's the usual reaction from new visitors. Even I think this assignment is a bit over my head. Assignment? Well, I was at another church before this one. A smaller building, and I wasn't the only nun. But the lord of the land ordered me to transfer to a new, larger church he was opening, so here I am. The lord. There's plenty of space on the property, more than enough to provide shelter for orphan children and aid for the sick. It seems rather vacant from what I've seen. Yes, about that. We used to take people in, but circumstances have made that difficult of late. What kind of circumstances? It's not something I can discuss with an outsider, sorry. I'm guessing it has to do with Morgana's imprisonment here. Do you think she knows about Morgana? I would guess not. The men swore to keep it between the three of them. So, she's being forced to oversee the mansion completely oblivious of what's happening there? Which isn't to say she's not connected to it some way. If she's the girl from the second tale, then she should be close with. Is something troubling you? No, my apologies. I got lost in thought. You don't look it, but you're actually a bit of a daydreamer, aren't you? Daydreamer? Mel would fit that description much better. What? Why? Do I look like that much of an airhead? Oh, I can see that. Someone has to watch out for him or he's likely to lose his head in the clouds. I really don't think I'm that spacey. I'm not trying to say you're spacey. I just feel I've got to keep one eye on you at all times. It's a lot like what I imagine having a little brother would be like. I'm an oldest child, you know. What's the big deal? You don't want a big sister? Well, I want you to be my little brother. I don't want to be just a capital S sister to you. That's so stiff and formal. No, I want to be your sister's sister. Like, I'm a little old to be playing make-believe. Oh, come on. They're quite friendly with one another, it would seem. Oh, I know. Why don't you become her brother then? What? Will you? I will not. Besides, I'm clearly the oldest one here. Oh my god, they're arguing about who's oldest. Be back, right? See you, Vivi. Have a good, safe trip shopping. Why not? I don't think it matters who's older than who. You don't really act all that old anyway. I have at least 10 years on you. Ahaha. Your youngest child insecurity's showing. Insecurity? Hehe, you two are pretty good friends, huh? We can discuss the veracity of that claim later. I would like to ask you a favor. What is it? I will gladly help with anything I can. Could I perhaps borrow a room until the day of the Harvest Festival? I don't have anywhere to stay. Or a source of income for that matter. I know it would be taking advantage of your generosity, but I only mean to intrude for a few days. I would be more than happy to offer you a place to stay at any other time. But right now, I can't let you stay here. I'm so sorry. Well, damn. So much for that. Don't let one little no stop you. Keep pushing. Put on a show. Earn her sympathy. She's the lady of the cloth. If you make her feel bad for you, she'll offer you her aid. Put on a show? You expect me to act? I'm having another episode. I was so sure this church would be able to help. That's not gonna convince anyone. Quiet you. He was perfectly fine on our walk here. Shut your mouth, boy. As I said, we did once offer a place of respite for the ailing and needy, but regrettably for the time being, we're unable to take people in. What I can do, though, is give you medicine. Since we can't let anyone stay here, with the Lord's generous assistance, we've been handing out medicine instead. So, all you do here then is give people medication? Yes, I suppose that's what it boils down to. I'm honestly not sure why we're not allowed to offer shelter right now, but we are still able to provide assistance to those in need, so... I assume it's just a temporary measure and we'll be able to take people in again before long. And with how much he's done for the church, it's not really my place to complain about his decisions. I truly am sorry. I hope you understand. I'm supposed to ask for a tithe in exchange normally, but just this once, it's yours, free of charge. Could you tell me more about this medicine, please? It's called Saint's Blood, and it'll cure any disease. Saint's Blood? It's not real blood, of course, that's just what it's called. It sure sounds divine, doesn't it? No, that's not true. Huh? It is real blood. What are you... sorry to butt in. Do you mind if I bring him back to my room? I don't think I mentioned it, but he's an old friend of mine. We've got a lot of catching up to do. Alright. Hey, come on. This way. Well, that sure got quite the reaction out of him. And now he's incredibly leery of you. When she mentioned the blood, I couldn't help myself. I probably should have kept my mouth shut, though. Mel doesn't say a word the entire way. His smile has retreated, and there's a hint of fear lurking beneath his now stony expression. I spend the trek through the mansion's corridors, pondering how to answer the questions I know are coming. How to solve the problem I put myself in. We enter a bedroom, presumably his, and he closes the door behind us. I see the distrust in his eyes as he glares at me. I have to ask. Who exactly are you? Why did you say that back there? That saint's blood is actual blood. In response to his pressing, I don't know which one to pick. Maybe we should lock all the ones that have decisions. Okay, I think I did it all. I'm gonna take a quick break. I gotta go to the bathroom and maybe get some water. So I'll be back. If anyone wants to pick which one, I don't mind. I'll go with whatever anyone in chat wants to go with. Okay, I'm back. Tell him he's a wuss. What can he possibly do to us? I don't know what to choose. I don't know either. Cause Mel seems to be the most gentle one out of all three of the dudes. Maybe more the most reasonable. So yeah, I'm kind of inclined to go with let's tell him everything. So here, let's try that. I know Mel feels immense remorse about his involvement in Morgana's imprisonment. So I decided it's best to tell him everything. The shade in the mansion begged for me to save him. If he knows what I am, maybe this Mel will seek my help as well. Perhaps I'm being rash, but it's worth a shot. Alright, I'll tell you everything. Giselle looks concerned about doing this. It might sound crazy, but I promise you, everything I'm about to tell you is the truth. I am not from this time. What? I have come here from a point in time after Morgana's death. How do you know about... I know everything. Morgana told me what happened here, what will happen here. You and 2 other men imprisoned her at the top of the observation tower, eventually leading to her death. At this point in time, she should still be alive, but she will not be for much longer. When the bell tolls noon on the day of the Harvest Festival, Morgana's life will come to an end. And when she dies, she will do so in the grips of overwhelming hatred. A hatred that will transform her soul into a true witch. The 3 of you will become the targets of that hatred, the targets of her curse. And by the power of that curse, you will be drawn back to this place in your next lives, where great suffering and misery awaits you. Everything you're saying is going right over my head. Our next lives? Her soul? A witch? Oh, sorry, the overlay. Thank you, Lou. Thank you. Sometimes I forget. Every word of it is true. Did anything I say contradict your experiences? The 3 of you have Morgana imprisoned in the tower. You drain her of her blood, which you then claim is a medicine called Saint's Blood, which you give out in exchange for tithes. Am I wrong about any of that? I am here to save Morgana, to set her free of the tower and her hatred, which will consequently set your souls free as well. I know you're not proud of what you've done. Lend me your hand in freeing Morgana, and tell me your story. Tell me how you came to be involved in her imprisonment. Oh wait, so this would have been after they chopped off her arm too, so it's like... I don't know if we'll ever get to know why they chopped off her arm. This is not the path you wish to take, I'm certain of that. You wanted blood for your sister, yes. But you're not the kind of man who would think severing another's arm was acceptable. You had to have had some reason for it. Please, give me your assistance. Tell me your tale. Saving her will save you too. I only want what's best for you. Could you give me a moment? This is all so sudden, I'm having trouble wrapping my head around it. But I do get one thing, that you know what we've been doing. Give me some time to process it. I'll have an answer for you tonight. I wonder if that was the wrong thing to do. Maybe we're gonna get ourselves killed in this ending. Please. I'll make the right decision. I just need time to convince myself. Hello, Secret. How are you? I waved at you even though I don't have a camera. I understand. Wait here until I come back, would you? It's almost sundown, so it shouldn't be long. Tonight, I'll tell you what I can. Once I made sense of everything, I'm sure I'll be able to shake hands. So just relax here for a bit. I'll be waiting. Thanks. See you tonight. Tonight. Well, he seemed to believe it. Thankfully, I was worried he wouldn't. I knew he wasn't happy being a part of this. He desperately wanted out, and you gave him that opportunity. I can only hope. He said he'd help, so let's give him the benefit of the doubt and see what happens when he comes back. Perhaps I'm just being paranoid, but it feels like that went over too easily. Yeah, I was thinking that too. I'm like, he just took it at face value, like, you're from the future, you know what's gonna happen. I'm good. How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Just enjoying some house in Fata Morgana. This story just keeps becoming more convoluted and convoluted. It's pretty deep. Excellent. Excellent. I just imagine that Mr. Burns' voice. No, I made the right decision. I think we should have pretended now. Well, I guess we'll see. We'll see. Hello? Are you there? May I come in? You may. Sorry, it took so long. Not at all. You did say it would be night when... Uh-oh. 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 I think I fell asleep last night with Discord on. You might have, because I remember we left, we were done, and we watched all of season 3 and 4 of Attack on Titan, and I stopped streaming and you were still there. That's okay. What? Is this the man? Never seen him before. You... It's them. What is the meaning of this, Mel? Where the hell did you get your information? Michelle! I came from the future. In my time, Morgana is already dead. I'm here to set her free to erase... You spilled it, Mel, didn't you? No, I didn't. Why did you think I told you about him? So you know it didn't come from me. I can't believe he... Mel, how could you? What happened to everything you said earlier? That you would make the right decision, that you would help. You two friends? For the thousandth time, I met him in the forest this afternoon. I'd never seen him before then. Then who told him? It wasn't me. I have nothing to gain from talking. True enough. He's just messed up in the head. That has to be it. He has all these crazy delusions. Souls turning into witches the next life. He's mad, I tell you. I thought he believes us. Mel, am I wrong that you feel remorse? Am I wrong that you don't want to be involved in this? You shouldn't be adding to your lists of wrongdoings. No, you should be doing what you know is right and let Morgana go. Are you sure you're not friends? I swear to God, if he was a friend, why would I snitch on him? You're not one to let friendship get in the way of what you truly desire. I would never. Michelle, we have to get out of here. Ugh. If he so much as twitches like he's gonna run, cut him in half. Michelle! Maybe you'll come to your senses if you know exactly how what you're doing will affect your next lives. Morgana comes to bear such incredible loathing for each of you that the people you care for, who, pray tell, life fearing how it will affect their next? Wait, what? Who, pray tell, lives life fearing how it will affect their next? Oh, there we go. I couldn't read that right. You were right. He's out of his mind. Listen, you chose the wrong man for your little sermon. Next life? Souls? Gah, damn it. How could I get them to believe me? I've seen it all, but they don't have any of those memories. How can I convince them to believe something that hasn't even happened to them yet? How can I get them to release Morgana? How can I save her? Michelle, please, you have to run. You're in danger here. I would love to, but the door is blocked. So tell me, who told you about Morgana? Morgana herself. Who told you? I'm telling the truth. I know what I know because she told me. I suppose it doesn't matter where you got your information. Getting rid of you still means one less person who knows. Michelle! Kill him. Don't! Can I play with him first? No, do it quickly. I'm tired of listening to this madman's ramblings. No, please don't do this. We're only here to save your souls. Because we believed you weren't truly evil. So why? Grr. Oh, alright. I'm not happy about it, though. You're putting more than your next lives at risk. You'll lose the people you care about in this life, too. Many people are going to die on the day of the Harvest Festival. Many people are going to die. You may be able to avoid that if you set her free. And also change your own fates as well. Ugh. I can't listen to this anymore. Kill this madman now. Don't, please, I'm begging you, don't! It really is a damned shame. I was hoping I could have some fun with you. Michelle! It happens in the blink of an eye. The man steps forward and the moment his sword's his sword's out of his sheath. I'm toppling backward. Michelle! Michelle! No, Michelle, no, why? No, please, no, this can't be. Michelle, say something. Michelle, please. Michelle. Ah, ah. More screaming. Giselle's screams fade into the distance. As the three men watch, I make a heavy thud against the cold floor. You clean out the mess, Mel. The last thing I want is that damned nun suspecting anything. Urgh. Don't you vomit, boy. Make any more of a mess and you'll be joining him. Haha. All three of their voices are growing muted now. As my vision goes red, I realize I can see my own body off in the distance. What pains me most, though, is that Giselle had to witness that too. But everything's slipping away from me so quickly, I don't have time to come up with anything to say before it all goes black. Ending 0, dead end. Oh no! Look at what your choice has wrought us, Zeticus. Wait, this game takes inspiration from real locations and events in history? Really? LOL. Yeah, Zetica wanted me to tell the truth. I didn't. I actually no. I agreed with that, didn't I? I wasn't sure which outcome would be better. So that's the fourth ending and the 0 ending and fourth ending. So that's 2 endings we've unlocked so far. Which one was it? This one? This one. Tread carefully. We don't have much time, but it's in our best interest to tread carefully. There's too much we don't know yet. It would not be wise to make a rash decision. With him as tense and suspicious as he is right now, it won't be easy to get his key or persuade him to tell us how he ended up here. Furthermore, my experiences with the 3 shades tell me that if I'm not careful, I could be putting myself in an unimaginable danger. A brief flash of what might have happened had I spoken too soon crosses my mind, sending a chill down my spine. If I want to get Mel on my side, I'm going to need something more. Something decisive. Something that'll convince him he needs to come clean and set Morgana free. Regardless, being cautious isn't going to mean much if I can't get them to let us stay in the mansion. We need to be nearby to keep an eye on things, gather information. How to go about that, though? Assuming he's not voluntarily involved, maybe all we have to do is ask for his help in setting Morgana free and he'll work with us? Perhaps. Being so direct will only invite more suspicion. but she's probably on the right track. When I met his shadow, it was burdened with great regret. He begged me to help him. My remark about the saint's blood was based on stories I once heard about a person whose blood was said to have healing properties. Stories? Maybe they haven't made it this far, I don't know. But they tell of a girl born in a distant village, a saint, and the daughter of God. I thought that perhaps the nun might be the saint spoken of in the stories, and I was hoping for the opportunity to see a miracle performed with my own eyes. I have to say, you looked more angry than excited. I didn't hide it very well, I guess. Maybe it appeared that way to you, but I've never had a very friendly face. If you say so, as long as you're telling the truth. I myself have to wonder, why did my remark seem to bother you so much? What? Is there something more to the saint's blood than you're telling me? No. Something that would make you want to get me alone and interrogate me? There's nothing. I just, didn't want you to scare anyone with all the talk of blood, since there's not actually any in it. And I didn't know about the stories, so... It's just medicine, I swear. As you say. It's got nothing to do with the saint in your stories. To change the subject, could I ask you to convince the nun to allow me to stay here? Huh? Weren't you listening? We can't take anyone in right now. Which is why I'm asking for your recommendation. You live on the premises, don't you? I am more a supervisor of sorts. Then you should have some say in the matter. Why? Until the Harvest Festival is all I'm asking. Why not get a room at the inn? If you need money, I'll spare you some coin. I must stay in this mansion. But why? Those are my instructions. What? You know the stained glass window in the chapel, behind the pulpit? I was named after the archangel Michael depicted there. The angel came to me in a vision, instructing me to watch over the festival here. From where you were standing, you couldn't possibly have seen the window in that much detail. You couldn't... Oh, I get it. You've been to the church before, and you're just acting like you haven't. There's a metal door off to the side, leading to an observation tower. Yeah? You can see the tower from outside. Inside is a long spiral staircase, not made of stone, but wood. There's a single door at the top of the stairs. How? What are you really here for? All that vision stuff is a lie. I am not here to cause you any trouble. In fact, I am on your side. You show up out of nowhere and you expect me to believe your nonsense? All I ask is for you to allow me to stay until the day of the festival. If you can do that for me, then I'll make you the promise I could not before. I have not forgotten your pleas for salvation. I know you want to be free. Haha, let me guess, you saw that in the vision too? If you want to call it that, then you can. I've never once asked you for to save me. You're mad. But, fine. I've got nothing to hide anyway. If I say you're a friend, the Saintess should be willing to accommodate you. Wait, I already told her you were my friend, didn't I? I'll try and persuade her. I don't know what your deal is, but try not to cause any trouble, okay? Is Morgana dead yet? No. This is still like 3 days before the festival. For your own sake. You missed one choice though. We made a choice and it killed us. So we reached a 0 ending. One of the bad endings. I won't. Only until the festival. You're not getting another day out of me or her. And this isn't your home, so don't act like it is. Of course. Thank you. You know, I never did get your name. It's Michelle. Ah, right. After the Archangel Michelle, or Michael, just like you said. I never really cared much for Michael, to be honest. He weighs your soul in one hand on his perfectly balanced scales, then delivers its punishment with the sword in his other. He's not an angel of salvation. Out of curiosity, could you perhaps be... No, never mind. It's turned into a bit of a storage area, but there's an open room you can use. I'll show you the way. I appreciate your courtesy. Infiltration complete. Well, this is just lovely. There are cracks in the ceiling and the walls peeling off. There is a bed at least, but it's coated in dust. This was a storeroom where I lived here, as I recall. Sorry about the condition. I didn't choose a bad room for you on purpose, I promise. If you want to sleep somewhere more comfortable, you're not gonna find that here. Not a problem. I'm grateful to have a room at all. If you say so. Well, I have work to do, so I should be on my way. I'll talk to the Saintess as promised. I imagine she'll make a supper for you at some point. But do keep your crazy talk to yourself around her. I'll make a note of it, thank you. See you. We made it work. Somehow. Somehow. It's a lot of pressure being under that much suspicion, huh? My heart was pounding the whole time. And that the Archangel Michael came to me in a vision? Stuff? I never expected you to go there. Why'd you tell him that anyway? Because I didn't think telling him, I know the future, and I need your help to change it, would have gone over very well. It didn't, because we tried that first. I wonder how these people would react to a robot? Or a rombot? What is a rombot? Rombot. Besides, those who yearn for redemption have a tendency to latch on to the spiritual. I thought taking advantage of that would work to our benefit. You know, you'd make a pretty good con artist, Michelle. I did what I thought was necessary. I know. Besides, you have every intention of keeping your promise, don't you? Whether or not Mel can be saved is up to him. I will lend him my hand, though. Hehe, oh you. You say it's all on him, but deep down you know you're on his side. We're complete strangers to this Mel, but I can't bring myself to think of him that way. We just met today, but it feels like reuniting with an old friend. He's the same old Mel. And you were actually there for a part of his life, which I imagine makes the sentiment all the stronger. You don't feel the same way? I don't think of him as a total stranger, no. However, nothing. I was about to say something incredibly cynical, but I caught myself. What? It's nothing. Don't worry about it. If you say so. I was always the one with nothing to offer, powerless to be of anyone's help. So if anything's motivating me, it's not concern for the boy, but a desire to prove that someone like me can do something. It didn't take much arm twisting to get him to give us a room, so who knows? Maybe he'll come over to our side easier than either of us expect. Rombot. Cleaning robot. Oh, we call that something else. Not Rombot. Roomba. 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 So I was like, Rombot? Like, what? No, the brand name for one of those vacuum cleaning robots are Roombas. Different company? Rombot? Oh, okay. I'll have to look that up. Rombot. Yeah, I know there's like a lot of different brands probably out there. The small one running around, hoover and clean the floor. Him giving us a room was not simply out of kindness. Keeping me nearby allows him to keep an eye on me. He doesn't trust me, but he also doesn't know enough about me to decide what to do yet. He needs time, and doing this gives him that time. If he decides keeping me around is not to his advantage, he will act accordingly. Do you really think he'll do anything to hurt you? Mel's a kind boy and, well, to be frank, I don't think he has the spine for it. It's hard to say, but even if he doesn't, we still have the other two men to worry about. Nevertheless, his cooperation will undoubtedly be the easiest of the three to gain. We are fortunate to run into him first. What makes you say that? Did you ever have a chance to see the shadows trapped in the mansion? Shadows? I might have. But around the time Hayden Rhodes passed away, I wasn't really there anymore. I stopped thinking, stopped trying to make sense of the things inhabiting the house. I had become merely another part of the cursed mansion. I was only able to converse with them after I had reclaimed myself. I suppose much like the rules differ between the realms of the living and the dead, so too do they differ for those who have lost their grip on reality. As I was searching for a way to get you out of the tower, I encountered and spoke with the three men's shadows. Of the three, Mel was the least threatening. He bears a great deal of regret. He yearns for someone to save him. I heard him muttering, "This isn't what I wanted." He doesn't want to be involved in this. Someone else is holding the reins. My first guess would be the Lord, but regardless, they are not equals in this endeavor. If he wants out, then maybe he would have agreed to help if we told him we're here to save Morgana. Carelessly revealing our hand at this stage did not seem wise. I would have never gotten to this point if it were so easy to stop. So, I guess our first task is to earn Mel's trust. Morgana's death is in 3 days. We have until then to get all 3 keys. It won't be easy. I mean, we weren't even present in this world until today. Exactly. We have no one to vouch for us, no one who even knows who we are. But we have knowledge, quite a bit of it in fact. We not only know what happens in this era, but you showed me their next lives as well. From that, we can deduce how they might behave and to whom they have ties. You're right, we do. We know things we should have no way of knowing. And we can use that knowledge to our advantage. The various interpersonal relationships are where we can get our edge, I think. They each have their reasons for locking Morgana up, if I'm right. They're doing it for other people. It's these powerful bonds driving them. Mel's driving force would be his sister, for instance. Are they mere bonds, or is it fate that ties them together? You're right, we should find and talk to his sister. Mel is more likely to act if it's coming from her than us. I agree. If his darling sister tells him to stop, he won't have any reason to continue his involvement. Knowing how the first tale ended makes me slightly uncertain, but for now we can work under the assumption that he does genuinely care for her. What do you want to bet she's somewhere nearby? I mean, she will be. It was her death that sparked the chaos on the day of the Harvest Festival. Ah, right, it was... No, you're exactly right. But what I was going to say is that people tend to keep those they care about most close by. It would appear I have a bad tendency to focus too much on the facts. That was entirely unnecessary of me. Giselle did not need to be reminded of that. I'm sorry. What for? For being careless with my words, inconsiderate. No need to apologize for the truth. Besides, you and considerate are like oil and water. And today you're the fire to my oil. We have 3 days to stop this tragedy. Let's get to work. Let's. We'll probably have more luck asking than just searching for her. If we can't find Mel, the nun might know. Off we go! Till later, Inky. I need to go outside into the wastelands. Okay. See ya, Vivi. Have a safe trip outside to the wastelands. As I step into the chapel, I see an old man waving to the nun as he heads for the door. The man is practically beaming, and judging by the vial in his hand, he's happy about more than simply having the chance to see her. Is that the saint's blood? According to Morgana's account, a disease began spreading through the city at the Harvest Festival, eventually eradicating the population. In a time like this where medical knowledge is so limited, a plague would be almost unstoppable, and the sight of so many people dying so quickly would appear to them the work of a demon or a curse. We come from the future, so we know just how dangerous this is, but they have no idea. Morgana described it as a tale that would have only taken place in an era of miracles and spirituality, and about that she couldn't be more right. Could we maybe warn everyone against taking the medicine? I assume the sickness was caused by them ingesting blood at any rate. It's not medicine they're being given, but bottled disease, like some sick joke. Oh, so my instincts about the blood being tainted by that point, like she was sick and they were making people drink like tainted blood, was probably correct. Isn't that funny? Okay, oops. I didn't read that. If we could convince them to stop taking Saint's blood, then maybe that would prevent the city from being destroyed. But the fact that it's being distributed in the house of the Lord. And also, there's only 3 days of the festival, so this doesn't actually, stop the fact that some people have already taken this medicine, right? Unless they only just started doing it. I don't remember. I don't remember how long they held her in the tower for, draining her blood and stuff. And peddled as a miracle cure plays right into their deep-rooted spirituality. Would it even be possible to convince them otherwise? And besides, it's not them we came here to save, but... No, that's veering too far off our intended path. We need to find the truth and save Morgana's soul. Putting ourselves out like that is only going to get us unwanted attention, make people suspicious. And we don't have that kind of time. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. It's just knowing what they're going to do to themselves. I couldn't help but think that maybe there was something we could do. Especially considering how it all turns out. I understand this sentiment. Or rather, I understand your reasoning. But for me, Morgana takes priority over any of them. And you over everything. This releasing Morgana's soul should save yours as well, Giselle. If we can eliminate the mansion's darkness, then you won't have to be trapped as it's made. I have no interest in being the hero of the masses. Let's go ask about Mel's sister then. Okay. I turn my gaze back towards the nun to find her kneeling in one of the pews. She bows her head and begins to whisper a prayer. There's no one else in the chapel. Now's the perfect time to ask. Hearing me approach, she falls silent and turns to face me, wearing her usual disarming smile. Hello, Michael. Or Michelle. Mel was just here. He told me everything. Can't turn away a friend of Mel's now, can we? Hehe. Sorry for turning you down earlier. No worries. I did a poor job of explaining myself. So, did you need anything? Let me guess. Medicine? No, I'm in perfectly good health. Hehe, I figured you were lying. I can ask her about Saint's blood some other time. And while I have a number of questions about the man she's close with too right now, Mel's sister is priority. Are you familiar with Mel's younger sister? She has flaxen hair, much like him. Oh, you mean Nellie? Are you her friend too? I would say we're more. You're better off just saying you're friends. Friends, yes. Hmm? What about her? I would like to speak with her and I was wondering if you might know where I could find her. Nellie should be down at the cottage, I believe. The cottage? Yep, that's where I stay too. I don't sleep in the mansion itself. So you don't live here but only work here? Right. For one, there are men who live here. The Lord likes to show up on occasion too, and we can't have a nun wandering around while he's here. So you and Nellie live together then? Yep, we have for about 6 months or so, ever since she and Mel showed up. I wanted to let her stay with her brother. But since this is technically church property, we have to keep the boys and girls separate. I see. I'm so glad to hear Nellie's got a friend, though. What? She's not from around here, so she doesn't have many acquaintances. And with how sick she can get, she doesn't spend much time outside, which is a shame because she's such a sweet little girl. I am her friend, of course, but I've got responsibilities. I can only be around so often. So I'm sure she'd be delighted to have someone else to talk to. It would be my pleasure. Could you, tell me the way to the cottage then? Oh, sure. It's not far from here. You go down? The directions I got from the nun led me to a place I know from my own time. It's the same building where the man who had been ordered to keep me under surveillance stayed. Sunlight seeps relentlessly through the trees, and I find myself having to look down at my feet as I follow the path. It's blindingly bright, painful. How are you holding up, Michelle? I'll be alright. The sun's past its peak. In a few hours, it won't be nearly as bad. Don't push yourself, okay? Okay. The trek is a reminder of just how inconvenient my body always was, and having this chance to experience being alive again comes with both the good parts and the bad. But now is hardly the time to complain about my sensitivity to the sun. The fact that people don't seem to be scared of his appearance is also kind of strange too, because wouldn't his appearance be weird to the people of this time? It's not long before we reach a clearing, a small cottage surrounded by a small garden coming into view, and crouching by a flower bed picking flowers is the flaxen-haired girl. Are you Nellie? Though several details of her appearance don't match my memory of her, she still has that distinct hair. It could be nobody else. This Nellie is considerably thinner and looks rather frail. The effects of her being ill, I presume. Who are you? My name is Michelle. I have a few questions to ask you. Can we talk for a bit? I would have thought she'd said something by now. You're being way too blunt, Michelle. You've gone and scared her. What else was I supposed to say? You have to approach slowly, carefully. Go on, give her a smile. A nice, soft smile. Smile. I'm only here to talk. There's nothing to be afraid of. Okay, that is definitely not a nice smile. I can't even see it, and I can still tell. What did you expect? I can't just smile on demand. Eek! It's a bad man! A bad man has come to kidnap me. Save me, dearest Mal, before this bad man does bad things to me. Calm down, please. I'm not gonna do anything to you. Eek! Don't come any closer! I know you're trying to do bad things to me. I'm not going to do bad things to you. I couldn't even if I wanted to. the small inside joke here. I couldn't even if I wanted to. Because I lack the man parts. Don't move or I'll call the guards on you. But please, calm down. I mean you no harm, honestly. That's what all bad men say. No, Giselle, don't just watch. This would be a fantastic time for a little advice. Got it. Maybe she'll calm down if you mention Mel? You're a genius. I'm a friend of Mel's. He was telling me about you, and how you wanted someone to talk to. He asked me to keep you company. Mel asked you to come talk to me? He did. Do you trust me now? So, that makes you his friend then? As much as it pains me to admit it. Michelle, what on earth possessed you to say that? Slip of the tongue. You and him? Is that so? Yes? You're pretty old to be friends with my Mel. Are you really, really, really his friend? Really? Then prove it. How so? If you're really his friend, then you should be able to tell me all about him. Why in God's name would you ever subject me to that? Do you not like Mel, Michelle? That's not it, we're just incompatible. Okay, here we go. First question. What does my Mel like most of all? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm gonna probably say, Nelly? Wait, are these decision points too? Wait, it says man in the painting. I'll save over it. It's fine. Hopefully it's fine. Hopefully it's fine. Okay, naps, Nelly, or theater? I think the answer is Nelly. You think so too? You think I'm his favorite thing in the whole wide world? Hehe, I like to believe that's what he thinks. I think it'd be wonderful I could always be his #1. Her excessive love for her brother is still out in full force, I see. Second question. What kind of person is my Mel? He's a nice guy. You know what? I thought that said simp. He's a spineless, like, simp. Okay, so he's a nice guy. He's a sycophant. He's a spineless chump. I kind of want to say this just for laughs. Can I see this? I'm gonna see it. You can call him a spineless chump. How could you? I misspoke. You claim you're his friend and then you call him spineless? You're not his friend at all, are you? No, I am. I just believe in order to be friends with someone, you need to acknowledge and accept the good and bad aspects of them. Or that's what Didier says anyway. Fair enough, I suppose. I don't think he's spineless at all, but maybe he acts differently around you. He's my prince after all. I don't particularly care for that word myself. It reminds me too much of Morgana's incessant harassment. Okay, final question. Describe what he looks like for me. Oh no. I try not to scrutinize other men. He's decently handsome. I am far better looking. I kinda wanna do the I'm far better looking than him. Does anyone in chat want to weigh in on this decision? I kinda wanna see like what each one like turns into. Far better looking. That's not what I asked. You're just full of surprises today, aren't you, Michelle? It sounded funnier in my head. I will admit, you do have a few things in common with Mel. Such as? He's not really all that masculine, and neither are you. You know, at least in appearance, you might make an okay prince. Ugh. You don't sound very flattered. Why would I be? She said I wasn't masculine. Not everyone has to be big and beefy. I like you just the way you are, Michelle. I know you're trying to make me feel better, but... Well, that's the last of my questions. You're not a complete stranger, it seems. Sure, why not? You can be my Mel's friend. Why, thank you. This is great. I was sure you were a bad man. Why is it that the first impression everyone has of me is that I'm someone decent? Wait, as of me is never that I'm someone decent. Any friend of Mel's must be a good person. No, an amazing person. That's quite the faith you have in him. Why wouldn't I? He's my big brother. That's some circular logic. Is it just you? Is Mel not coming? He's rather busy at the moment. Oh, he's always has something to take care of, that Mel. He's hardly given me any attention these past couple months. But that's okay, because today I've got you to keep me company. Hehe. Yes, you do. I can't stay long, though. Alright, just stay until sundown then. You had something you wanted to ask me, didn't you? Well, if you're a good enough friend, I'll tell you anything you want to know. And how do I go about that? Talking. Lots and lots of talking. You have to keep me entertained. You're asking far too much of me. She's not asking much at all. She just wants to talk. Do you think someone who spent 13 years in isolation knows the first thing about holding a pleasant conversation? Hey now, I was there for a year of that. I'll help you come up with topics, so go on. Do you not want to talk to me? No, I do. I'm just not much of a conversationalist. Okay, then instead of talking, you can sing. I've never seen a minstrel before, but I've always wanted to know what kinds of songs they sing. Will you show me? I've never seen one myself either. But I have heard secondhand accounts of the songs of traveling jongleurs? What is it? Jongleurs? I've never seen this word before. Jongleurs. Jongleurs? I've never seen this word before. Definite description of the jongleurs. Jongleurs can be described as a court attendant or other person such as the traveler who, for hire, recited or sang verses and performed other acts for the entertainment of the audience, including that of a conjurer or a jungler. Jongleur is the French word for juggler. Oh. Jongleur. Oh, so, okay, so maybe it's jongleur. Because I thought it might have been jongleur. Jongleur. Has anyone ever heard of this word? Jongleur. Very well then. I'll teach you a song an old acquaintance of mine heard while traveling. No. I guess it also is probably like a, well, because it's French too, so that's probably why it's never come up for me. Since I don't know French. Whee! I can't wait! Here goes. She looks appalled, and Giselle looks disappointed. Uh-oh. Did we muck up? The silence is deafening. I'm shocked. I don't think I've ever heard someone sing so badly. That sound. It sounded like from Danganronpa. Me neither. I'm flabbergasted. Let's hear you try then. That's enough singing for today. I don't want my ears to fall off. What a vicious little girl. I know. Let's bake something. But bake something? Yep, come on inside. I made some real nice jam earlier today, and I want to make it into a pretty little pie. You get to help me with that. I'm not much of a... Come on, get a move on. You either help or you don't get to be my friend. As you wish. This is not going to end well. Oh, that's right, because he doesn't know how to cook either. I like how in this game that they throw a lot of the characters into like different situations, so you get to watch them interact with different characters, so it's kind of neat. Unbelievable! Absolutely unbelievable! How on earth do you manage to turn a pie into this monstrosity? I gave it my best shot. There's only one explanation. You're possessed. It's true, he is, but I'm a perfectly good chef. Michelle's just naturally terrible at it. God, could this go any worse? I can't give this to Mel. Jerk, dimwit, loser. I'm sorry. Ugh. Well, I guess we got no choice but to eat it ourselves. I'll set the table. What? And I'll make us some tea while I'm at it. You know, I've always dreamed of this. Sitting around the table with a friend, having snacks, and just talking. Oh? Yep, and for that I can deal with a little awful disgusting pie. It's just too bad I couldn't share it with my Mel too. I see. For all her complaining, she seems to be enjoying herself. I can only imagine how lonely she is out here. While she may act all bright and cheerful, beneath it is a real sense of isolation. Sounds a lot like Giselle. And the same can be said about the girl behind the first door. As vivacious and pushy as she could be, you could see hints of loneliness behind it all. Her brother was practically all she had while she lived in the mansion, but if I were to guess, that's not the life she really wanted. I bet she would have preferred to be able to go out and play with friends. Being born into a noble family takes away a lot of your freedom. Even in such drastically different time periods, she's still the same girl inside. Actually, maybe the parallels extend beyond her as a person, and into the courses of her two different lives. Perhaps that means all who were reconstructed at Morgana's wish were destined to lead similar lives. Though destined might be putting it too nicely. Nally. I would be glad to lend you my ear if you would like. You can talk about the weather, or your brother, anything you want. You will? Great! Take a seat. I got lots I want to talk about. More than you could possibly imagine. And you'll never guess what Mel said next, that I mean more to him than anyone in the world. So, I'm growing flowers out in the garden, right? Well, when I've got enough of them, I'm gonna make a big bouquet and give it to Mel. Back at home, we got this really big yard with this huge tree we used to take naps under when it was nice out. So, what do you think about the tea I just made? Hehe, the flower petal's what really ties it all together. Oh, and you won't believe what happened after that. Blah blah blah. Pero. Care for another cup of tea? I'll make as much as you can drink. No, thank you. I'm fine. I feel like all I did was nod and listen. And the bulk of it was about Mel, no less. I haven't talked that much in ages. Time sure flew by, huh? The sun's starting to set. Do you and the nun not speak much? We do, but it's kind of... I don't know. Not really the same with her. It just feels, I guess, like she's too important for me to waste her time being the lady in charge of the church and pretty much the whole estate. And what about Mel? Does he not visit you very often? No, he does. He comes to see me a lot. Then why? He hasn't been himself lately. My old Mel would always happily listen to whatever I had to say, but now he seems kinda distracted. It sounds like he's really busy. When he visits, he doesn't stay for long and he has to go back to the mansion at night. I try to get him to stay longer, but it never works. And he always avoids the question when I ask him why he can't. It feels like he's hiding something. Knowing what he's hiding, I can understand why he wouldn't want to talk about it. He could never tell his precious little sister that he and 2 other men have a girl locked up in the tower and that he's stealing her blood for her sake. I wish things could have stayed the way they were before. The way they were before? When it was just the 2 of us living together. I know we were more stable here, and I can get the medicine I need from the church. But I'd rather stay being sick than be so alone. You said you came here around 6 months ago? Yep, it was just the 2 of us before that. Well, before that, at our old house, we had a bunch of servants. But I never really liked it there either. With that many people around, I just felt more alone. I liked it so much better when it was just me and Mel. Is that really what you want? To be sick and in constant pain? It's better than being alone. Mel just doesn't get it. He doesn't understand that the loneliness is so much worse. Or maybe that's just a guy thing. They don't get what it's like to be ignored. What it feels like to be left in the dark, not knowing anything. We don't understand, no. We think saving their lives matters above all. Huh? Even if there's a cost to saving that life, we're incapable of gauging how great it is. We're unable to see how egotistical, how self-serving our actions are. Are you talking about yourself? The same could be said of Mel as well, I imagine. Mel's still around, though. He's there, but it's like he's trying to avoid me. All I want is for him to be here. To be with me. That's all I really want. He doesn't even have to be a perfect fairy tale prince. Have you ever told him that? What? Have you ever told him that he doesn't have to be the perfect brother? That you'd be happy with just having him there? Have you ever put those feelings into words? I'm always telling him I want him around. And that he doesn't have to be your prince to do so? He's already said he will be my prince, and he always smiles whenever I talk about it. So how am I supposed to turn around and say he doesn't have to be my prince anymore? I know that's not your intention to force an ideal image onto him, but unconsciously, subconsciously, that's what you're doing when you talk like that. And Mel, he's trying to meet those expectations. Actually, he may not be conscious of it himself. He just believes deep down that's the kind of person he's supposed to be. Or more accurately, he seems to have a need to make himself look good to others. He believes that if he's good to others, they'll be good to him in return. Am I a burden? I can assure you he's better off with you around. But I am a burden to him right now, aren't I? Be honest with me. Yes, you are. Does Mel not like me anymore? Is that why he's been avoiding me? I promise you that's not the case. At the very least, he's doing what he's doing now because of how much he cares about you. You promise? I promise. I love him. I love my Mel so very much. Too much, in fact. To be honest, I know I do. I understand that, really. I know I'm making his life difficult. But Mel's all I have. He's the only person I can latch onto. And I can't control my feelings. It can be difficult to tame your emotions at your age. There's nothing wrong with that. However, you should have taken stock of those emotions, sorted through everything you've got on your mind, and then sat down with him to talk it out. Even if those things you feel seem wrong or unspeakable. You should have opened up to him, taken the time to figure out what works best for the both of you. You, too, needed to face the things you carried in your heart, the things your brother carried in his. By not doing so, you end up never quite on the same page. Small misunderstandings piling up until it all comes crashing down. If they had just talked it out, communicated their feelings for one another, maybe their tragedy could have been avoided, even with Morgana's curse in play. If Nellie had only had a chance to come to grips with her feelings for Mel, then maybe things wouldn't have escalated the way they did. Her actions that night were arguably hysteric, but she wasn't always like that. I'm sorry. That was out of line. None of this is any of my business, I know. No need to apologize. You're a very curious man, you know that? Huh? We only met a couple hours ago, but you talk like you've known me my whole life. It's like you can hear everything I'm thinking, see everything in my heart. Did Mel tell you all of that? No, he did not tell me much. I didn't think so. He doesn't know me that well. It's not too late, is it? If I talk to him, tell him how I really feel, do you think Mel will listen? I know he will. I won't make things worse. I won't make him uncomfortable. There is a chance that rifts may form at first, but those cracks can be filled again. And I promise you, the result will be something much better than if you had held it in. It will all work out. Okay. Next time I see Mel, I'll tell him. I'll tell him he doesn't have to try to be my prince. Good. Hehe, you really are a curious man. You're the first person to ever talk to me like I'm a real person. Everyone loves to say how sweet and adorable I am, but that's it. I was only ever their make-believe princess. You are a real person, I assure you. Thanks. You know, after talking to you, I'm feeling a whole lot better, like I can do anything. I'm glad you came by today. And I'm glad I could meet you in person. Hehehe. It's weird. It really feels like we've known each other our entire lives. I've known of you for quite some time. Or perhaps I should say, what you will become. Huh? Oh, no. Ignore me. Was that supposed to be a pickup line? Bad Michelle. I'm still too young for that. No, I wasn't. And now you're getting flustered. I swear that's not what that was. I know. Jeez, do you really think I trust you that little? Sorry. Ooh, I just had the most wonderful idea. Oh? Yep. Instead of being my friend, I'll let you be something even better. You're my second brother. Second brother? A brother is much more special to me than a friend. Though obviously you can't be my number one. I'm blanking. She's taken a liking to you. This is good for us. I'm not sure I feel about her putting so much trust in me so quickly though. The amount of time it takes isn't important. What matters is that you listen to her, you understand her, and you treated her like a real person. In her eyes, you're someone she can depend on. Do you not want me as your sister? Actually, I was the youngest child, so having a younger sibling would be, Would be what? Come on, spit it out. It would be rather nice. Hehehe. You bet it would. Who wouldn't want an adorable little sister like me? That's a bit narcissistic, wouldn't you say? Well, it's true, isn't it? Go on, tell me. I'm adorable, dearest Michelle. What? Well, don't just stare at me. If my Mel were here, he wouldn't bat an eye. Please don't compare me to him. You know, now might be a good time to tell her about Morgana. Part of me feels like I would be taking advantage of her newly earned trust, but it'll certainly be easier to bring up now while she holds me in such high regard. She's much more likely to believe me. You're right. I agree. Now's probably the best chance we'll get. Especially considering how little time we have. I can't shake the feeling I'm rushing things, but at this point, all I can do is go with it and pray it works out. If we had the time, I think we'd all like to hold off. Nellie looks like she's having so much fun. And even you seem to be enjoying yourself. No, I'm just... It's nothing to be ashamed of. I'm having fun watching you myself. Let's do it. Let's tell her about Morgana. We have to do it at some point anyway. Yes, let's. Nellie, do you mind if I ask you a question? What is it, dearest Michelle? Ask me anything you want. Have you heard of something called saint's blood? You mean the medicine? Yes, except it's not actually. I know, yeah. It's actually the Saintess's blood, not medicine. But no telling. You... what? One day before we moved here, when it was just me and Mel, the Saintess came to visit. My mind had been all foggy for a long time, like I was not quite asleep, but not quite awake either. But when I heard her soft, pleasant voice, the fog cleared a bit. And then she performed a miracle for me. Blood is awful and gross and terrible, but the Saintess's, hers is different. Hers is pure. So, you're saying you know everything, Nellie? About the observation tower and... Huh? The tower? What about it? That's where they keep her. What? No, the Saintess is always in the chapel. And she stays here with me. She comes back at nights. In fact, she should be here any minute now. So, she thinks the Saintess is the nun and not Morgana. No, Nellie, that blood comes from... I'm really, really grateful to her. She didn't just perform the one miracle, she's been taking care of me. While I'm here too, so whenever I see her, I always say thank you. I thank her for sharing her blood with me. And she always says, it's nothing, with a big smile. Nellie, no. The nun has no idea. She just assumes Nellie's thanking her for giving her the medicine. I owe the Saintess my life. No, Nellie. She's not the one you should be grateful to. Huh? The girl you owe your life to has been locked up, suffering and alone even as we speak. And actually, speaking of saving lives here, isn't the blood making her, technically gonna be making her sick? So isn't Nellie gonna die soon? Because she was like one of the first people to imbibe the blood. Thank you for sharing your blood with me, basically. And another thing is, I don't know why Nellie knows about it. Although it's unclear as to who he was talking to. Was he talking to Morgana at the cottage, or was he talking to the Saintess? If he was talking to Morgana, then yeah, okay, I believe that then she overheard them saying something about the blood. Maybe it was that. I don't know. Anyhow. But the Saintess is at the church. The girl who came to visit you is not the nun everyone calls the Saintess. Okay, so it was Morgana who came to visit the cottage. Her name is Morgana. What are you talking about, Michelle? The Saintess is locked up? Stop that. I have no idea what you're talking about. Everything I'm telling you is the truth. Please believe me. While you were lying in bed, sick and barely conscious, did you get a good look at the Saintess who gave you her blood? You didn't, did you? You couldn't make out any details because your mind was a haze. And then, when you arrived at this estate, you met a woman who people called the Saintess, giving out medication known as Saint's Blood. So you assumed she was the one who had cured you. That's the story you chose to believe. If what you're saying is true, then where is the other Saintess, the one who came to see me? At the top of the mansion's observation tower. The door to the tower is locked. She's imprisoned there. And how do you know this? Because I wouldn't be wise to tell her I'm from the future just yet. That would only serve to confuse her further. All I need to convince her of right now is that Morgana is being held in the tower. There's an idea. Perhaps I can borrow from the story the white-haired girl told Mel. I received a letter. A letter? There's a single window far out of reach in the chamber at the top of the tower. A dove flew in through the window, and so she wrote a letter tying it to the bird's leg and releasing it in the hope someone would come to set her free. That letter ended up in my hands. If that's the case, then who locked her up? Was it the Saintess, the one I know? No, I don't believe the nun is aware. I think she's simply doing her job in good faith. Then who? Michelle. I know very well that what I'm about to say will likely crush her, but I can't let that stop me. Who would do such a terrible thing? Nellie, I want you to brace yourself for what I'm about to say. There are 3 men participating in Morgana's imprisonment. And one of those 3 is your brother, Mel. I understand that's the last thing you wanted to hear, but please believe me, I would not say something so upsetting lightly. I wish to save Morgana, the true saint. And I would like your assistance. Without your help, I can't get her out of that tower. I need you to get through to Mel, otherwise both he and Morgana will remain entrapped. That's not true. Nellie. You're lying. You have to be. My Mel would never do something so horrible. You're a terrible liar. It's true, I swear to you. You think I'm gonna believe that? My Mel? My Mel's an amazing, wonderful person. He's not cruel and evil. He's good and kind like a prince. And the prince would never lock anyone up. I know you're not blind, Nellie. You can see that all your prince talk has been putting pressure on him. So? You think that's gonna change my mind? He has no reason to do any of that. But he does, Nellie. He's certainly not happy about it, no. Sorry, the wrong voice. He's certainly not happy about it, no, but he's doing it for you. What do you mean? He needs her blood to keep you healthy. So, to ensure he always had a supply. But no, he... And despite that, Saint's blood probably doesn't even have healing properties. No one benefits from doing this. Not you, not Mel, and certainly not Morgana. And I don't think anyone can stop him except you. Mel won't listen to me. Did you not just say you would talk things through with him? Just shut up. Stop talking already. I'm done listening to you. Nellie. I'll never believe you. You're not my brother anymore. You're just a horrible, horrible man. Who do you think you are to march in here and try to make my Mel into the bad guy? And after I made you my second brother? What's wrong with you? I trusted you. I ate nasty pie and had tea with you. I don't know why this line is so funny. It's like, I ate nasty pie and had tea with you. Tantrum time. Basically. But you're just a mean evil man here to turn me against my Mel. I know you don't want to believe me, but I'm telling you the truth. Every word. I beg you to open your eyes. Ask him yourself. If you don't believe me, then ask Mel about Morgana. I guarantee you, he'll panic. Enough! Enough already! Get out of here! Get out this instant! Nellie. Don't say my name! Just go away! Get out of here! Now, I don't want to see you ever again. I should have chased you off the moment I saw you. Nasty pie. Get out now! I pray you can find it in yourself to open your eyes and face the truth. Get out! One last thing before I go, Nellie. It was my only option, I know that. But I feel like all I accomplished by telling her was bringing her more pain. It's a difficult balance. We just have to pray that you were able to get through to her. I'm sure she'll come around. If only we had a little more time. In 3 days, it will all be over. Morgana and the entire web of people connected to her will die. That's not enough time. Let's return to the mansion and look for Mel. I would like to speak with him. If there's a chance we can get even the smallest bit of Nellie's feelings through to him, maybe he'll have a change of heart. Hopefully. It's hardly going to be elegant, but it's what must be done. Ah, did you just get back? The Saintess was telling me you went to see Nellie. What do you think? Sweet girl, isn't she? That she is. Though she can be a bit of a handful at times. I'm glad you could keep her company for a bit. Now, just to be sure, you kept a lid on all your crazy talk, right? She treated me to some tea, nothing more. Ah, the stuff with the flower petals in it, yeah? She thinks it's some kind of charm to make it taste better. Girls seem to have a thing for stuff like that. Mel. Could you spare a bit of time for me? We need to talk. Oh, sure. Can it wait a bit, though? I have to run a little errand after supper. When I'm done with that, I'll meet you in your room. All right. You think the errand is... Bringing Morgana her meal, presumably. We might be able to catch the three of them open the door if we trail Mel. It's too big a risk. Mel's already wary enough as it is. I concur. And we don't know how the other two might react either. It's best to play it safe. No one's going to come to our defense if we're caught, not at this point in time. So we'd be better off waiting in our room. Agreed. Though winter has receded and spring is well upon land, there's still a sharp chill in the night air. Even with the window shut, the wind still manages to slip through the cracks, making the candle flame waver. Neither Giselle nor I say much of anything, but nevertheless, when she speaks, the sound of her voice, soft and pleasant, relaxes my nerves. The faint sound of her breathing reminds me I'm not alone, that she's there, always watching over me. When the candle's about half gone, the door swings open. Sorry, it took so long. What did you want to talk about? You didn't bring anyone with you? No, I didn't. Who did you think I would bring? No one. I was just checking. No, I'll get straight to the point. You're afflicted with a great deal of remorse, are you not, Mel? Pardon? I know what you're doing, what you're involved in. I know the girl at the top of the observation tower very well. Her name is Morgana, and you have her imprisoned in the tower. The door requires 3 keys to open, of which you possess 1. You need for her miracle blood. How? I came here to stop you. How do you know any of that? It's not possible she could have told anyone. Did one of them tell you? No, it wasn't them. I was told all of this by Morgana herself. How could she? What I'm about to tell you is going to seem impossible, but every word of it is the truth. I am not from this time. Many, many years after her death, Morgana's soul told me what happened to her. What? What are you even talking about? She's still alive. You're not from this time? What? Are you mad? Can you come up with any other explanation for how I would know everything I know? There's a single window in the room at the top of the tower. A small, insignificant thing that sits high above upon the wall, and entirely useless for communicating with the outside world. In 3 days' time, during the Harvest Festival, Morgana will die. And I must prevent that from happening. Prevent it? To do that, I need your key. Will you give it to me? There you go, talking nonsense again. You know, I warned you not to kick up any dust for your own sake, but I guess that didn't get through, huh? I don't care who you are or where you come from. All that matters is that you intend to stand in our way. What did you think? I was just a helpless little boy? That you could take my key without any trouble? Well, you'd be right about that. If it was only me, stealing my key and setting her free would be a trivial matter. But it's not only me. And the other two? They won't hesitate to kill you. Your life, anyone's life, means nothing to them. You don't know what they're like, how terrifying they can be. They're killers. I'll tell them everything you told me. I'll tell them you know our secret. And don't come crying to me when they come for you. I warned you. Is that what you want? Ugh. Will you find the comfort you seek by being their devoted little slave and keeping Morgana imprisoned in that tower? What else can I? If you feel at all ashamed about your part in this, if you want to do something to correct it, then you'll need to take that step. You can't fix this problem on your own, no, but I am here to help. I'm not ashamed about anything. That knife emote. Don't lie to yourself. Don't act like you know how I feel. What the hell is your deal anyway? You show up out of nowhere, spouting all this "I'll save you" and "I'm here to help" rubbish. You need to do this for your sister. See, that's now ridiculous. If I wash my hand of this, I won't have access to the witch's blood anymore. And without that, Nellie can't get better. She'll die without that blood. Her blood has no miraculous healing powers. You only believe it does, making it appear to work. You're mad. Morgana's blood is not curing Nellie. In fact, it may very well be killing her. If you keep giving her that blood, Nellie will also lose her life during the Harvest Festival. What? You're standing on the precipice of a horrific tragedy, and you're going to take everyone down with you if you don't turn back now. What are you? All three of you are going to lose everything on the day of the festival, and there's only one way to prevent that. You have to set Morgana free. You're insane if you think I would believe that. Nellie's going to die? Could you have told a more mean-spirited lie? You're the one who's trying to kill her. I'm just trying to save her. And you're going about it entirely the wrong way. Do you have any idea how lonely your sister is right now? You should be at her side. That's what you should be doing instead of stealing a poor girl's blood. I've heard enough. What do you know? If I lose Nellie, I'll have no one. My whole world will collapse. That was the only way I could keep that from happening. That was my best option, my only option. So no, I'm not going to stop. I'm going to keep Morgana locked up, and I'm going to keep stealing her blood. And I'll hand you over to the other two. I'll have them kill you. You'll regret ever showing your face. Mel, is that really true? What? Do you really have the scientist locked up? But what are you doing here, Nellie? That man told me I had to talk to you, and he said if I didn't have the courage to do it myself, to wait outside his room tonight because he was going to get the truth from you. It was a setup. You conniving son of a... You were planning this all along. Why would you tell Nellie? Why would you bring her, of all people, into this? Mel? Tell me, Mel, is it true? Nellie, Are you really keeping the Saintess prisoner and stealing her blood? And you said you would have him killed? I never thought you were such a terrible person, Mel. I can't believe you would do such despicable things. No, you're not my brother anymore. Nellie. Michelle, go after her. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Another choice option. Stay here or go after the Nellies. What's that music? Sounds weird. Oh no, there's no music. Okay, it's just me hearing things. Well, Giselle says to go after her, so I'm inclined to think that Giselle might be the better clue here. It's like her catchphrase, "You're not my brother anymore." Okay, let's go after Nelly. See what happens. Hopefully Giselle is right. We have to stop her. Bring her back. Nelly. Don't follow me. Just go away. Leave me alone. Stop. If you run away from him now, Mel will never come back from this. Then why did you tell me? Why did you tell me what he was doing? If you hadn't said anything, everything would still be fine. We wouldn't be in this horrible mess. If you hadn't said anything, I could have kept on believing in him. No, things wouldn't be fine. Why can't you see that? Why can you not see that? You shouldn't put your faith in your ideal brother, but your real one. The boy in that room, stricken with regret. I feel Nelly might die for some reason. Well, in the original story, in the original Morgana story, she does die because the belief was that Morgana was probably infected with something, like she was diseased by some point in her life. And at this point here, when they kept her locked up in the tower to steal her blood and make the miracle medicine out of her blood, and they were feeding it to Nelly, she does end up being one of the first people who dies from whatever the plague was that befalls the entire village. I might have to probably consider calling it quit soon. I can feel my throat going. the voices, man. If I hadn't said anything, the facade would have ruined you both sooner or later. No. In truth, your relationship was already broken. You were simply ignoring the spreading cracks. I know on some level you realized that Mel was keeping something incredibly important from you, and that secret was tearing you apart. Like, even water doesn't help. Like, right now I'm drinking like honey with a little bit of tea, because honey is supposed to be really soothing. But you know, like, after it's been like 6 hours, so after 6 hours of voices, there's only so much I can wring out of my throat. Do you have the corona? No, I don't. I just stay locked up in my house, so I don't think I have the corona. 6 hours of VA and D. Yeah, every time I do these streams, it's usually about like 4 to 6 hours of it. So, and we've been playing this game for, according to Steam, 38 hours now. 38 and a half hours. So that's 38 hours, you can imagine, of reading. Pure reading with voices and stuff. There's nothing good about this, though. Now we'll never go back to the way we were. We can never go back to what it was like when we were kids. Just the two of us playing together every day, having fun. Everyone's childhood comes to an end. The flow of time is impartial. You cannot fight it. What you can do, what only you can do, is choose how you change. Another dead hero with a hearty raid of 9 kittens. Hello, everybody. Just as I was talking about wrapping it up, in comes another dead hero. How was your stream? Let me give you a shout out. Ooh, DBD. I think I saw you playing Final Fantasy 14. Though I guess you swapped or something? Thou shalt not. Wait, not end? Okay. I'll see if I can keep going for a little bit. Oh, you were playing FF14? Okay. It says you were playing Dead by Daylight. Last playing anyways. I guess you swapped? Okay. Gotcha. I gotcha. But yeah, welcome streamers. Hello everybody. I am Insane Kitten. You can also call me Inky. Everyone else does. And we were playing a visual novel that is like incredibly tragic. Super duper 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 tragic. This is like the most tragic visual novel I've ever played. The job questline nearly broke my heart. Like plus the job questline. Are you talking about Final Fantasy 14? Oh, okay. That grind. The grind is real. Something like that. But hello, Otter Failure. Otter Failure, welcome. Welcome. Welcome everybody. Level 60? Oh, your job quest. Okay, I gotcha. How many characters do you have? Phase Bay. Phase Bay? What is Faye anyway? I have no idea. I've never played FF14 in any way. I maybe like watched like little bits and pieces of it, but it's so like confusing to me, so it's like there's a lot of things going on in that game, so I have no idea. Anywho, we're trying to convince Nelly to come back. Dead. I will admit, I am the one who opened your wounds, and now I'm putting the responsibility of tending to them onto you. It's cruel, I know. But if you don't come to terms with Mel and make him withdraw his participation, even greater suffering awaits you far in the future. It's not over yet, and you cannot let this be where it ends. The bonds you formed over the years are not yet broken, and you can do what I was never able to. You can still repair your relationship. But I'm scared. Scared that my brother, that my Mel could do such terrible things. That he could say he would kill you. He used to be such a good brother. He was always so kind, so friendly to everyone. But it was all a lie. It was all a big act to fool me. No, it was not all an act. There was truth to it. He is a kind-hearted boy, an ordinary young man, whose kindness was twisted by circumstance. And it doesn't matter how good a person someone is. Everyone has the potential to do terrible things when backed into a corner. You think you know everything? I know that much. Nelly, if you want your brother back, you have to act now. Please, you must take action. But I'm scared. What am I supposed to say to him? I don't know. I'll be there with you. You don't have to face this alone. There's more to this story than we've heard. We don't know how he got himself involved in this, and I mean to get the rest of it out of him. And you need to be there to hear it. When I hear what he has to say, I try to say something I shouldn't. If I try to say something that will ruin everything, you'll stop me? You're the one who told me to open my eyes and face him. You're the one who made this whole mess. What am I supposed to do if all this destroys everything I have? You said you'd be my brother, right? So be a good brother and help me out here. Promise me you'll make sure nothing goes bad. You'll do that, won't you? Michelle, just say yes. We won't let this go bad. Have faith in yourself. Faith that you put their relationship on track to recovering. Promise her. Give her the courage she wants from you. You have nothing to fear. I'll be there for you. I'll help you both. Okay, I'll do it. I'll go back. Thank you, Giselle. Oh, don't mention it. Now, let's go see what he has to say for himself. Let's draw back that curtain. Yes, let's. Ooh, we get to learn the truth. The truth! I have 3 tanks at 60 plus, and 2 DPS at 50 plus, then 2 support nearing 50. How you be, kitten? This is where the story turns into Eromang, sounds like. You wish. I mean, I guess there were some parts in this story that were a little kind of racy. There were some racy images, but not really. It was like more on the innocent side. You know. This is not an eroge, so. This is not an eroge. I made sure to vet this one beforehand. Did I ever tell you that I played an Arrow game and I didn't realize it was an Arrow game on stream until it hit me at the first scene, and then I was like, oh shoot. Oh shoot. I really actually played Innocent Side or Racy. Well, in this game it's just more like there's pictures of her being naked, but she's covering herself, you know. It's is a racy kind of image. Anyways, but yeah, I played Saya no Uta, or the Song of Saya, and I didn't realize that was an 18+ game. And I wanted to play it because I had heard that it had a very good Lovecraftian type story. Lou is laughing. Lou, I didn't know. You know what? I even looked it up. I looked it up, and I didn't know this though. But Twitch doesn't actually have an exhaustive list of all the games that they won't like allow you to stream on here. So I didn't see it on Twitch's list, and I didn't really like prod too far into looking it up. All I knew was like it was just a visual novel, right? And it had like a Lovecraftian theme to it. And so I just started playing it, and then like 15 minutes into it, it jumps into the first like you know, scene, right? And I was just like, oops. But I kept playing it anyway because I was like, I like the story. So I just did my best to like censor the parts that came up. Like I would mute it and I would just cover it. I saw the uncensored part. Meow. Wait, did you? Wait, were you here? You weren't here when I was playing that. I streamed that like I think over a year ago. I streamed it over a year ago. The VODs are still there too, actually. I had the VODs like up on YouTube, I think. And then you know what was funny was after that, after I finished the game, which was really good. It's an incredible story, by the way. It's like the most incredible love story ever, involving like Lovecraftian kind of thing to it. But after I finished it on Steam, it came out, they came out with like a revised version on Steam, and the Steam version includes like an option to turn off the Arrow version, the Arrow scenes. Someone played it and I saw the cheesy part. Oh my god. Yeah, I had some people who were like interested in my playthrough. They're like, oh no. I did my best to like try and anticipate like the parts that would come up, so I don't think I did too bad a job like censoring it when things like that would come up. So but I think when I released the VOD to YouTube, I exported it them. I made sure to edit those parts out. One day I will finish Danganronpa 2. Oh my god, that game's amazing. I gotta play Danganronpa 3 actually. I wanna play that, the third game, and also watch the anime because I think those two are related. I stopped on Danganronpa 2 as well. How could you? Yeah, Danganronpa 1 or 2 are amazing. Great games. So I hear. But it's been a while, so you might have to start over. Yeah, this is why I hate like stopping in the middle of a game and then leaving it for too long, because then you forget. So this is kind of why I'm trying my best to like finishing this game in particular. No, Danganronpa was so good. When Danganronpa reviews stopped me from staying hyped. It was so good, then Danganronpa reviews stopped you from staying hyped. Oh no, I will not start over. I don't know. Sometimes if too much time has passed by and I've forgotten a lot of the details, I usually like to maybe go in and refresh myself at the beginning. Yeah, I mean, you could maybe play the beginning and just kind of skip a lot of it. I don't know. Skip? Skip over parts that you remember? I don't know. Danganronpa 3 reviews. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know if Danganronpa 3 was that good from what I've heard about it. And I haven't watched the anime, so that's why I never watched Game of Thrones as well. I only heard of it when everyone was really upset about the ending. Oh. I stopped watching Game of Thrones at like the second season, but I've read the book. I've read the book so I knew what was happening. I remember, like, do you guys remember like all the hubbub over like the red wedding or whatever, the red wedding? And I was just like, oh my god, people are going nuts over this. It's like I already knew about this. I knew about this. I knew this was coming. Oh yeah. Akane is the best girl. Akane. Who's Akane? Akane was the bandaged girl, I think. I can't remember now. There were so many characters in that series. I usually forget how to play and have to start the game over just to familiarize myself with the controls. Wait, how hard is it to play? How hard is it to play Danganronpa? There's not much to it. You kind of walk around and you talk to people and stuff. You interact with things. It's not too hard to play that one. Or I guess the bullet game tends to be a little confusing. But anyhow. One of these days, maybe I'll play Danganronpa on stream. Akane is big boob girl who looks like Asahina and Sakura. Akane. Here, let me look her up. Akane from Danganronpa. Cool. I think she's like the muscly girl. Is she the muscly girl? Kind of. Oh, okay, yeah, her. Wait, which one was she? What was she the ultimate one? Ultimate gymnast. Okay, yeah, she was kind of a muscly girl. The muscle girl. She kicks ass. I like the ultimate gamer. What was her name? But yeah, the sort of like the mainish girl character-ish. Byakuya is my favorite in Kyoko. Have you seen Byakuya in the second one, right? The little girl? No, the ultimate gamer was not the little girl. She was the one with pink hair. Pink hair or something. Byakuya, I was happy to see dying too. Why? Byakuya was like cute when he got all like big and chubby. It was kind of funny. I liked it. He's so huge. Which game from your backlogs? Wait, oh no, not Danganronpa, just in general? Wait, what were you responding to? Oh, just in general when I stopped playing a game. Oh, yeah. This is true. This is very true. And like, for me, yeah, that's even more true. Especially if it's like a very story-heavy game. Super story-heavy. Then I might be inclined to restart it. I don't know. Or if I'm like really far in the game, then I might just like pull up a walkthrough just to sort of familiarize where I am at the game, unless the game has a good journal log thing. I hated Togami in one. I thought Chiaki was the ultimate gamer. Yeah, I think Chiaki was her name? Ultimate gamer. I didn't say her name. I couldn't remember her name. But anyway, let's get back to the story. So we get to pull back the curtain on Mel's what his reasoning was for doing what he did, imprisoning the poor girl. Nelly. Mel, what did you come back for? To ridicule me? I'm not the brother you thought I was, huh? Not at all what you wanted me to be. It's all over. Everything Michelle said is true. There's a girl imprisoned in the tower. A completely innocent girl. The girl who saved your life, in fact. Go on, tell me how cruel and terrible and evil I am. I'm no prince. Here's an idea. Why don't you make him your new prince? You can do it, Nelly. Ask him. You have your reasons, don't you? You have some reason for being a part of this, right? A reason? Yeah. I have a reason, all right. I wanted to save your life. I needed her blood to cure you, so I had her locked up. Tell me the truth. I don't remember much about when the Saintess came to visit, but I do remember a little. I remember her saying she would gladly give whatever she could to the sick and needy, which means you had no need to lock her up. It would seem the tale Morgana showed me was true. She really was a saint. Yes, she was. Tell me the truth, Mel. Tell me everything. There's nothing to tell. There is, I know it. There's more to a story than just the facts. The things you thought, the things you felt, are all pieces that combine to make the whole story. Isn't that right, Michelle? You're exactly right. If you hadn't said anything, we could have gone on with our lives as normal. No, Mel, we couldn't have. I thought so too at first, but it's not true. Our normal lives ended long ago. Ugh. Tell me the truth, Mel. No matter what it is, I can handle it. No, Nellie, you can't. A girl like you who dreams of becoming a princess couldn't possibly bear to see how hideous her brother has become. How can I know if you don't say anything, though? That's how it's always been with us. You were nice to me and that's all I needed. I never looked beyond the surface. I made you into my ideal brother and latched onto that image of you. You're a kind person, Mel, you really are. So kind you played along with my fantasy that you were a prince. But you don't have to act for me anymore. I want to know the real you. I'm all done being a princess. I'm just your little sister now, nothing more. Your one and only little sister, Mel. Ugh. You need to do this, Mel. You need to tell your story. Until you do, we have no way of understanding what you've been through, what you're going through. Oh boy, guys, it's a story within the story within the story. No way. If I tell you, you'll lose any hope you had left in me. As Nellie has, you need to release yourself from your own idealized fantasy, Mel. You have someone right here who will accept you for who you are. I know good and well just how hard it can be to have someone dear to you see a side of you that you didn't want to show them. I think you want to get it off your chest, though. And I think you want forgiveness. Fantasies are not everlasting. They all crumble eventually. Show us the real Mel. Tell us your story without embellishments or omissions. Mel. Okay, I'll tell you. Not like I have any other options. Nellie, if at any point you can't bear to hear any more, so be it. You're free to leave whenever you like. I won't go anywhere. I can almost guarantee you. I pray that ends up being true. Alright, here goes. The whole story from start to finish of how I ended up in this mess. Storyception. Look, it's another story. We're going into another story. Oh man. So that means we're gonna have to explore the story of all the three dudes before we get to free Morgana. Sorry, I almost choked. Until around the time I turned 17, my life was mostly uneventful. On days when it was nice out, I would take walks around the house's grounds. I would take walks sometimes napping beneath a tree. It was picturesque, and you were always there with me. You have the same flax-colored hair as me, but yours always seemed to glisten in the sun, whereas mine is flat and dull. You shone like a tiny little dancing sun. At the time, I assumed that was how life would always be. I genuinely wanted to be. So many layers, everybody needs a backstory. Kappa. I know, I didn't honestly imagine that there would be like stories like popping out of like everywhere, but it's almost like everyone you meet in this game, it's like, oh wait, you must listen to my story. And then you always get to like, and then not only do you get to listen to people's stories, you get to listen to like the same story told from another perspective. So it's like I'm reading the same lines over and over again. But I'm determined not to skip stuff, so it's okay. Because like if I was playing this on my own, like if I wasn't streaming this and not reading it out loud, I would honestly skip a lot of these lines, like because some of them were like you would play from Giselle's perspective, and then you would see the same lines, and then it would flip over to like Michelle's perspective, and you'd see the exact same lines that they were saying. It was like, God. Anyhow, that's okay. I know they're just trying to tell a story and reinforce certain things. I genuinely want it to be. Following my 17th birthday, though, I met with the deluge of changes. First, father fell ill and passed away shortly thereafter. With his death came the question of who would be the next head. As the oldest son, normally it would fall on me to take his place. I was 17, by all means enough of an adult to handle things myself. Or, well, that's what I thought anyway. Nobody else did, though. After discussions I had no part in, it was decided that my uncle would be the next head. That they weren't confident I had the spine to do the job properly. I wasn't sure what to think. Part of me wanted to know why nobody bothered talking to me, and part of me was relieved. Somewhere inside I knew I didn't have what it took. So, I was more than happy to let someone else take that responsibility. If it meant I could go on with my quiet life, I didn't care who they picked. My uncle, though, seemed to have caught on to my apathy, which he did not take kindly to, and in response, he formally disowned me. You're not the only one who still had some growing up to do, Nellie. I wasn't quite the adult I thought I was either. Fortunately, if you want to call it fortune, I was given enough money to live on for a decent length of time, as well as a place to stay. It was a small house far from home, his way of making it hard for me to come back. Not that I had any intention of returning. But the best thing to come out of it all was you coming with me, Nellie. So, this is our new home, dearest Mel. Yep, so it is. It's amazing how little there is. No big yard, no paintings, no vases filled with colorful flowers, no silver bowls filled with fresh-picked fruit. But there is you and me. You're not going to go and say you want to return home in a couple months when you realize life isn't as luxurious here as it was back there, are you? There's only one thing in the whole wide world I really need. Oh? Honestly, I can live without shiny shoes and pretty dresses like Mother wears. I don't need composers to come and write me songs for my birthday. As long as I have the one thing that matters most to me, I can do without anything else. Are you saying... Hehe, I'm as happy as I've ever been. I don't need all that fancy expensive stuff. We may not have a huge yard, but the sun shines everywhere. Flowers can grow even without a gardener tending to them. Nellie. I'll do whatever I can for you, dearest Mel. Are you hungry? I'm hungry. Oh, yeah, a bit. Alright, I'll make something then. Starting off with some fruit jam. Then maybe make a pie out of it. What else sounds good? I'm craving cookies. You've got quite the sweet tooth. You're gonna make yourself sick like that. Hehehe. That's the first smile I've seen since we got here. What? That can't be right. I'm sure I've been smiling. Nope. You've been frowny all day. Whatever you say. Forget about all that stuff at home. We've got each other. We can do this. The nasty pie again. The fruit pie. Who cares that we're not rich anymore? We'll figure things out in no time. And then we'll have even more fun than we did back there. Yeah, you're right. It'll all work out, dearest Mel. I'll always be here for you. You've got yourself an adorable little princess. What more could you possibly need? Cheer up. Thanks. I'm really glad you decided to come with me. Oh, did you think for a second I wouldn't? I'm your princess, dearest Mel. And princesses belong with their princes. I suppose so. Until that day, I had never known how good it felt to have someone who wanted me in their life. Who saw me for me. Kitten must take a seat over there. Wait, what do you mean, the seat over there? I realized for the first time how blessed I had always been. I was hardly prince material. I wasn't strong, or handsome, or regal enough for that. But Nellie calling me her prince gave me the illusion of being worth something. It made me feel like I could keep on being that richly blessed young man, even this far away from home. She's a bit underaged? Wait, what do you mean? Why are we talking about her being underaged? Of course, she's like his younger sister. While I'd been given some money, my supply was far from infinite. I knew I would eventually have to find some kind of work, some way to support myself and Nellie. But to be quite honest, I couldn't gather the motivation to do much of anything. My whole life had changed so abruptly, so dramatically, that my mind just wasn't able to keep up. It had knocked me on my backside and I didn't have the strength to get back up. I couldn't tell Nellie that, of course, so this is what I said instead. I'm staying home because I want to be with you as much as possible. And she happily took me at my word. Our new life together was quiet and unremarkable. Even so, it was still a constant stream of new experiences for the two of us, having been pampered our entire lives. Okay, we can go with younger sister. Welcome home, dearest Mel. What did you buy today? I got a chicken. Wow, I've never seen one up so close before. Are we going to keep it as a pet? I was planning on using it for supper. What? You're going to cook it? That's the idea. You like chicken though, don't you? Steamed especially, if I remember right. Yes, but it's all covered in feathers and flapping about. How are we supposed to cook it? If I remember, the guy said you had to pluck its feathers, then cut off its head and drain all the blood. Sincerely, on the wrong website. Lol. Ew, no way, absolutely not. Not in a million years. You do it, Mel. What? I've never done this before. Well, I'm not, so you do it. Alright, alright. I'll bring it to the... Not inside, do it outside. Okay. It'd be kind of pretty hard life for like a noble set of kids to like suddenly try and live on their own. I've never had to slaughter a chicken before. The chefs back home always took care of it. God, I hope I don't screw this up. Well, I'm not gonna accomplish anything if I just sit here worrying. I just gotta give it my best shot. Oh, please, please don't put up a fight. I can't watch. On the count of 3, okay? The count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Wait! Come back! It's gone. Oh no, they spent money on the chicken and it escaped. At first, I was just fumbling about in the dark, constantly messing up everything I tried. But in time, I started getting more comfortable with things, and stopped pining for my old life. For the longest time, I couldn't shake the memory of the fact that I had once been a noble. Feels like the story of how Mel turned into a serial killer. Oh no. Wait, hold on. Okay, I'm back. Excuse me. I have to like blow my nose. It was like tickling me. Okay. I was constantly wondering how I had ended up here, why this was happening to me. Nellie had seemed to have adjusted fairly quickly, but I wasn't faring so well. I was surprised, honestly. I figured if anyone was going to have an issue with our new lifestyle, it was going to be her, not me. Back home, Nellie tended to be, well, a bit of a princess. She was frequently harsh with the Abigails, scolding them for the smallest of things. There were times I thought she might be biting her tongue for my sake, but every time it crossed my mind, she would say, "I've got you, dearest Mel. Everything's just fine." And it was those words that kept me going. "Oh, dearest Mel, I just had the most wonderful idea. Would you like to hear it?" "Sure. What's your idea?" "We should get married." "What? You can't be serious." "As serious gets. I mean, we're basically married already in everything but name." "We can't do that. We're siblings." "Nobody here needs to know that." "They can guess from our hair." I don't know why. I guess I'm pushing the mouse too far. "They can guess from our hair and eye color, though." "I don't think we look that much alike." "Anyway, whatever gave you that idea?" "If we get married, then we can be together forever." "We can do that just as well as brother and sister." "It's not the same, though. No one ever says two siblings lived happily ever after." "I want to be with you for the rest of my life, dearest Mel. And the best way to do that is get married." "But Nellie, what are you so hesitant for? Is there someone you pined for?" No, but..." "Then there's no problem." "We're blood-related siblings. Does she realize that getting married means eventually having children and everything that leads up to that? That goes against the teachings of the Lord." "I will move seat over there." No, she's still just a kid chasing after a fairy tale ending. She doesn't understand the reality of what she's saying. Sometimes I'm not sure what to do with you, Nellie. "So you'll marry me?" "But right now I know you need God's word. Starting tonight, you're getting your own private sermon every night. Understand?" "Blah." My instruction was as much for my own sake as it was for Nellie's. I'm not gonna lie. The thought did cross my mind that her proposition might not be so bad. For one, I couldn't imagine spending the rest of my life with anyone else, and it had been her smile that had kept me going when things got difficult. But I knew that it was a sin, and I didn't think I would be able to live with myself if I crossed that line. So night after night, I taught her, reminded her that we were brother and sister, and that we didn't have to be anything more for her to be the most important person in the world to me. After about our 3rd month away from home, that life began crumbling. Nellie woke up one day with a high fever that refused to break. At first, I thought it was just a cold and that she'd be over it soon enough, but as much as I tried to convince myself, "Oh, she'll be better tomorrow," she just kept getting worse until eventually she couldn't even get out of bed. She had visibly lost weight, and I had never heard her voice so weak and lethargic before. "Is there anything you'd like me to get you, Nellie?" "All I want is for you to be with me, dearest Mel." "You really should eat something. I'll make you something you like. How about a nice expensive chicken? The last one got away, but I won't let that happen this time." "I'm not really in the mood for anything too heavy." "Oh, okay." "Don't you worry, Mel. I'll be better before you know it." Yeah, you will. You'll be just fine. Everything's gonna be back to normal soon." "Mm-hmm." Watching Nellie grow weaker every day scared the hell out of me. I desperately did not want to lose her. If I lost her, then who would be left that wanted me? Who would tell me I was worth something? Who would say nice things about me? who would be there with me every day. Just when I had started to feel optimistic about this new life, started to feel comfortable in it, it was looking like it might fall apart again. I searched everywhere for some medicine that could cure her. Healthy foods, fruits, and vegetables with supposed medicinal properties, anything I could get my hands on. I prayed, and Nellie, you were overjoyed. You were thrilled I would go to such lengths for you, but the reality is, I was really doing it for myself. But as much as I searched, I couldn't find anything that worked, and I started to panic. I would go to bed at night afraid I'd wake up the next morning, and Nellie wouldn't. I was already grasping at straws, and I was ready to try anything that had even the slightest chance of curing her. And then one day, I heard whispers. Whispers of a witch who lived by the lake. They said she was a recluse, that she hardly ever left her house, and that she hadn't been down to the city in years. They told me she might have some medicinal herbs that could help, so I rushed down to the lake to see her. Sitting by the shore was a small cottage, even less luxurious than where Nellie and I were living at the time. Seeing the thin trails of smoke rising from the chimney, I was convinced the rumors were true. A witch lived in that house. I wasn't sure what to expect. Being a recluse, I figured she wasn't going to be very sociable, at least. To tell you the truth, I was kind of scared to knock on her door. But I had exhausted all of my other options, so I clenched my teeth and gave the door 2 firm raps. "Who's there?" The sound of her voice caught me off guard, and all I could do was stare at the door with a knot in my throat. Based on the information I had, I assumed I was going to find a wrinkly old woman, but that was the voice of a young girl. And even though she only said 2 words, there was something indescribably enchanting about that voice. I could listen to talk for hours on end, in some kind of strange, hypnotic trance. It was almost like magic, for lack of a better word. I stood there dumbfounded, like my soul had been sucked from my body. "Who's there?" She repeated her question, which brought me back to reality, though I still had to fight to maintain my wits enough to respond coherently. "My sister has fallen very ill, and she desperately needs medicine. I was told that the person who lives here is a skilled herbalist. Could I please get something to treat her?" "What are her symptoms?" She's got an extremely high fever that won't come down. She has no appetite. She's only drinking water, and she can't get out of bed." "We're going to want to lower her fever first. After that, get her on a nutritious diet. I'm going to give you 2 medications. Give her the first while her fever's high, and the second after it's come down." "Thank you very much." Her voice wasn't bright and energetic like Nellie's. It was more restrained, somber, and quiet, yet simultaneously clear and sharp. The sound tickled my curiosity. I wanted to know what she looked like. I wanted to know what kind of girl stood on the other side of that door. With a voice that pretty, she must be equally lovely, I thought. And I had to see it for myself. And my wish didn't fall on deaf ears. When she opened the door to hand me the herbal medicine and take my money, her head peeked out between the crack ever so slightly. "I said I would tell you everything exactly as it happened, so I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. It was unsettling. It was nothing like I had imagined from her voice. Her skin had, I guess, fallen off or something, because you could see the raw red flesh beneath. To say it was hard to look at would be an understatement. Most of her face was covered by a black hood, so all I could see was her mouth and chin, but even that much was harrowing. But the last thing I wanted to do was look away. For all I knew, that was why she had become a recluse, and I couldn't let myself hurt her, so I suppressed my own disgust and put on my best smile. People often tell me I have a very pleasant and amiable smile. So I figured I could use that to prevent her from picking up on what was actually going through my mind. And when she saw my face, a look of surprise seemed to cross hers. The witch's herbs did indeed seem to help some. Going to visit her was better than talking to any of the local doctors. Nonetheless, Nellie hadn't been cured. She was only feeling a little bit better. So I kept paying the witch visits, kept purchasing more herbs from her, and every time I went to that cottage and heard her sweet voice, I imagined how much sweeter it would sound without a door obstructing it. Even knowing what she looked like didn't stop the curiosity from growing within me. From what I gathered talking to her, there wasn't much of an age difference between us either. She was 16 and I was 17, and I'm sure you know how it is. When you meet someone around your age, you feel a sort of sense of kinship. This girl I had originally believed to be some kind of otherworldly witch was starting to feel like a regular person like me. Through our conversations, I managed to learn her name, as well as the fact that she had come here from a faraway country. We were both a long way from home. Thinking she might open up even more to someone who'd been through a similar experience, I decided to try inviting her to go on a walk with me. It's not healthy to stay holed up inside all the time. You've got this beautiful lake right here. What do you say we take a little walk around the shoreline? To my surprise, she accepted. Great weather, isn't it? I love the way the sun reflects off the surface of the lake. It's gorgeous. Are you okay? I'm in disbelief, to tell you the truth. Huh? What for? You've seen my face. You know how hideous I am. And still, you invited me on a walk. You're a very peculiar person. Is it really that strange? I mean, we're almost the same age, so I figured we might make pretty good friends. You want to make friends? With me? Well, sure, we've been through a lot of the same things, so we can understand each other better than most. Understand each other? Yeah, we're both young, but we've been through some rough times. I'm going to be blunt with you. You've not been through anything like I have. What? No? If you had experienced the things I have, you wouldn't be smiling right now. I haven't known you long, but I don't need to have in order to know how unequivocally dissimilar we are. That we were cut from very different cloth. Well, we're people. We're not made of cloth, so that's not what that means, you know. Oh. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be so harsh. In fact, I would say you're much better off not being in my position. It sounds like you've been through a lot. You don't mind me asking what happened to you? I'd be happy to lend an ear. It might make you feel better to get it off your chest. And that is what's so different about us. Huh? I will not tell you about myself, no. That said, I do appreciate the concern. Thank you. Oh, sure. You're welcome. She's not very open with people, huh? Though I guess it's only to be expected. She hasn't spent much time around other people looking the way she does. Friend-zoned. I wonder if there's anything I can do for her. At least get her to show a little bit of emotion? Say, if it's not too much to ask, you think we could do this again sometime? But don't expect me to lower my prices. I'm not trying to squeeze a better deal out of you. I just want to get to know you better. Nothing more to it. No ulterior motives, promise. Did you forget? I already said I won't be telling you about myself. Alright, then it doesn't have to be about you. We can talk about anything, whatever you want. Do you have a favorite food? Any hobbies? Nothing in particular. Well, that was a fruitful conversation. Okay. Crap. I have no interests or tastes worth mentioning, so if you want to talk, I suppose that leaves you to be the subject. Me? Tell me about yourself. My life's not all that exciting. Anything I had to tell you would probably just bore you. I'm not looking for excitement. Hi, Luca. Luca's meowing at me. Mel sounds like a simp. I know. Wait, there was that questionnaire when his sister was asking us questions about Mel, and there was that one line where I thought it said something about simp. I was like, wait, did that say simp? Oh, okay. Well, alright then. I guess I can tell you about myself. Shrimp. Ruka? Ruka? What's Ruka? And so I did. I told her about my family situation, I told her about Nellie, and that was pretty much all I had to talk about. For the most part, she hardly even reacted to anything I said, so it was difficult to tell if she was listening or not, but she would urge me to continue whenever I would go quiet for more than a few moments, so I suppose she was listening. Every time I came to purchase more medicine, we'd even go on a walk around the lake together. A single loop around the shoreline didn't give us much time to talk, but my attempts to reduce our walking pace or stop to extend our time together were flatly ignored. And she refused to go around more than once, claiming it would disturb her daily rhythm. That said, she never refused an invitation either, so I don't think she particularly disliked me. Yet, anyway. Oh, a robin. What does a robin have to do with your sister? Nothing. I just saw one over there. If you listen, you can hear it singing. They migrate somewhere warmer when it gets warm. They just fly off to someplace more comfortable. If I had wings like a bird, maybe I could be free too. There's not a single creature living in this world that is free. Birds regularly get shot down by hunters or preyed on by larger birds. The idea that they are free is nothing more than man's short-sighted delusion. Sorry, I guess. No, I should be apologizing. I wasn't trying to attack you. I simply lack the ability to properly empathize with others. I do not understand people. Please, if I say something that upsets you or makes you uncomfortable, don't assume that was my intention. Sure. Maybe you're hiding it, or maybe you just don't know it yet, but I think you've got more empathy than you're letting on. Surely you can't say nothing affects you at all. You are human. So, you don't have to be so closed off. I may not be able to do much for you, but I do want to get to know you better. I want to understand you. So if you ever feel like talking about yourself, just know that you've got an eager pair of ears here. Okay? If there were ever someone who could understand me, who could empathize with me, they would not be human. What do you mean? That you would need to be far removed from any idea of humanity to have a chance at understanding me. Regardless, I do appreciate your kind words. Sure. So, out of curiosity, do you have anyone, really important to you in your life? Not at the moment. Does that mean you used to? I'd love to hear about them if you don't mind. They're all long dead. 4 years ago, something unpleasant occurred. And as a result of that, I was forced to part ways with people who taught me that humans have the capability for kindness. Oh, I'm sorry. Well then, if your sister's condition worsens again, come see me. Farewell. Hey, maybe we could walk a little slower next time so we have more time to talk? I want to get to know you better. I'll consider it. Does it really require that much thought? So long. Bye. See you soon. Things continued on like that for a while. Nellie bounced back and forth between getting better and getting worse. Emotionally, I followed not far behind, getting very little in the way of peace of mind. Having to spend so much time worrying over and looking over Nellie was starting to wear me out, even though I knew good and well she had it much worse than me. I wanted to be done with it at all. I wanted to be free. I wanted to get better as soon as possible, so I could stop agonizing over her. So at some point, I started wishing for a miracle. I didn't care if it came from God, an angel, or something less holy. I just wanted someone to cure Nellie and take the weight off my shoulders. And during one of our walks, I let that slip. I'll take anything at this point to make her better. I'll even take a miracle if I can get one. I assumed she would, as she had a tendency to say that people who believed in miracles were delusional. She was, in my mind, very much a realist, which is why her response surprised me so much. Do you sincerely wish for a miracle? What? Do you really want a miracle, no matter what form it may take? Well, yeah. I've tried everything else. God is all I can ask for help anymore. I know what you're gonna say. There's no such thing as miracles. If there were, Nellie would already be better. I prayed every night for her recovery. Well, or still alive. Wow, could have rated. Oh, no worries, man. Hello, Jillian. How you doing? Yes, I'm still here. I am still here. I don't know. I was gonna like end a while ago, and then another dead hero raided me, so I was like, okay, I'll keep going. I'll keep going. Sleepy, good night. All right, good night to Jillian. Thanks for stopping by to say good night. I know it should be sleepy time for me. Maybe I should consider calling it, but I don't know. I'm so like entrenched in the story. It's just like I can't stop. Help. It's all a delusion. I know. Miracles do exist. What? If you have faith and you sincerely wish for her to be healed, you will be granted your miracle. What are you talking about, Morgana? You said many times that you wish to know more about me. Yeah, I have. Well, I'll grant you that wish. As you listen to my story, you'll come to understand why I said you will never be able to empathize with me. And as you do, hope will sprout up within you. Here in my lakeside cottage, I am known as a witch, but it did not used to be called such. No, I am the daughter of God. Poor wrung throat. Are you gonna be okay tomorrow, Inky? Well, if I need to, I'll probably just like switch to a game where I don't talk much. Which I probably should do anyways. I should alternate between games. Or sometimes I even just take the day off, but I'll try not to take the day off. Because I did take yesterday off. But that was mostly because I wanted to watch anime. I wanted to watch anime. Miss Soulsborne Saturday. Oh yeah. So Saturday was the day I took off. I took Saturday off and I watched all of season 3 and 4 of Attack on Titan. I caught up on that, so which I still need to watch the latest episode, so most people would dismiss such a claim as madness, and I almost did exactly that. But there was something strangely enchanting about her voice. And I found myself slowly drawn into her tale, listening intently to her every word. The more I heard, the harder it was to believe she was lying, and before long I was convinced she was the daughter of God, a saint whose blood had miraculous powers. Her first cry ended a lengthy drought in the village where she was born, and her blood cured the sick. She rolled up one sleeve to show me her arm. Practically every inch of skin from her shoulder to the tips of her fingers were scarred from where she had been cut. According to her, the scarring had once been far worse, but had improved with the application of ointment. Every single one of those scars, she said, marked a person who had sought her blood. And I believed every word. There was something about her that set her apart from the rest of us normal people. Like she was some higher being. They were not self-inflicted wounds, not the marks of someone who had tried to take her own life, but symbols of the great sacrifices she had made. She offered to give Nellie her blood, and without a moment's hesitation, I accepted. Really close to the end. Which one? Attack on Titan or this game? I can't even say anymore if we're close to the end for this. Oh, Vivi, I think you missed it, but now we're exploring the stories of each of the 3 men. So now we're looking at Mel's story. And I'm guessing it's not going to change that format won't change. We'll probably look at the stories for the swordsman and for the lord. So I guess we'll see. Unless they don't have stories, I don't know. We'll see though. But like, we need to explore the stories before we can save Morgana. Find out the truth. Mel? Hey Nelly, I'm back. And I brought someone with me. A saint. A saint? Yep, she's here because medicine hasn't been working for you. She can perform miracles, so she's going to cure you. Miracles? That's right, her blood has miraculous healing powers. Blood? Fear not, my beloved sister. Hear my words and do as I say. You must have faith for the miracle to be performed correctly. I give you my blessing that it may bestow onto you salvation. I give you my love, and I give you relief. Hear my words. Hear them, or I hear them. This body was created not in a mortal womb. This flesh is not the flesh of man. This blood is not the blood of man. The water that flows through these holy veins flows from the river of creation. Have mercy on them, O Father. May the infirm find comfort in your warmth. May the destitute find reprieve in your generosity. May my flesh bring nourishment and health into this girl. Bestow upon her your blessing, O Father. Morgana held a pale hand above Nelly's mouth and without hesitation sliced her own wrist. Blood slowly trickled down her middle finger from her cut, dripping into the gap between Nelly's bluish lips. I stood there entranced by the scene. It was like I was witnessing some kind of ritual. I wasn't sure, however, whether to describe it as sacred or profane. Watching the fresh blood trickle from the cut on her wrist made me break out into a sweat, feeling like I was violating a taboo. My knees rattled and I could barely stay on my feet. Needles prickled my hands, thoughts slipped through my fingers before they could fully form. Had I crossed a line that wasn't meant to be crossed? Had I stepped into territory man was never supposed to enter? In time, I stopped processing Morgana's prayers as words. It became nothing but a rhythmical sequence of sounds bouncing around in my head. My line of sight grew gradually narrower. Eh? What? Are you alright? The ceremony is complete. How's Nelly? She is asleep right now, but she should awake soon. Oh, good. My blood has the power to cause miracles, but you must remember that the miracle is predicated on your faith. Are you saying we need to worship you? No, I am merely God's progeny. Your praises and prayers should be directed at my Father, the Lord God. I should get going then. Hey, thank you very much. When Morgana had said I would never be able to understand or empathize with her, she had not been lying. Having only heard her tell of it, I'd still believe there was room for me to close the gap between us, that we still had enough in common. But seeing it with my own eyes, feeling it with my entire being, I no longer had any illusions of us being on the same plane. As I gave her my thanks, my voice was audibly trembling. Mel, come on, get up, dearest Mel. Oh, Mel. Nelly? Aha, finally, you're awake, sleepyhead. What's with the look? Am I making a funny face? Are you good to be up and about? Yep, I woke up this morning feeling wonderful. Feel my forehead, Mel. See? No fever. It's gone. She actually performed a miracle. I only remember bits and pieces, but I remember a really pretty saint lady showing up and giving me her blood. That's how she remembers it? Her memory is pretty hazy, huh? And then I got this warm and fuzzy feeling inside me. Then I had this really strange dream. What kind of dream? There was a whole bunch of lights floating all around me, and they were changing in all sorts of different colors. It was the most wonderful dream. That doesn't help me understand at all, Nellie. It was a good dream, and that's all that matters. It must have been the Saint Lady's power at work. Must be, yeah. I'm so relieved you're feeling better, Nellie. Sorry for all the trouble I caused you, but now everything can go back to normal. Yep, all back to normal. She wants to thank me? Yeah, Nellie's insisting I let you meet her so she can show you her gratitude. So, if it's alright, would you mind coming to supper sometime? That would probably not be wise. Huh? Why not? It would hardly be pleasant having to eat in the presence of a face as grotesque as mine, and I doubt your sister would react well to the sight of it. I don't think it would cause any problems. Nellie isn't the type of girl to judge someone by their looks. I don't think. Perhaps not, but to her, I am a saint, not a normal person. In her mind, she thinks I'm beautiful, doesn't she? We must maintain that illusion. It is essential to the miracle that her faith remains unwavering, and on some level that faith depends on her idealized image of me. You think so? Though our time together was brief, I could see it in her. She is a girl with a great love of beauty. And perhaps the same could be said of you. I don't judge people by how they look. It's what's inside that matters. I'll take you at your word. Thanks. So, are you sure you don't want to come? I really shouldn't. I'm terribly sorry. Oh, okay. Why in the world am I feeling relieved? Tisk tisk. Nellie recovering was a huge weight off my shoulders. Now everything can go back to the way it was. Quiet and unremarkable. I could finally go out and get a real job. Forget about my old life, live like a regular old commoner. And that was what I was going to do for the both of us. The problem was, Nellie hadn't actually recovered completely. She was in nearly perfect health the first few days after drinking Morgana's blood. But soon, her fever came back, and she stopped being able to get out of bed. And to top it all off, she started having lengthy coughing fits. During some of them, she coughed up little bits of bloody phlegm. I nearly had a panic attack. So I rushed down to Morgana's cottage and told her what was happening, to which she responded with a quizzical tilt of her head. Nellie's health meant everything to me. It certainly wasn't the curiosity her head tilt seemed to make it out to be. But it didn't seem to bother her at all. The miracle took place, but it didn't persist? That doesn't make much sense. But it's true, she can't get out of bed. And it's not a problem with her faith. I've been teaching her the word of God every night, and she absolutely believes in you and her saint. Lower your voice. I will perform another miracle for her. You'll do it again? I will not forsake those who are in need. And it'll stick this time, right? I cannot promise anything. But why? Your miracles aren't supposed to be temporary, are they? Whether they are or not is decided by you and your sister. You're my only hope, though. Please do not worry. If a second blessing is not enough to cure her of her ailment, then I will visit and give her my blood as many times as is necessary. I will gladly give her every last drop of blood in my body. I assure you, my father does not want to see you two's young souls like yourselves torn apart, and neither do I. We should get going. All right. For the second time, Morgana had Nellie drink of her blood, and for the second time she was healthy again the next morning, and for the second time she fell ill again shortly thereafter. Her fever returned, I went to get Morgana, and she gave Nellie her blood. The cycle repeated again and again, and every time I had to watch her go through that ceremony. It was exhausting, and I wasn't sure I could handle it much longer. I started thinking maybe there wasn't anything sacred about any of this, that it was as blasphemous as it looked from the outside. I was making a girl cut her own wrist and feed my sister her blood. Nothing about that sounded right. But I had nowhere else to go, no one else to ask for help. When I was with Morgana, listening to her words of reassurance, she, without fail, wiped away all the doubt I had. It wasn't until after she left that that wave of regret hit me. I wasn't sure what was right and wrong anymore. I wasn't sure what to do anymore. Every time I went to see Morgana, it got more and more difficult to look her in the eye. I stopped asking her on walks as often, and I stopped trying to have chats with her, not so much out of a sense of guilt, but because I was getting to be afraid of her. One of those draining days, someone knocked on the door. I hadn't asked Morgana to come down that day, so I wasn't sure who it could be. Nellie was asleep in her bed, so I quietly rose from my seat and made my way to the door, trying not to wake her. "Who is it?" "Hello? Who's there?" I had an inkling of a suspicion, but having been raised in such a sheltered environment, I didn't understand exactly how dangerous it was to thoughtlessly open the door to anyone who came knocking. I pulled the door inward a couple inches and tried to take a peek through the crack. When out of nowhere, someone grabbed my shoulder and shoved me, helpless to resist, into the house. A man stood there above me. What do you think you're doing? What do you want from me? I don't have anything valuable. I'm just a regular old peasant. I am not here to rob you. What? You're in contact with the witch, are you not? Huh? The girl who lives by the lake calls herself a witch. Witch? I don't know any witch. The only one who lives there is a saint. A saint? I was told she was a witch. But regardless, there's a girl who lives there with miracle blood, no? Ah, looks like I got the right person. What do you want from me? I want you to help me. Huh? I need you to lure the witch out into the open. And why do you need that? Because I need her blood. I need to get my hands on the witch's miracle blood. Then go ask her for it yourself. Why should I have to help you? She won't open the door for me. But you, I've seen you talking to her. You seem to be quite friendly with the witch. Taking little walks around the lake. How? I need your help. And what are you gonna do once you have her outside? I have orders from the Lord to take her captive. What? The Lord? Why would he? That is none of your concern. You expect me to buy that? All I need from you is to get the witch out of that house. Why would I? She doesn't trust me. I could always force my way in, but there's a chance something might go wrong, and I can't risk that. If she hears your voice, she'll open the door, yes? The witch trusts you, unlike me. With your help, there's no risk of anything going wrong. You barge in here and tell me you want to capture her and you think I'm just gonna agree to help? Like hell I will. Oh, don't worry. You'll get your share. You need the witch's blood too, right? I don't care about getting a share. You're asking me to deceive her. I don't care what you think she is. She hasn't done anything wrong. So no, I won't help you capture her. You leave me no choice then. What? He approached the bed where Nellie slept, drawing his sword and pressing the tip against her throat. It happened so quickly and without any warning, my mind couldn't keep up. I stood there, mouth half open like an idiot. If I were courageous, if I were gallant and brave, then maybe I would have grabbed him, pulled him away from Nellie, but my legs seemed to have severed from my mind. They were frozen to the floor like two useless rocks. You have two options. Either you say no and protect the witch, get away, or you help me capture her. Get away from her, right now. If you choose to forgive the witch, I kill the girl. Get away. Make your decision. Get away from her. You have until the count of 10. If you don't choose, I kill the girl. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Okay, I'll do it. I'll help you. So get your sword out of her face. Don't kill her. I thought you'd hold out until the last second. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's get going. Get moving. You pitiful little boy. I felt like jumping into a lake. I couldn't make sense of how I ended up in such a position. Just a few months earlier, I'd been living back at my family's estate, hardly a worry in the world. Nellie had been healthy and happy. It hadn't been exciting, no, but I had figured that this was how things would always be. That one day I would fall for some noble girl, Nellie would get jealous, and I would have to spend several days or even weeks pacifying her. Everyone would be happy, a life free of troubles, because that was normal and I was normal. So what was I doing living in some tiny cottage so far from home, feeding my sick sister miracle blood? What was I doing walking beside this barbarian? What was I doing at all? I was conflicted. Part of me hoped we would never arrive at the lake, and part of me wanted to get there as quickly as possible so I could be done with all this. But time plodded on no quicker or slower than normal, and we arrived at Morgana's door in short order, irrespective of my own selfish hopes. The thought of what was going to happen next filled me with a crushing sense of guilt. I may have been afraid of Morgana, but I held no grudge against her. I was actually quite grateful to her. She was still healing Nellie, even if the ceremony to do so inspired fear in me. She didn't hesitate to cut her own wrist open for Nellie and for me. She didn't grimace or even frown, though I knew it had to hurt. I knew damned well she wasn't a bad person, that she hadn't done anything to warrant being taken into custody. She might very well have been a genuine saint, but there I was, selling her out because a man with a sword threatened me. Ugh. Oh, Father who art in heaven, please forgive me for what I'm about to do. Please, please forgive me. Quit sniveling. You want her to get suspicious? But how? I can't. Oh, please, God. Stop crying. Or would you rather I kill you here? Just close your eyes. It'll be over before you know it. Do it. Call on the witch. Who was it? Who's there? It's me. I'm not here about Nellie today. I'm sorry for being so distant lately. I wanted to talk things over. I thought I heard a faint gasp at the door, and then she responded. I wanted to talk to you too. Why? Why does she want to talk now? She'd always been so curt, so rational, so quick to cut down my fantasies. Never one to get emotional or sentimental. She'd always given off the impression of being something greater than we mere humans. Always been so aloof, never giving any indication she thought anything of me at all. So why? Why did she sound like a normal girl now? Why was her voice trembling slightly when she said she wanted to talk? Why now of all times? I'm screaming. Get back, no! Stay away from me! No! Hey, help! Don't kill me! Take it.
What?
That's your share. Should last you long enough.
Why? 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 Did you take my arm? What do you mean by share? Why?
Sorry, I can't scream very well. It all happened in less than a minute. Family walks in. It's not what it sounds like. Like the moaning and the yelling, yeah. I told her I wanted to- wait, hold on. I told her I wanted to talk. She opened the door. Then, I heard a sound like the wind whipping past my ear. And the next thing I knew, her cottage was covered in blood. Never once did I expect anything to happen how it did. When he'd said he wanted to capture her, I took it to mean exactly that. I hadn't thought he would turn brutal, that he would do something so horrific. After the man cut her arm off, Morgana tumbled to the floor, floundering about as he watched, blood trickling down the curved blade in his hand. Her screams were indistinguishable from those of a normal person. Urgh. 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 I don't know what kind of sounds to make of that. Arm. Her arm. Ah. Kneeling in the grass at the lakeshore, I vomited and I vomited and I vomited. The things I had seen in the cabin were far too much for me to handle. I tossed the arm, Morgana's arm, the man had given me, into the lake. What else was I supposed to do with it? It was an arm. A human arm. You would have been insane to go around carrying someone's severed arm. I tried to convince myself it was all a dream, some terrible nightmare, but I could still feel the warmth of her skin fresh on my hands. The warmth of her blood on my fingers, dragging me back to reality. So he never even used the arm. He just threw away the arm. I don't even know why the dude cut off her arm. That was pretty, like, vicious, you know? And it probably didn't help with her, her lifespan, you know? My mind couldn't keep up with the flood of thoughts and emotions and images. I wanted to close my eyes, but I was too afraid I would find the bloodbath in the cottage on the back of my eyelids, which left me with nothing to do but wail. I was horrified at what I'd done. I knew that I was the one who had set it all in motion. If I had kept quiet, Morgana wouldn't have had her arm cut off. But I didn't want to admit it was my fault. I didn't want to accept that I had caused it. What a waste of a perfectly good arm. Lol. I did nothing wrong. It's not my fault. I was... He threatened me. So it's not my fault. I had no choice. I didn't do anything. I frantically scrubbed my blood-soaked clothes at the lake. As I watched the red clouds spread, I knew I was defiling something pure and beautiful, but my awareness of that fact was slowly dissipating, like the blood through the clear water. By the time I had gotten all the blood off my clothes, the sun was beginning to set. They don't run away like chickens. The poor arm is just floating around in the lake. I came back to my senses at the sound of a bird chirping, and quickly recalled that I had left Nellie alone at the house. My legs were shaking, I could barely keep myself upright, but remembering her gave me enough motivation to drag myself back home. If she hadn't been there waiting for me, I seriously might have thrown myself into the lake instead. Mel? What's the matter, dearest Mel? Where have you been? Mel? Ugh, I'm so sorry. What? I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Will you ever be able to forgive me? Dearest Mel? I never meant for this to happen. I'm so sorry, please, I'm begging you to forgive me. I'm begging you. Were you not able to get my medicine? Is that what you're crying about? Ugh. It's not that big a deal, Mel. I'm just fine, honest. I'm alright. Thanks.
I wanted to forget everything. I wanted to forget about my involvement, about the horrible things I caused to happen. But whenever I lay down to go to sleep, I heard her screams, Morgana's animalistic howls. I saw her cottage, blood splattered everywhere. I felt her severed arm still warm in my hands. From that day on, what sleep I got was hardly restful. Nellie probably didn't notice anything through her feverish haze. But I'm willing to bet I looked like hell. Praying time would cause the memory to fade, I started looking for doctors again. Instead of clinging to a miracle, I would try to have Nellie's sickness cured the way normal people did. At some point through all that money I'd been given started running low. If I'd thought about it for 2 seconds, I would have seen it coming. I hadn't exactly been frugal in my attempts to find a cure for Nellie, nor had I been especially concerned about money before she fell ill. I was so used to living like an aristocrat, and I hadn't succeeded in breaking those old habits, which left me with only one thing I could do for Nellie, be with her day in and day out. Every day that passed, I lost a little more hope. If I couldn't do anything and Nellie died, I would be utterly alone. And that was what scared me more than anything. The nightmares were eating away at me, leaving me with nowhere to run. And if I didn't have someone there with me, I wouldn't have been able to hold myself together. After 2 or 3 so days of me sitting by Nellie's bedside, hardly moving, there was a knock at the door. Alright. I think at this point I'm gonna call it. It's pretty late over here, so and I have to get up in like just a couple hours. A few hours. So we're gonna call it. I was trying my best to like get to the end of Mel's story, but it looks like that's not gonna happen. Thank you for the stream, thank you for hanging out, Lou and Corruptronic. Thank you guys for the company, and Vivi if you're still there. Yeah, thank you guys for hanging out. Really appreciate you guys. Let's see if we can raid somebody. Do we want to raid somebody? Doop doop doo. Let me see if I can find someone, if they're playing this game. Nope. That's a shame. For once, I would like to try and like, raid someone who is playing this game, but it's a pretty obscure title though. Alright then, let's see. Let me see. Let's say hello to Dauntless. She's playing Dyson Sphere Program. I think this is a new game. I don't really know anything about it. But we'll go say hi to her. She's a very nice streamer. A Scottish streamer. Go see what this game is all about. But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out in today's stream. We got some good progress on the story. Yeah, but I imagine there's probably 2 or 3 more streams if my voice will hold out. I don't know if I'll probably stream this later today. If I do stream later today, I mean, I do kind of want to for Monday. So I might the next stream might be Bloodborne, just to give my throat a bit of a rest. But yeah, I'm definitely motivated to get through this story. It's so gripping, and we gotta help Morgana somehow, right? Save Morgana. and you know, unlock that truth. But anyways, but yeah, good night everybody. Or have a great rest of your day wherever you guys are in the world, and I will see you guys in the next stream. Bye.